The events that took place made the guy think that the quiet days in his life were over. Looking at the girl, he assumed that it was fate. The girl was surprised to hear the guy talk about the price he paid to participate in this fight. Suddenly, their dialogue turned into a kiss. The girl did not resist him. The guy was not a playboy who kissed any girl he came across. The guy's life changed the day this girl herself came to him. She was embarrassed by such an act. That day was ordinary and no different from the others. It happened during breakfast. The guy thought about what happened. The guy lived in an ordinary Korean family in a high-rise apartment building in a poor neighborhood of the city. The son was surprised that his parents would not pay for his tuition starting this semester, because so far he could not support himself. The father heard that kids in other countries become independent when they go to college, stating that they would let his son live with them and so he would have to work part-time to pay his tuition. The boy was indignant at his father's attitude toward him, but realized he couldn't contradict him. The son said that he was already earning money for his personal expenses and school fees himself. He did not understand how he could study if he had to find another part-time job and asked him to shut up because he had already told him about it. The father assured that his daughter needed private lessons, but their family didn't have that much money, asking what the son wanted from a simple hardware store owner. Daughter said that she only had 2 lessons, adding that Myung and Oppa also needs to study, and if he works even harder, he won't be able to study. The father replied that his son is studying at a third-rate university and it won't make any difference whether he studies or not, because in any case he will end up in a bad company as a temporary worker, adding that he plays computer games too much. The father tells his daughter that she is the family's only hope. The teacher is confident that she will get into Seoul University. The parents work to keep the store going, and that's all they can do. His father took Myung and Oppa's past successes and prospects into account. He didn't see the point in investing, thinking that he would take advantage of his sister's success. The boy didn't want to depend on her. The head of the family pointed out to his son that he should have studied hard when he told him to, but instead he played games. Myung and Up pointed out that the games were not that bad. His father stated that he had no right to say that when he attended some rundown school. Myung and Oppi needed a diploma, and his father didn't forbid him from throwing games, but he didn't intend to pay for his tuition. His brother walked his sister to the bus. Suddenly on the way, the sister asked her brother for forgiveness. He did not understand why she apologized to him. Looking at her, Myung-in-up was convinced that she was really sorry that her father would no longer pay for his tuition because of her lessons. Her sister was beautiful and sweet, and she was the best in the academy in grades, and Bat understood why her parents loved her so much. He assured her it wasn't her fault. The girl was sure that his parents had been cruel to him. The boy looked at his reflection in the window. People said that Myung-in-op looked like a quiet man because of his glasses, and his appearance was unremarkable. He was neither stupid nor smart. He never caused any significant problems with his parents and did not have any significant talents. Myung-in-op went to a school that was considered a third-rate school and didn't understand why his parents couldn't show him a little love. The brother told his sister that he just needed to work more, but the girl was against it, saying that as a protest she would starve or lock herself in her room and refuse to study. The boyfriend pointed out that you shouldn't do that. The sister suggested that the brother give the bonus allowance she was given by her parents for scoring a perfect score on the exam. Myung-in-op thanked her for her concern but refused to assure her that he would be fine after the girl got on the bus and left. Then an expensive foreign car pulled up to the same stop, which stood out from the whole development with its appearance. The door opened and the leg of the girl who was driving the foreign car came out of the car. The guys who were standing nearby were shocked by her beauty and the fact that such a girl was driving such a car. The girl in heels, with all her appearance indicating that she was not from these poor neighborhoods, she followed to the bus stop. The guys hatched their shameless gazes at the attractive forms of the stranger who was not paying attention to them. Continuing to look at the girl, the guys' hearts ached from such a beauty. No one dared to approach her. Someone and the resulting crowd assumed that she was an actress. Suddenly, the girl greeted the guy, calling him Presidents, saying that it was currently noon. The guy said hello to Miss Ji Young, assuming it was breakfast time. Myung-in-op told her that it was hard for him to take the subway today because there was no free seat, but now he has more free time compared to high school. Miss Ji Yang asked permission from the guy to drive his guy. Asked to drive slowly and quietly, they got in the car and drove off. The remaining bewildered crowd of guys didn't realize what had just happened in front of their eyes. The girl asked Myung-in-op why he wouldn't tell his family about his wealth because then they would be more open to him. Ji Yang added that if he's thinking about his sister, he's too biased. Myung-in-op agreed with her words, adding that he was more worried about his parents because money can't always buy happiness. The family didn't know that their son had become a rich man who didn't want to tell them first. Ji Young suggested that the guy should have lunch first. Myung-in-op replied that he had a rather unpleasant tomorrow and asked her to prepare something, telling her not to hurry because he would start work at the specified time. Myung-in-op thought that the announcement of today's broadcast had already been shown. The girl started on the bodice button to go up to the 13th floor. The assistant informed the guy that the announcement had been shown and announced that he would be mopping up a secret divine level. Myung-in-op intended to pass the final level of the game, Master of Valhalla, that no one had been able to pass yet. Master of Valhalla was one of the most popular games in which there was a single-player game, but the main one was multiplayer. The real fans at this point were interested in the single-player mode just in the secret level that could only be unlocked by playing on the highest difficulty possible, and to this day, no one has passed this stage yet. People have wondered trying to find out what the author's motives were. The man leading the Sturm God game was one of those who won numerous competitions on the game Master of Valhalla. Chinese players couldn't match him and only watched his broadcast with envy. People from Japan were also watching the God of the Game broadcast with fascination, wondering how this user managed to pass the levels. The guy from the USA was also watching the broadcast, not believing that the player intends to pass this most difficult level. Players from all over the world stared into their gadget screens to watch the God of the Game sweep this floor in an hour. After Myung-in-op managed to complete this dungeon in the promised hour, after which he released the game mouse from the Kuri. Ms. Ji-young informed the audience in a pleasant voice that this was the end of their broadcast, thanking everyone for watching. Leaning on the back of the gaming chair, the guy stated that they had succeeded. The girl discreetly replied that she knew of his success. Ji-young stated that it would have been embarrassing if he had lost live, suggesting that Myung-in-op record the broadcast in advance for next time. The guy explained that then there wouldn't be the feeling that comes when he's broadcasting. Myung-in-op asked what kind of feedback they got from viewers. The girl said that the number of views increased dramatically and their streams started to be reposted en masse, and thus their income from video sites and advertising broke all records. The guy was happy about the news and replied that he had guessed that Ji-yang agreed with him, adding that it was the top news in the world right now. Myung-in-op realized that this was only the first reason he had become rich and arrogantly adjusted his glasses. Showing gameplay of the game on the streamer brought in quite a few more views, plugging in ads. Ji-yang pointed out that they usually spoil broadcasts where they show fights between some celebrity and Myung-in-op, but this time the broadcast was about a hidden level sweep where he fought against an artificial intelligence. The girl told the guy that he managed to gather a huge audience. Myung-in-op replied that even so, his parents would never understand what he was doing. The guy was sure that his parents would just say that the popularity of pro gamers doesn't last long, and their careers end quickly and the cash prizes are too small, but he knew that this wasn't the only way of income. He received most of his money for broadcasting in English to a wide audience not only in Korea, but around the world. Myung-in-op was ashamed that his parents were working hard in their own store, but as their son he knew that wealth could only cause more problems for them, and so he couldn't help it. The guy didn't know how his parents would react if he told them about his earnings. The girl turned to him. Ji-jong said the firm's shares that he bought recently reached the target price. Myung-in-op thought of selling them all to the aid, added that it brought them 5 billion won. The girl congratulated her boss. He never ceased to amaze him with his intuition, but the guy replied that she was just exaggerating and he was just lucky. Myung-in-op himself analyzed and found out how successful the game would be, and his ability to predict the actions of the game creators was top-notch. The guy realized that it was due to his gamer instincts. He was very happy with what he had managed to earn. Myung-in-op told an assistant that if he just wanted to make money, he could quit streaming and put everything into investing in games, but above all, he wanted to keep his career as a pro gamer alive. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The guy didn't realize who it was because their firm was just a front and they shouldn't have any visitors. Ji-yang assumed it was the commission saying she would take care of it. Suddenly, a few male guards walked in on them, who wouldn't listen to the girl who met them. The assistant was disturbed by this appearance. Myung-in-op walked over to her and tried to figure out what was going on. The guards became on both sides of the elevator. Benefit, an unfamiliar silhouette of a girl appeared before Myung-in-op and Ji-yang. The girl apologized to those present for her guards' surprise. Their boyfriend kept his eyes on her. A charming girl appeared in this office trying to accomplish the intended action. Myung-in-op was dazzled by her beauty. Not knowing why she came to him, he couldn't get a single word out of his mouth. The guy noticed that the stranger was wearing closed clothes, but even so, she seemed very seductive to him. Myung-in-op felt that the stories of incomparable beauties toppling nations and empires with their beauty no longer seemed so far-fetched when he looked at her. Suddenly, the guy came to his senses and wondered who she even was and what she had forgotten in his office. Approaching the guy, the girl looked at him languidly. Ji-yang didn't know what to expect from this stranger. The stranger asked that Myung-in-op is the one who calls himself the god of the game, and hearing that, the guy's heartbeat increased. The guy went to great lengths to keep his identity a secret, and the only thing he did was stymie the game, not realizing how this stranger managed to find out who he was. Myung-in up. After a short pause answered her positively, the girl smiled in return. Suddenly, the stranger informed the guy that she has a tempting offer for him, which he will not be able to refuse. The guy was surprised at this, not knowing what to expect from her. The girl with all her looks pressed him. Ji-young began to worry about her boss, who asked the stranger who she was. He apologized and introduced himself as Cheon-yura. Myung-in up, having never heard that name before, assuming she wasn't a celebrity. The girl looked at him embarrassed. The guy seemed familiar with the last name Cheon. The girl said she was the daughter of the owner of Chongsong Company. When he heard that, he was shocked because it was one of the biggest enterprises in Korea. Guy realized that this was why she exuded feminine charm and elegance, just like a member of the nobility. He asked what the second daughter of the owner of Chongsong Company needed from him. Suddenly, Cheon-yura asked Myung-in Oppa to be her partner. From such an offer, her face turned red. The offer of a little acquaintance drove the guy into a stupor, and he tried again what kind of partnership she was talking about. Myung-in Op suggested that they could partner up to play baseball with her. The next assumption was that they could be sparring partners with her, fighting in the same ring. Suddenly, a lewd soap in which they could be partners in the same bed popped into his mind. Myung-in Oppa decided to put all thoughts aside and calm down, wondering to find out why the second daughter of the owner of Chongsong Company came to him. Cheon-yura sweetly stated that she wanted to be his play partner, dispelling all of the guy's wet fantasies. The guy asked that she wanted to enter the online game society, but the girl replied negatively. The girl stated that she wanted to play games together with Myung-in Opp, which made him slightly surprised. Cheon-yura noticed that the guy didn't understand her intentions and was stunned by her words, and for a moment there was an awkward pause in the room. The girl interrupted the silence, stating that she wanted to make her intentions on the matter clear to him. Myung-in Op heard that Cheon-yura wanted to play God's game with him, but he didn't really understand it either. The guy assumed it was some new game because he had never heard of it before. Cheon-yura explained that only a few people are allowed to play this game, and that's why he doesn't know about it. The girl reported that this game can control a full game world similar to reality. Myung-in Oppai was sure she meant not a strategic game. He seriously looked at her. The girl replied that it was not a strategy game after all. In this world, he could rule the land they lived on. The guy doubted that this girl was talking about the real planet they were on. An ordinary person could earn about 10 billion to 1 through luck and endeavor, as well as a high position in the city council. Cheon-yura explained that real wealth and position are obtained in the God's game. She pointed out that this information is secret. Myung-in Op assumed she was talking about gambling, in which the stakes run into the billions. The girl replied at the negative, with a curl that he almost managed to guess. He noticed her sweet look at him. Cheon-yura decided to explain to the guy a little better by pointing out that a thing unknown to ordinary people called a field appears in spatial rifts. The boy was surprised to hear about the spatial rifts. The girl assured him that ordinary people can't see them, but they are open to selected people. The girl added that these faults appear in different places, citing the subway as an example. Space rifts could appear in the wall of a skyscraper or underwater in the ocean. This information made those present think. Cheon-yura went on to explain that when the chosen ones pass through the rift, they enter another dimension where they play different games. The interviewer asked what genre these games are. The girl replied that it could be a game in which you need to defeat the boss, but before that, you need to destroy his minions and avoid traps. Guy said that it is Pogorje on the genre of RPG. Cheon-yura added that sometimes it's just a one-on-one battle, but also other times it can be a battle between teams. Myung-in Op stated that it is quite diverse from the usual battle. Girl reported for what people are mopping up the rifts for. Players clearing the rift could find 3 divine shards that are very valuable. The boy was surprised because he had never heard of such shards before and asked what they were for. The girl explained that one of them was a blue foresight stone that allowed the player to see the future. Cheon-yura pointed out that depending on the rank of the stone, he could look into different intervals of the future. The young lady suggested that he imagined he could see the exchange rate a month ahead, giving the example that about they are on Void and he will be able to know what tactics his opponent will use tomorrow and will be able to predict without error, pointing out what makes this different from a prediction. The young lady assured the young man that he could get tons of money or he could create his empire like he used to. Jong-yura reported that the second yellow soul stone with its possessor would be able to control the mind of the society. The boy suggested that in this case it would be possible to fake the results of the election, and the girl nodded positively, assuring him that it was difficult to control people with strong wills. Using the yellow soul stone, one could easily control the common people. Depending on the usage, one could build trust or reputation for a certain product. The third red life stone was capable of preventing aging as well as enhancing and making a beautiful body. Also, this stone eliminated the poisons of disease and trauma, which made it very sought after. The highest-ranking life stone allowed for the complete resurrection of a deceased person. The guy stated that this stone was a wonderful reward. The girl explained that it didn't matter how rich or powerful it was useless if you died. Myung and Op asked if such a game really exists. Cheon Yura gave him an affirmative answer. Instead of a virtual world inside a computer game, this game existed in a field located in a spatial rift. Cheon Yura sighed heavily as she noticed the gaze of her interlocutor, who was skeptical of her words. The girl realized that the guy needed proof of her words, but he had no choice but to say that he had to believe her until they played the game together. With a wave of her hand, the guest intended to bring proof of her words to those present. Cheon Yura activated the field, stating that this is the Book of Flames Part 1. Her gaze changed. Suddenly, the girl managed to create a fire sphere. Myung-in Op along with Ji Yang were shocked by this. The girl repeated to them that this game, as it was said, is not in the virtual world, but in the present, and in addition to the 3 divine shards, there are other rewards received by those who won the game in the rift. The young lady explained that it was magic over ability and combat skills, along with various other skills. The guy asked that it was like magic superpowers and martial arts. The girl positively replied, adding that each skill had its own class. Every time players cleared the rift, colorless and formless cosmic energy flowed into their bodies. The level increased depending on the class. This energy turned into ki, mana, or physical strength. The guy asked what she meant that with each level the player's powers would grow. The girl pointed out that he was a quick learner. Cheon Yura reported that her class is a 25th level elemental mage. He continued to explain to him. Myung-in Op pointed out that in such a case, they have game classes in the real world and also they can use their abilities to pass the rift. Suddenly, all the things the girl was telling him came to the guy's attention, and it made him very uncomfortable. She was surprised at his reaction. The young man stated that it was a real adventure in another world with his real body and with real risks. Myung-in Op realized that games are games for the reason that everything is just digital information shown on a screen. The girl pointed out that people use their bodies playing baseball or soccer and call it a sports game. The guy agreed with her about that, pointing out that her earlier explanations could hardly be called a game. The young man pointed out that when a person really fights for the power to rule the world, it can no longer be called a game. Assuming that this may be the last battle with a monster from another world from which the player cannot return. The guy realized that this was no different than waging war for control of the world's resources. Myung-in Op asked, "That is why the chosen people of the world call it the game of the gods." Cheon Yura replied that the entire history of mankind is really just a game for the higher powers, and the interlocutors thought about her words. The guy asked what the so-called field was and where it came from in this world, since many people don't know about it. The girl replied that even she was not aware of such a thing, which alerted Ms. Ji Yang. The young lady added that some people said that either demons or gods created the field and brought people in to settle the differences. Others said the field was connected between the human and other worlds. The girl pointed out that it wasn't that important right now. The girl assured that what really mattered was that those who were invited to this game were those who received real power, strength, and glory. The guy made sure that it really did look like a game created by the gods. In his voice lost enthusiasm. Cheon Yura added that it was exclusively for the gods and the chosen ones from around the world. She kept insisting that he agree. Ordinary people could go as far as making an effort. The guy remembered his family to whom he had not spoken about his status. The real rulers of this world played in their own league with their own rules and no accountability. Cheon Yura asked Myung-in Appa if he wants to be her partner and play the game of gods with her. The guy hesitated. If he succeeds, he can create his own international company with global influence and can become president of a country if he wants to. No problem, even if he wants to become a celebrity. The girl asked if he understood why she said it was an offer he couldn't refuse. Guy had his doubts about this, and for a moment he sank into his thoughts and gave her no answer. Myung-in Op realized that his future life depended on this choice, and he didn't want to jump to conclusions. The young man asked what she was bothering for and telling him about it if such a game really existed. The interlocutor replied that he could consider it an investment in his talent. The guy didn't understand what talent she was talking about. Cheon Yura called him an anonymous genius and a gaming celebrity. The guy was taken aback by such words for him. The girl reported that the games he had played up to that time were computer games. Previously, Cheon Yura saw him on the vastness of the internet and decided that his intuition and judgment from these games would also be useful in the game of gods. Myung-in Op was careless of her words about talent. The girl assured that he is much weaker than her. The girl saw in it the potential for a good income that gave her the right to invest in it. The guy was surprised to hear that from his entry into the game until he reached a certain class and level in the game of gods. She would give him her full-hearted support. The girl promised that they would mop up the high-level rifts together and split the rewards at a ratio of 60-40. The guy didn't really like that percentage of the awards received. Ji Yang continued to silently follow their dialogue. Cheon Yura said that 60 was hers because it could be considered as compensation for her investment and inviting him into the game for the chosen ones. Myung In Op couldn't call it unfair conditions, but even receiving only 40%, it's an unimaginable opportunity to move up to the highest levels of society. The girl decided in that case to pull something out of her inside pocket. The guy watched her actions carefully. The young lady pulled out a contract and asked her interlocutor to sign it, agreeing to partner with her. The boy looked at the confident look in his companion's eyes, realizing that she was being calculating. The young man tried to take the contract as a sudden voice instructed him to stop immediately. Turning around, he saw a girl who had flown to his office in a helicopter and intended to break into his office. The people in the room were disturbed, not understanding what this stranger intended to desire. The girl prepared to take a leap right out the window to prevent their contract from being finalized. The helicopter hovered exactly over the room where Myung-in OP Heat was with the girls. Ji Young stated that the helicopter next to the building reminded her of a scene from a Hollywood movie guy, adding that in the movie it's usually followed by jumping out the window. Myung-in Op made sure that the stranger was serious about breaking in through the window. He was shocked by this. The girl flew into this room, preventing them from making a joint cooperation agreement. The guy and his assistant were angry about this because the windows in this office building were too expensive. The stranger managed to get inside without injury, breaking the window and scattering shards of glass all over the room. The girl stated not to let Ma-young-in Oppa be fooled by Cheon Yura, since he is so who should be his partner. The guy didn't understand what was going on in his office and why she came to him breaking a window in the process. The girl introduced herself as Elizabeth Anakra, adding that she was a knight of St. Zeuspool. The young man was surprised that she was an aristocrat, and on top of that, a knight. His shock was unparalleled. Elizabeth claimed she was the granddaughter of the much-revered former president Sdek Anakra. The guy was shocked that her grandfather was president. The girl pointed out that if he became her partner, he could just call her Elsa, and she was sure that she was the only one who could make Myung and Oppa a good player. Elizabeth Anakra advised him not to be seduced by such unfounded promises of riches. From such words, Cheon Yura became furious. The situation between the two girls became heated because each of them wanted to take Myung and Oppa as their partner. Cheon Yura stated that it was very rude of her to intrude into someone else's negotiations in such an unconventional way. The guy didn't want the girls fighting over him in his office space because they could cause more damage. Elizabeth Anakra felt it was right to intervene before Cheon Yura negotiated an unfair deal with Myung-in OPP. Cheon Yura stated that she came to him first and insisted on business etiquette. The girl waved her hand and rose petals began to form in the room and began to envelop her. Cheon Yura's appearance began to change. The people present didn't really understand what she was up to. The girl finished her transformation. Her clothes changed into a red color. Myung in OPP watched with interest. Then around the girl began to form a vortex of fire surrounding her, realized that she was preparing to attack. Cheon Yura called the flamebook technique of the second volume of the 5th stanza, directing her gaze to Elizabeth Anakra. Applying the ring, the girl cast a fire prison spell for her foe. Suddenly, Elizabeth Anakru was surrounded by whirlwinds of fire that wouldn't let her move. Cheon Yura told the enemy that if she didn't want to be fried, she had better stand still. Otherwise, she guaranteed that she would be burned. Flames from her machinery began to fly all over the room, falling on the office furnishings. Myung-in awe noticed that the flames didn't set the furniture on fire, which surprised him. The guy assumed that this flame wasn't real. Cheon Yura was surprised to hear such words about her technique. The girl smiled sweetly back at him, knowing that this flame was actually real, just being under her control. Pointing a small flame at the window, the girl created a powerful explosion, proving that this fire was real. The guy realized that this little fire was so strong he wondered how strong this wall of fire was. Surrounded in a fiery prison, Elizabeth and Nakra stood unmoving and tried to figure out how to get out of it. Gathering her ooze, the girl decided to demonstrate her power in her hand. A bright flash appeared stating that the opponent's flames were disgusting. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Elizabeth Anakrin's hands that shattered the fire dungeon, and she pointed her sword at Cheon Yura. Cheon Yura did not expect her opponent to be able to dispel her fire technique. She stood still as the sword point was placed against her neck. Elizabeth Anakra declared that she would not be able to stop her lunge, deciding right now to give her a taste of defeat. The girl with her sword at her neck was trying to figure out what to do in this situation. Elizabeth Anekra asked if her opponent was ready to surrender. She touched her neck and a small light formed. Suddenly, the girl noticed the overly calm reaction of her opponent, who was up to something wrong. Many tongues of flame headed towards Elizabeth Anekran, who was unable to resist such a technique. Cheon Yura asked what flavor of defeat she was talking about, stating that she was curious who would taste it. Suddenly, Cheon Yura moved behind Elizabeth Anekran's back and was outside the broken window. The girl used the parade of lights technique, after which her ring began to emit a small flame. Fire petals began to form, which then turned into barking fire insects, heading for Elizabeth Anekran. Elizabeth Anekran prepared to fight back against the fire insects that attacked her at the behest of her opponent. Myung-in Op, along with Ji Yang hiding behind the sofa, watched their battle. A powerful table of fire emerged in the room. Using her sword, Elizabeth Anekran managed to deal with the fire insects that were attacking her. There were many small explosions. Elizabeth Anekran continued to resist Cheon Yura, who was directing her fire attack at her. Ji Young, watching what was going on, told the boss that at this rate, Lady Elsa was likely to lose this fight. The guy replied that she shouldn't be so sure. Guy added that Elsa looks like she's looking for a chance to end the battle with one punch. Myung-in Op realized that even more important was the engraving on her sword, the letters of which lit up one after another. Ji Young asked the guy if this building would last much longer with all the noise these lunatics made. Cheon Yura asked her opponent why she shouldn't stop admitting that she was indeed very skillful with the sword. The girl added that this time she was alone against 20 simultaneously attacking fire ants. Elizabeth Anekran got into a fighting stance, preparing to resist the insects that were heading towards her. The boy noticed that all the letters on Elisabe's sword lit up. He sensed something wrong with this action. Suddenly, there was a noise behind Myung-in Oppa's back that was because a passage had begun to form in the wall. Cheon Yura noticed that the wall behind the guy had formed a passage. She was very surprised by this. Elizabeth Anekran also stopped her attack, distracted by the wall. A part of the wall fell to the floor with a loud sound. The people present did not know what this might portend and stared into the resulting passage. Then human-like robots entered the room, one of whom was holding a little girl on his shoulder. Suddenly, one of the robots bent low, falling on all fours. The girl appeared surprised that these two individuals were fighting each other. The robot removed the little mistress from his shoulder and placed her on his back. The girl stated that the battle of these two was not a bad one. The girl said it was a mistake to exclude her from this competition and looked arrogantly at everyone. Cheon Yura, along with Elizabeth Anekran, looked in surprise at Severantina, who filled the room with her arrogance. Myung-in Opon understood what kind of stranger invaded his office and smashed the wall. Miss Ji Young was on a patina, for she had no idea how she was to explain the resulting passage in the wall to the landlords. First came a beautiful girl enchantress, followed by a noble girl knight to Myung-in Oppa. Then a young arrogant princess with robotic guards came to him. The guy despaired of such guests who trashed the office. In this situation, nothing surprised him. The goddess of love, Venus, the goddess of war, Athena, and Hera, the goddess of power, and Troy, who was sandwiched between the three goddesses with Myung-in Opeep as Prince Paris in the center. The guy's musings were interrupted by a girl who asked if he was Myung-in Oppa. The guy was confused that she was talking to him. Severantina pointed out that even though it was only a computer game, he had done a great job passing the hardest level. The guy thanked her for the praise. Suddenly, the girl announced that she would be her partner. Her words made the rest of the wannabes angry with her. The guy didn't know what to do in such a situation, because they all wanted to take him as a partner. Severantina told the guy that he didn't need to listen to the other offers if he didn't want to end up like other popular players who squandered their talents because they chose the wrong agent or coach. The girl assured him that she was the only person who could lead him to true success. Myung-in Oppa had doubts about her words because he didn't believe that she knew anything about it at such a young age. The girl asked the guy if he wanted to know who she really was. The guy nodded affirmatively in response. Severtina said that she is the co-director of Sec Labs in the United States and is also the majority shareholder of 34 companies, as well as the owner of at least 124 patents. She was the national security advisor to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It seemed to the guy that the girl was barely out of high school, but is already the director of the largest laboratory in the United States, because Sec Labs was the place where firms were engaged in advanced technologies. The lab sector functioned as a think tank that had a strong influence on various government policies, hence on the whole world. Looking at the girl, he believed that she could have been an emperor's strategist in the old days. The girl said that in order to move up, one must win, and everyone must know how to properly utilize the powers they have gained. And for that, Myung-in Oppa needed someone with superior intelligence, Severtina was alluding to herself. The girls were insulted to hear Severtina say that he would get nothing from cooperating with them, calling them chicken brains. Cheon Yura said that it was too provocative an insult, and she didn't intend to tolerate such a thing. Elizabeth Anakra was furious when she asked what the little one had just said, showing with her whole look that she was about to give her a spanking. Watching all this, the guy realized that things were getting out of control and he needed to do something about it. Myung-in-op turned to the two girls asking them to calm down and not to destroy his building anymore because the other people might report them as troublemakers. After the aide fixed the hole in the ocean that resulted from Elizabeth Anakrin's appearance. The guy didn't believe these girls were real, but Ji Yang confirmed his doubts by pointing out that she had checked their background. All three of them sat down at the table and didn't fight anymore as they waited for Myung and Opap to inform them of his decision. Ji Young said that in Ms. Yura's case, she would not have inherited the Chongsong Group's main business, but she got the hotel and modeling business and has been running it since she went to college. The boy learned that unlike her older brother, Ms. Jura was highly respected among her employees and subcontractors for her kind-heartedness and fairness, as well as her charity work. Miss Elizabeth was truly noble, and she is also the granddaughter of a former president. She is from a small country in Eastern Europe, but her family boasted a history of over 1,000 years. G. Young indicated that the hardest thing to find was information on Ms. Sievertina, but she was able to find out that she was indeed the co-director of the lab section. Myung-in-op realized that he had to try to keep his guests from fighting, so he suggested that the girls discuss their proposals over a cup of coffee or tea because he didn't want the building to collapse. Suddenly, there was an explosion outside the window. Cheon Yura assured that they didn't need to worry about it. The girl added that she had activated the field before she first showed him her abilities. The guy allowed it. Cheon Yura, at that moment, put up some sort of barrier, assuring that they were chosen to receive special abilities, and that didn't mean they were using them carelessly. Earlier, all the news was full of the fact that Superman was spotted in the center of Seoul. Such news could spread all over the globe. The girl said that there was a rule that said you had to create a field before you could use your abilities. The field created an isolating space that separated from the real world with the same objects. Cheon Yura assured that in the isolated space, everything is just as it is. What was happening in this space could not affect the real outside world in any way. The girl reported that those who were in that isolated space could have been injured inside it. Elizabeth Anakra began to get angry with her. Myung-in-op admitted that you can create a field even if there are no monsters there at the moment. The guy was glad they didn't have any problems about it. Cheon Yura suggested they go back to the original discussion. The girl suggested that Myung-in-oppa send these uninvited guests away and continue with him from where they were staying. Objecting, Elizabeth Anakrin asked who it was she called uninvited guests. The dishes on the table shuddered. The girl added that even if she came here a little earlier didn't give her the right to deceive him. Severentina pointed out that those were silly arguments. Severentina suggested that Elizabeth doesn't have enough intelligence to realize that her words won't convince Myung-in-oppa, asking to see how to do the persuasion. Suddenly, one of the robots put virtual reality goggles on the guy. Cheon Yura didn't realize what she was up to. There was a flash, and Myung-in-op found himself in a place unknown to him among the crowd that surrounded him. The guy noticed the indifference of the people who filled this world and did not pay attention to his appearance. Looking around, Myung-in-op recognized the world's billionaire politicians and national leaders among them. Suddenly, Severtina appeared behind his back and assured him that in the end, he only cared about power. Being surrounded by people who started bowing to him, Myung-in-op didn't fully realize what was happening. The girl said that the masses of people follow and obey the one who has power, assuring that this is called power. Severentina had heard that Myung-in-op lived well enough for the working class, but the guy wouldn't call someone like himself working class. Then she decided to change it to plebeian. The girl pointed out that regarding money that also follows power, adding that presidents of countries are richer than conglomerates and they just use secret bank accounts so that no one knows. Severentina asked Myung-in-oppa if he wanted to try to rule the world, assuring him that she could let him. The guy pointed out that it's fantastic. Some girl replied that it may seem like too big a dream now, but it's doable. Severentina promised to help him discover his talents and show him what games to play and how to pass them. And in addition, she would teach him how to use his reward divine stones. The girl asked if he wanted to stand on top of the world with her. There was confidence in her voice and persistence in her eyes. Myung-in-op heard her words and thought about her proposal, assuming that she intended to conquer the world. To rule the world from the shadows is one of the ambitions that men have had that can only be realized in strategy games. The guy understood that this dream is being abandoned because in the real world it would be impossible, but if such an opportunity arises, hardly anyone will refuse. Suddenly, Myung-in-op turned down Severentina's offer. The girl asked why he made that decision. Cheon Yura and Elizabeth Anakrin heard his answer and were excited because they had a chance to recruit him. Myung-in-op replied to Severentina that he doesn't want to stand on top of this world. There was an awkward pause in the room. It was enough for the guy that his family was happy and lived a modest lifestyle. Myung-in-op chose gaming as his lifelong career to which he devoted all his free time and conquered new heights. The young man reported that he had managed to make some money from stocks, and he didn't know what was going to happen in his life because his life was going smoothly. History changed when a man rose to the top of the world and became one of the rulers. Rising to the top meant that he would have to fight his opponents and prevail to surpass them. The guy added that if that was the case, he would prefer a quiet life, and what she called middle-class Severantina was surprised by his words. Myung-in-op quizzed to pour him another cup of coffee. Ji Yang handed him the coffee and intended to fill the cup. The guest sat in silence and watched as Myung-in-op took a sip of fresh coffee. The guy stated that this coffee was very tasty, thanking the assistant for making the drink so delicious. Severantina became furious at the guy's refusal to join her and climbed to the top of the world, saying that he could have the whole world to himself. The girl asked that he had enough of a warm cup of coffee to satisfy himself. The guy nodded positively. Elizabeth Anacran stated that true power comes from something other than power. The girl was confused by this turn of events. The girl said that if Myung-in-op became her partner, he could become stronger. He asked what she meant. Elizabeth said that there is no real strength if their own strength is not the main strength. There was a famous phrase that said political power grew out of the barrel of a gun. Besides, according to the girl's belief, he as a man should have wanted to become the strongest in terms of combat strength. Elizabeth Anacran said that her family has a legendary sword from Greek mythology inside, which has the strongest sword art techniques, and if he becomes her partner, he will get the legendary sword. Myung-in-op asked if it was even possible to master the strongest art of sword wielding. The girl snorted contentedly in response. Elizabeth Anacran replied positively, adding that it is something handed down by the gods themselves. A sword created from a material that could not be found on Earth and hardened in the fire of the age of existence and handed down by the gods to subdue the force that brought chaos to the Earth world. Elizabeth Anacran couldn't tell him the name of the sword yet, but she swore by her family's honor. The girl assured the boy that if he mastered this sword, he would become the strongest warrior in the world. The guy was amazed that he could become the strongest in the world. He thought about her words in his mind, a phrase that caused excitement in the hearts of men. Because what man in his youth did not dream of becoming the strongest in the world, freely walking the earth? And it was usually forgotten when they entered adulthood. The guy believed that this blonde noble girl had promised him that a forgotten dream could be realized. Suddenly, Myung-in-op asked for forgiveness and also refused her offer to didn't understand why. The boy would be happier with a power that would be enough to protect his loved ones than being the strongest in the world. Elizabeth said he had the potential for more. The young man replied to her that having potential did not mean that he had to embody it. The guy explained that he plays computer games seriously because it's his job, but a lot of people play just for fun. Elizabeth Anacra failed to do anything to contradict the guy on such words and just stared at him angrily. Myung-in-op stated that he now realized that the game of gods is the real power that rules this world. The girl was saddened to hear that the guy was not looking forward to something great. The young man suggested that the girl in that case find someone else who would agree to their proposals. Cheon-yura didn't get any rejection from her offer and stood up and walked over to the guy sitting opposite her. The girl assured that there are not many people who can compare to Myung-in-op. The guy got a little embarrassed from such a close dialogue. The young lady was convinced of this after seeing his broadcasts as well. Including their meeting tonight, she was sure she would become the champion she had been looking for so long. The girl added that he's waiting for a chance to show his full potential, and she admitted that he still doesn't want it. The guy replied that it's true. Cheon-yura pointed out to him that if he wins the game of gods, he will get not only strength and power. Myung-in-op assured that he had enough money and wasn't really interested in their offers. Cheon-yura wasn't talking about wealth. The guy asked what she was trying to tell him then. The girl stated that she could get it from such a guy, blushed, and didn't know what to say back to her. The other girls were shocked by the proposal that Cheon-yura made to get the guy. The guy got nervous. The girl asked to understand her. Right, she wasn't talking about him getting her as a reward if he agreed to the contract. Cheon-yura wanted to say that when two young people become partners and spend a lot of time together. Elizabeth Anacra was shocked to hear Cheon-yura add that a lot can happen when spending time together. The girl stated that playing challenging games together would lead to building trust, and she would be by his side, watching him become a wonderful and capable man. Cheon-yura pointed out to him the possibility that their relationship could naturally grow into something more meaningful. The guy's heartbeat jumped. He agreed with her words. The girl realized that she had managed to woo him with her feminine charm. The girl knew he was a college student, and in that case, he didn't have to go home tonight. Cheon-yura suggested that Myung-in-op spend some time together to get to know each other better. The guy immediately thought that the girl was offering him to spend the night together. He was shocked by such an offer. Myung-in-op didn't realize what they would be doing all night as many different options popped into his head. The young man allowed that they would discuss their contract in more depth, realizing that this was completely unplanned. Cheon-yura asked what he decided in such a case, rendering him her cleavage area. The guy still hesitated. The guy thought about the offers he had received, deciding that conquering the whole world might be too simple a concept, but spending a passionate night with a gorgeous girl was more tempting. Myung-in-op was a white crow and never got a candy bar on Valentine's Day. He wasn't that close to another girl besides his sister. Suddenly, a smartphone rang, which was that of his sister Ye-ying. He hurriedly answered. The girl was surprised at such an unexpected event that interrupted their conversation. The guy blushed a little. Picking up the phone, the brother asked what was wrong. The sister asked if she should make dinner or if he would eat elsewhere. The guy noticed the stares of 3 girls who were watching him intently as he talked on the phone. Her brother promised that he would be home for dinner. Ye-ying stated that she would make him dinner and wait for him. Cheon-yura looked questioningly at the guy who would apparently refuse to spend the night together. Myung-in-op stated that he was going home to have dinner with his sister, suggesting that she end it there. The guy thanked her for the offer. He said there's a saying not to bite off more than you can chew. His family of 4 lived peacefully. He had no need to become the strongest in the world. Looking at Cheon-yura, the guy decided to explain his attitude before the romantic encounters. Hearing his words, the girl got worried, assuming that he would refuse her offer too. Myung-in-op thought that a romance that is a bit more earthy would be better for him. A relationship that overcomes all kinds of crises with adventures aimed at learning the beauties and gaining superiority over the world. The guy realized that it was too heavy a burden for him, and so he turned down all offers. Looking at Elizabeth Anacrin, the guy stated that they should look for someone else. The girls got upset. Severantina heard Myung-in-op say that there were many star players like him. Myung-in-op said he would leave early and asked Ji-yang to escort the guests. The assistant offered to escort him home, but the guy refused. Having been refused, all 3 of them did not know what to do in such a case and how to persuade him to join one of them. Meanwhile, Yi-in was tasting her evening meal that she had prepared especially for her brother. The girl made sure that it turned out amazingly. She was sure that he would like this dish. The sister intended to cheer up her brother with this cooked dish, which she had taken quite some time to prepare. Ye-in blamed herself for the way her parents treated her brother and forcing him to provide for himself. The girl realized that because she was doing well in her studies, her parents loved her more than her brother and decided that if she was not there, he would get all their love as the only child in the family. Her sister didn't know what to do in such a case, because if she intentionally failed the exam, her parents would be even more angry with her brother. Yo-in was sure that her parents would definitely throw a tantrum if she did that and thought it was all Oppa's fault. The sister wanted to help her brother in some way, but a cooked dinner was all she could do for him at the moment. Suddenly, the girl noticed that someone had taken the dish she had prepared for her brother and thought it was Myung-in-op. The brother pointed out that it was very tasty. The sister asked if he washed his hand before touching the food. The guy nodded positively and assured her that her homemade inari sushi were much better than the ones sold at the store. Ye-ying rejoiced, informing him that she would do more for him next time. The sister suggested that her brother talk to her father again about his studies, but the guy assured her that she shouldn't worry about it. My brother stated that he managed to sell one of his gaming gear in an auction for a very large sum. His sister asked if he was joking. His brother said it was true, adding that he had past earnings and as soon as he got paid, he could cover his tuition for the semester. When my sister heard the news, she was happy and said that it sounded very good because now she didn't have to worry about him. The brother noticed that his sister had calmed down and was happy about it because she had no idea of his true position in society. Finishing the dishes, the guy pointed out that so she cannot worry. Yi-in pointed out that for next semester the brother has no money. She was worried about when that time would come. The brother stated that their father might change his mind because things might change for the better at the convenience store. The sister was reassured by such words of her brother, deciding that she could not worry about him for a while. The guy decided to take his meeting with 3 beauties just a dream because he had his own problems in his own world. Myung-in-op realized that if something went wrong during the Game of Gods, he could get his family and sister into trouble. The young man thought he was quite successful because he owned the building at his young age, deciding that his daily life would return to normal from tomorrow. Then the next day came and the guy was shocked to see a crowd of gawkers gathered behind him. Yesterday's 3 hotties were waiting for him, intent on recruiting him to their team. The crowd of gathered guys were shocked by the beauty of the girl, starting to take pictures of them. Myung-in-op was embarrassed. Cheon-yura told the guy that she was happy to see him again with a charming wink in addition. Elizabeth Anakra saw what was going on and asked the guy that this was the school he went to and wasn't confused by the crowd of guys. Severantina couldn't believe that Myung-in-op had managed to learn anything at this school. Her arrogant gaze fell on those around her. The guy asked why they were here. Cheon-yura said she came to see him. Seventina said she came to meet him. Elizabeth said she wanted to see him too. Myung-in-op was sure that they had understood everything yesterday, and left. He thought he had made it clear to them how he felt about them. Cheon-yura stated that they were not the type to give up, so she was sure she would agree to her proposal. Elizabeth Anakra reported that their battle to change his mind was just beginning, and he realized he wasn't getting away from them. Seventina added that great ambitions usually come with great challenges in which they will face. The young man clutched his head, for he did not want to listen to any more of their beliefs. Myung-in-op said that their intrusion into his school life was wrong because he still needed to finish his studies, asking them to understand. The guy ordered them to wait for him in his office, and if they refused, he would get really mad at them. Cheon-yura realized that his words meant that he would be in the office later where they could continue the dialogue with him. The young man promised that he would not run away from them. Elizabeth believed his words. Severntiza stated that they had spent a lot of time on him, but he was worth it. The guy tried to come up with a plan on how he could get out of this situation and get rid of the annoying girls. The situation reminded him of repaying a loan from a loan shark, realizing that in this situation running away would not solve his problem. The guy assumed that if he broke his promise, they'd find him at school or some other inconvenient place. Myung-in-op admitted that in such a case, his family might find out about his secret life, and in the worst-case scenario, his family's fragile peace might be shattered. Juno was determined not to let that happen. He didn't care what happened, but he intended to end it in his office. Myung-in-op realized that Cheon-yura had a fire technique and could blow up his office in the case of the wrong words. Gathering with everyone, the guy intended to make one simple clarity in their attitude that would solve everything. The guy stated that he was not at all interested in what was going on in their game of gods and wanted no part of it. Cheon-yura heard his words and calmly looked into his eyes, trying to assess the outside situation. Seventina didn't react to the guy's words in any way and continued drinking her hour, knowing that the situation could change. Looking at Elizabeth, the guy asked if they had heard of Alexander who conquered the world and the beggar philosopher, who didn't care about it. Seventina assumed he was talking about Diogenes. The girl stated that he actually doesn't know what the game is like until he tries to play it. The young man agreed with her words, but tried to contradict her because he had other thoughts on the matter. Seventina reported that he was just afraid of the unknown, asked if he was sure it really didn't interest him. The guy realized that the girl was trying to tell him that he should try it at least once. Cheon-yura intervened in their conversation, saying that he can try it as a test and then decide whether to refuse or not. Half of the guy's words passed his ears, as in front of his face stood the breasts of a girl who thought he might enjoy the game after he tried to make the first move. Taking him, or Cheon-yura asked if he was curious to know more about the game. She again tried to influence him with her femininity. Suddenly their contact was interrupted, saying that Cho-yura was right. The guy didn't expect this turn of events. Elizabeth intervened, saying that it was a sincere request from them, and the least he could do was take it seriously. Seventina claimed she had the perfect dungeon for such an occasion, ordering her robot to demonstrate. One of the robots used its eyes to display an image of the dungeon, as the mistress wished. The girl asked if he could see the field green in the space crack. Myung-in-op asked, "So what?" Seventina pointed out that they should have finished the explanation as early as yesterday, because color in the fissure is an important indicator. The color red meant great danger, where a player could actually die, and the rewards for mopping up this cracking valuable, but many avoided playing in the red zone. The girl explained that the color green indicated a pretty safe zone where everything would be okay if you lost. The guy asked if that was actually the case. Seventina gave an affirmative answer, adding that if he failed in the green zone, the punishment would not allow him to walk back into it. He made sure it was safe. The girl stated that this is why they need to hurry, because those who enter the green zone first get an advantage, and at the moment of detection, all the chosen ones try to enter it first. The guy realized that even if he loses, he will simply be expelled, and in this case, his life will not be in danger. Seventina added that this is the biggest difference between red and green zones, because failure in a green zone means it only gets an exception for that zone. If the player ends up succeeding, he gets more power and a divine stone as a reward. The boy pondered her words, hesitating whether he should even try to mop up the green zone. Cheon-yura suggested that the guy go in together and play the game, saying that the computer game may be a little realistic, but the game in the real world is much more interesting. The girl compared it to the difference between a golf simulator at home and on the golf course. The young man realized what she was trying to tell him. The girl added that it helped to immerse himself in the real adventure. The guy learned that he had to fight real monsters to pave his own paths in a real dungeon, and his reward will be the power to control worlds. Girls were sure that he will eventually like it after he plays. Elizabeth asked the guy to play at least once and he can make the right decision in the aftermath. The guy stated that everything looks like he has no choice but to try. Ji Young stated that the perfect man is always sought after by women. Myung and Op said that he had never had this happen before. Ji Yang explained that it never happened because he always stayed away from the ladies. The young man exhaled heavily, deciding to try to clear this green gate once to understand this game of the gods. The guy stated to only do it once, and if he eventually decided it wasn't for him, he wanted them to leave him alone. Severantina said that in that case they needed to hurry before the other players took the area they set off. The green rift emitted a bright glow beckoning players to try and leave them there forever. One of the women inside the rift was frightened by what was happening and couldn't believe it was happening to her. The woman noticed the enemy getting rid of her partner. She ordered him to get away from her, but the monster intended to do otherwise. A group of individuals managed to reach a green rift that was located in one of their city's neighborhoods. Severantina admitted that Myung-in OP can see the rift because that's why they invited him into the game. The guy replied that he can. The girl explained that he was level 0 and like any normal person, and for his first run with them, he would raise his level to level 1. The unexpected thing for the guy was that he had to decide one important nuance right now. Myung-in Op asked what she meant. The girl indicated that his decision would be after overcoming the first game, and right now he is just a beginner. The guy had learned that only 2 people could enter this dungeon now. One of them was him, and now he had to choose the other. The girls looked in with anticipation at the guy who he would choose for their first pass together. The guy really didn't know who he should choose since they were all pretty much the same to him. The girls stared languidly, trying to mesmerize him with their gaze, so he would choose her. Severantina said that the right choice would be hers since she was the smartest of the 3 of them. Elizabeth pointed out that if he didn't want to fail his first assignment, he should choose her, since she was the only one who could guarantee their victory. Suddenly, Cheon Yura hugged the guy's arm, trying to work her feminine charms on him again. The girl said that even though he was the one who had to make the choice, Myung-in OP should listen to her. Cheon Yura reasoned that she was the one who came to him first with the partnership proposal. The guy was confused because 3 beauties asked him to choose one of them. He didn't know if it was heaven or hell. Suddenly showing his smartphone, Myung-in OPP informed the girls that to make their choices using it. The girls saw Myung-in OPP climbing the triple staircase on the smartphone screen. Nothing came up with a better idea than this. Cheon Yura said that in that case, there was nothing to be done since the guy decided to make his choice that way. Elizabeth agreed that they would leave everything to fate's will and would not interfere with it. Severantina couldn't believe that he had ignored the best choice and left the will to chance, but she respected his choice. The game showed that the winner is Cheon Yura, who will go to the dungeon with Myung-in Op. Grabbing him under his arm, the girl indicated for the others to sit down and watch their him pass. She annoyed her opponents. Cheon Yura was happy that luck was on her side, assuming it was her sister helping her. Earlier, the girl told her sister that she had managed to find a guy she could trust. Cheon Yura added that the others also emphasized his potential at the same moment that she was sure it was acceptable because she had no choice and circumstances didn't allow it. The girl thought her sister was saying something and leaned over to make out the words better. Cheon Yura heard her talking about a chocolate bar or a fish cake, but she couldn't make out her sister's words. She looked at the scale and apologized, telling her sister that she had to run away because she wanted to meet Myung-in Oppa. Leaving, Cheon Yura pointed out that if she didn't go now, those 2 might steal her sister's boyfriend away from her. The girl asked her sister to take care of herself until she gets back to her again, informing her that that guy has more prospects and she can't afford to lose him. The girl looked at her sister and believed that one day she and Myung-in Opep would clear all the dungeons and get the Stone of Life to cure her sister. Tears streaked down her face. The girl realized she shouldn't cry when she needed to look her best. Cheon Yura promised her sister that she would come back to her with the Stone of Life and cure her. Now the couple passing through the portal found themselves in another world, in a beautiful place that did not portend trouble. The girl said that this pure place with untouched nature gives her some sense of another dimension. The guy compared what was happening to arriving at a resort with delightful scenery, determined not to lose his temper. Myung-in Op thought that if he participated in this game of the gods, his sister would eventually get involved. The young man realized that as long as he kept his double life a secret from his family, asking himself what he wanted to gain in this game of the gods, deciding that after that, he needed to cut ties with these girls. Girls believe that he will win, judging by his experience in computer games, and if to receive that he is desired by the guy thought that in that case they will lose interest in him. Myung-in Op decided to disappoint the girls with today's game without giving the appearance that he was doing it on purpose. Suddenly, Cheon Yura said that now they should do something important in this place. The girl offering a snack to them right there before they started pulled out a basket of food. The guy was surprised that she had decided to eat in such a place without even starting the game, a note of uncertainty in his voice. The girl stated that it was normal, comparing it to drinking coffee before starting work. The guy didn't contradict her. Yura prepared sandwiches and drinks, assuring that when they start the game, it might get hectic and then they won't have time for snacks. The guy decided it would be rude of him to ignore her efforts and so on started gobbling. Opp pointed out that the sandwich was very tasty, assuming that the cook had made it, and the girl was happy that he liked her homemade sandwiches. Yura said that she loved to cook, and it made her happier when people close to her liked her cooking. The guy compared her to his little sister. The girl found out that his sister likes cooking just like her. Opp told his partner that his parents insisted his sisters focus on their studies as much as possible. Yura expressed her desire to meet his sister, and the guy replied that it's not possible and decided not to believe her words. The feeling of an outdoor picnic reminded the guy of a real date with a girl, comparing what was happening to a first date. The guy realized that this was another dimension within the game of the gods, but he felt good sitting in the open nature like this, because it had been a long time for him to be so free to go out into nature. Opp asked the girl what happened to the past partners she played with. Yura replied that she didn't have any. The girl stated that Opp will be her first play partner. The guy got a little embarrassed at her words. The guy was sure that Yura must have been with the other players for the gods game. Assuming that they were playing alone, the girl replied that she joined the team for mutual benefit. The girl assured that despite her past experience, this was the first time she was looking for a partner on a permanent basis. The young man said that it is surprising because he assumed that she is very popular because of her attractive appearance. Yura pointed out that this wasn't true because she didn't remember any guys coming near her since elementary school. Taking a breath, the girl added that she was trying to be a more charming girl but had yet to see the results of her efforts. She guessed what the problem was. The guy realized that when the other guys found out that she was the direct heir of the Chongsong group, it was unlikely that any man would dare to approach her. There was an awkward pause between them, each of them immersed in their own thoughts for a moment. Suddenly, the girl, realizing his words, asked what he thought of her as an attractive girl. The guy positively replied. The girl approached him. He realized that she looked too defenseless. Yura thought that her efforts were beginning to bear fruit. Elizabeth, along with Severantina, watched with irritation as the girl seduced the guy who suggested her to start the game. Yura informed him that there was no time limit in this place, asking him to take his time. The girls didn't realize what they were doing. Instead of starting the game, their thoughts were filled with hatred for Yura. Severantina was offering the guy a way to take over the world, and he chose to dine with a girl like that, and it made her angry. Elizabeth Anakra stated that Yura acted deviously, which was a complete violation of the rules. The girls realized that the playing field was completely isolated from the outside world, and the two could do nothing but watch. The girls were convinced that talking to this guy about conquering the world or becoming the strongest was like grasping at straws. Yura is convinced that his family is more important to him than his personal ambitions. She found out when she overheard him talking to his sister. The girl was sure that this guy would most likely be touched to the core by the usual form of happiness. Yura called this plan a happy date with her lover. She hid her smile about it. The young lady didn't feel like it was like she was cheating on him or anything, and so far no man had approached her, and it was true that Opp would be her first special partner. The girl knew why no man dared to approach her, about which she did not tell him. She knew that the cuteness she used was the privilege of girls against men. Earlier, Yura checked all the information about the game before the game to be aware of all aspects of the game. Since she was betting her entire future on Kok using Myung-in's abilities, Appa found out everything she could about him. Anonymous star player who has never appeared in an offline professional competition and has even won a top-level pro. The girl managed to find out that Myung-in OP is the best player in the world who can also become the best in the game of gods. Yura looked at the guy and was sure that he would become a great player once he adjusted to the game. The girl intended to be the one to stand beside him as he climbed up on the pedestal. The guy didn't know that Yura had been a loyal fan of his for quite some time and followed his broadcasts. The girl reported that it's not so bad to escape from reality and run away to another world, pointing out that this is one of the wonderful things that is present in the game of gods. The young lady added that the sickest reason to play gods is the opportunity to get a huge reward, but she actually liked the game itself. Looking at the girl, the guy assumed that she also likes to play games, realizing that a girlfriend with whom he can enjoy games together is the best thing for him. Suddenly, the guy from the experience started panting. Not realizing what he was doing, he decided to pull himself together. The guy realized that he couldn't fall into such a mindset, deciding not to succumb to the girl's charms, deciding to act pathetic and blow them all off. Opp said he was in a great mood, comparing it to going abroad to a country he has never been to. The girl was pleased that she'd managed to get him comfortable with her, deciding to continue to shower him with her femininity. Cheon Yura added that a person's perception also depends on who they are traveling with. The guy was a little embarrassed to hear such words, trying not to stare at her cleavage. Suddenly, the girl noticed the intense stare of the guy who started to approach her. She felt uneasy. The girl was sure that he was in too much of a hurry to end their relationship because it was their first day together. Cheon Yura decided that if the guy really wanted to do it, she wouldn't stop him from doing it. Suddenly, the guy stopped and asked if she could hear something strange coming toward them. The girl replied that she could hear the paws of a wolf pack that had come upon the humans. Cheon Yura said that it seemed that they had unwanted guests and the beasts were furious when they saw the players. A guy seeing a wolf asked his partner why they were so big, not understanding why wolves were bigger than lions. When he looked back, he noticed that there were a lot of wolves approaching them. He didn't know what to do in such a case. The couple found themselves surrounded by giant wolves. The guy started to worry, but the girl behaved with restraint. Cheon Yura asked her partner not to be afraid of the beasts, because, as explained earlier, it was just a green game, and that meant the worst that could happen was to throw them out of the portal. Seeing Myung and Appa's wolf, despite all the explanations, it was still very scary to see them. His partner assured him that he really didn't have anything to worry about since he had her by his side. The girl added that the number of wolves didn't matter much, being confident that she alone could handle them. Cheon Yura used her technique, after which her appearance changed, preparing for battle. Then the girl activated her magic ring, intending to summon fire ants. The partner cast a spell using the 3rd chapter's Book of Fire called the Flash Dance. Huge wolves started attacking the players who continued to be in the tree without providing any countermeasures. Predictably, fire ants appeared in the sky after the spell was cast and began attacking the wolves. The guy noticed that there were multiple explosions all around the perimeter that contributed to the destruction of the beasts. Some of the wolves were able to avoid her attack by jumping out. They intended to attack the girl from above, but she didn't hesitate. Using a full blaze technique, the flames headed towards the wolves that jumped on her. The beasts were unable to resist the fiery attack and were defeated by it, their bodies beginning to turn to ash. Continuing to use the magic ring, the girl stood alone against the huge wolves. Behind her, there was a series of powerful explosions that spared the players from the attacking beasts. The girl approaching Myung-in Op stated that even such a crowd wouldn't cause trouble for the mage. He was shocked by her strength. The partner pointed out that her battle was really awesome, but he was still scared. His partner was sure he was afraid because it was his first time in this world. Cheon Yura assured that later on, when he starts to raise his level like her, then he won't even pay attention to such things. The guy asked what would happen if the opponent could resist her magic. He kept worrying. The girl tried to keep her composure because he was asking stupid questions. The young lady assured her partner that their opponents in this game wouldn't be like that, so he had no need to worry, and for later games, they would make sure he got another class to cover each other's weaknesses. Hearing such words, the guy calmed down a bit because he did not fully understand how this game is organized. Myung-in-up realized that it wouldn't be easy for him to upgrade and change class, and he looked at her dejectedly. The guy realized that if Cheon Yura had approached him as a haughty and arrogant heiress, it would have been easier to dump her, but she was encouraging a pathetic guy like him who was hiding behind a girl. Realizing what was going on, the guy admitted that in that case it was time for him to work a little harder. But if his game seemed unnatural to the others, they might guess his plan. Suddenly, the guy felt the appearance of a new beast near them and was very frightened. The angry lion came to the sounds of the earlier battle between the players and the wolves, intending to teach them a lesson. Seeing the lions, the guy declared that this time these animals are as big as elephants. It did not seem to the young man that the monsters were waiting for them to go in search of them. Partner said that it depends on the type of monster, and besides, the enemies in the game are not as predictable in behavior as those he could face in a computer game. The girl used the 3rd chapter spell Flash Dance. A powerful wall of fire appeared at the place where the monsters were. After being hit by the fire, the beasts had no choice but to accept their demise, their bodies also beginning to be incinerated. Myung-in-op noticed that what was happening was a little different from the wolves' attack. Some of the beasts survived and started approaching the players. The guy informed his partner about it, and she replied that everything was fine. Cheon Yura used the 2nd chapter spell called Flame Takeoff. Suddenly, the girl rose up above the beasts that intended to attack the mage. After applying the fire technique, flames enveloped the huge lions who could not resist it. Watching what was going on, the guy said that her power was beautiful. He didn't realize that such a thing was possible. Cheon Yura expected that Myung-in-opp would one day also be as strong, stating that it doesn't mean she's here for a free ride. The guy had long ago realized that she was pretty strong, stating that her 25th level was pretty cool. The partner explained that she wasn't bragging, but the 30th level was the highest level people could reach in this game, saying that anyone who could clear the impossible level would become a special member who would be beyond the concept of level. Cheon Yura added that there are currently only 9 such creatures known to the guy. The partner said that the 25th level was quite incredible, and the girl added that, regarding the element of flame, she had already mastered the spells of the 3rd level, which was the last. The girl said that he should not worry because no matter what the final boss will be, she will be able to cope with him. The young lady nailed it to those who get a free train. This phrase meant to carry through the game player level. The guy realized that as long as she took care of everything, he wouldn't get a chance to feign pity. Myung-in Op realized that they still had the boss of this place left. He was curious to see just how strong he was. Suddenly, there was a powerful rumble. The leaves from the trees began to crumble. The girl was alert to this phenomenon. A powerful explosion occurred next to a couple who tried to shield themselves from the shards of earth flying at them. The partner stated that what was going on looked like the boss didn't wait for them. The girl was very sorry because she wanted to be together more, just the two of them, and the guy agreed with her words. Cheon Yura offered to go somewhere together after finishing this game. The guy didn't give her an answer, indicating that the boss was approaching. The players noticed that the boss of this place was coming towards them in the form of an angel with big wings. The angel appeared before the players, pointing to his majesty on his head with a brightly shining halo. The guy was surprised at this appearance of the boss, assuming it was a fallen angel who seemed familiar to him. The partner reported a church of fresh water from which this boss apparently appeared. The guy recognized that it was Reverend Kim Chong-bin. The monster smiled when he heard that the players recognized him. Cheon Yura stated that such a thing should not have happened. Partner reported that he remembered Freshwater Church. The guy admitted that this is the pseudo-religious cult that was expelled from the Christian Coalition for heretical teachings. Myung-in Jong remembered reading an article on the internet about a malevolent man who robbed his followers by selling tap water as holy water. The young man was aware of the existence of an ongoing court battle in divorce proceedings between the housewife who gave wealth to this cult and her husband who left her. He did not understand what was going on. Kim Chong-bin declared that this place would be his holy sanctuary. He started shouting all around. Afterward, the angel-like monster took out a book and began calling for the golden altar to appear. Suddenly, at his command, a temple of golden bricks began to gather in the players' chickens. The guy continued to not understand what was going on here. The construction was finished. Players found themselves inside this temple from which it was difficult to get out. The boss of this place was happy to welcome his victims who got into this place. He kept towering over them. The girl asked Reverend Kim Chong-bin what he was up to, pointing out that it was a game, and what was going on could not be for nothing. Cheon Yura guessed that this is not a normal game, but a disguised field that Kim Chong-bin made, and was surprised that this person knew about it and said that it was not important. The Reverend announced that the two would soon be his victims, ordering them to give their lives to him as an offering. A partner asked what a field of disgust was. The girl explained that they are common games where the bosses are legendary or mythical creatures. The girl added that, actually, the chosen ones can fight each other within the field. Myung-in Op remembered that such a thing happened when Cheon Yura fought Elizabeth after setting up their field. The guy realized that this dungeon is like a PvP battle arena that is disguised as a normal game by adding monsters inside. The girl replied that he understood correctly. Cheon Yura assured that it was easier to avoid the attention of others in this way than to openly attack someone. The young man said that people have been fighting wars for centuries to steal other people's stuff. His partner pointed out that there are no rewards for fighting between people. She asked why Kim Chong-bin set such a trap if there is no reward. The girl tried to find out from her adversary what his purpose was from these deeds done. Kim Chong-bin only smiled intimidatingly in response, intending to intimidate the players with his behavior. The Reverend stated that since she was going to die anyway, he was willing to reveal his true agenda to her. The enemy reported that the highly revered, whose name they knew was not worthy, and made a deal with him. He required 100 chosen ones as victims. Kim Chong-bin stated that it had cost him a painstaking 10 years to raise him 99 of them, and now he was left with one last sacrifice to gain eternal life. The girl became convinced that this Reverend was using black magic to take possession of eternal life, stating that he couldn't do that. Cheon Yura used the observation book of the first chapter of the second verse, and an eye of wisdom appeared in front of her eyes, looking at the player that showed his characteristics and level. The girl made sure that Myung-in OPP was level 1 with the beginner class. Looking at Kim Hongbin, she saw that he was level 25 with the Dark Kabbalah class. The young lady noticed the main element of the Infernal Holy Book, asking how he dared to touch the powers of hell. Cheon Yura stated that the opponent may be a heretic. However, he continued to remain a priest. Kim Cheon-bin pointed out that there is no difference between hell or heaven. The Reverend stated that living a good life is all that matters. Myung-in Op suggested that the latter was preaching a pseudo-religion. Kim Chong-bin stated that the last victim would be of the highest quality of the 25th level. Afterward, the Reverend began attacking the girl, ordering them to go to the other world. The girl realized that this would be a battle for life with another level 25 player. She couldn't let him make an attack on herself using the dazzling dance technique and full shot. The attacker's body immediately plunged into the girl's fiery attack. There was a powerful explosion. Cheon Yura noticed that, luckily for her, they were at a great distance because otherwise they could have been hurt too. She assumed that his cross-shaped weapon meant that the opponent was a close combatant. The young lady realized that if she kept her distance and engaged her opponent with fire, she could win. Suddenly, in the cloud of smoke, the girl noticed the strange things that had begun to happen in the place. The girl noticed that Kim Chongbin's health level remained at 100% and didn't change in any way after her attack. Cheon Yura was shocked at the impossibility of the event, saying that she had not even managed to hurt him. The partner noticed that the opponent had the maximum number of points to magic resistance, stating that this was absurd. The girl realized that even the 30th level boss that most people took as a group didn't have such a strong resistance. She didn't understand how being a mage could defeat this player. Kim Chongbin laughed, asking if she now understood her place. He looked at them with a look of disapproval. The Reverend explained that the power of this holy book was given to him by a man who was the perfect opponent against mages, assuring that its power would not work on him. The girl made sure that the most important weapon of the enemy was not the cross of the infernal Bible. Watching what was happening, the two girls behind the zone realized that they would not be able to come to their rescue. Severantina reported that this is becoming a big problem for Cheon Yura and Myung and Oppa. Elizabeth Anacron indicated that they needed help. The girl replied that the entrance was already closed. The girl knight realized that it was Cheon Yura's misfortune that she had met such a creature that possessed resistance to mages. Severantina assured that if she or Elizabeth had invaded that battle, the pastor would have waited for another victim and later fled. Elizabeth asked what they should do in that case. The girl suggested that she find another way to enter the area, but she wasn't sure if they could do it in time. Meanwhile, Cheon Yura realized that this was the worst possible situation she could have gotten herself into. The mage's many attacks did not bring any injury on the enemy. The girl realized that they were inside his barrier from which they could not escape. The girl stated that she could not die here, trying to think quickly what she should do. The pastor laughed when he heard her words. Suddenly, the girl had an idea that could save her and Myung and Appa's life. The girl asked Kim Chongbin if he knew who she was. The pastor said it didn't matter because she was going to be victimized anyway. Cheon Yura indicated that he would think the same way if it turns out she's the daughter of the head of Cheongsong's company. The information he heard took the pastor by surprise, and he was surprised that such a majestic bird had fallen into his trap. Myung and OP was surprised that a pseudo-pastor who signed a contract with Hell. Some people said the conglomerate group was influencing the government in front of Cheongseong. Kim Chongbin replied that he would think about it. The girl told him that if he did an online search, he would see that she was a member of the Cheongseong family and the president of the hotel chain that the family owned. The girl tried to assure him that he couldn't deal with the consequences if he took her as a victim. Cheon Yura suggested that he should forget everything that happened and just let her go, and Kim Chongbin hesitated to answer. The girl promised that she would not reveal his secret to anyone because she realized that she would gain nothing from this battle. Kim Chongbin stated that doing something like that would not be easy. He kept looking at her as a victim. The pastor explained that as soon as the golden altar is rebuilt, he is obligated to offer the final sacrifice. The girl responded by pointing out that he was using dangerous magic and asked if there was a way to undo it. Kim Chongbin was going to enjoy a good eternal life. He would periodically change his identity and continue to work in the church. Pastor realized that if the Cheongseong company targeted him, his hard-earned eternal life would not be long. Raising his weapon, the pastor was in agreement with the girl to forget what had happened and let her go. Pointing at Myung in Oppa, Kim Chongbin asked the girl to bring him to him, intending to take him as a victim. Smiling, the pastor said that it was his decision because he couldn't just dispel his magic. The girl was surprised by the request. Pastor Kim Cheonbin stated that they have no point in fighting, demanding a guy in return for her. The guy realized that in this way, the elite of society kept their own happy lives by sacrificing innocent, underprivileged people like him. Cheon Yura stated that this guy is his friend and she won't let him be sacrificed. The girl added that his life is not something she can so easily exchange. She made it clear that she did not agree to his terms. Pastor pointed out that this guy doesn't look like the son of an MP, adding that the altar is ready and he can't compromise any more than he is now. Kim Chongbin told this girl that if she didn't like it, he would get rid of both of them and run away abroad. The girl was shocked by such a statement, realizing that she was unable to handle the enemy and could not betray Myung in Oppa. The guy looked nervously at the girl, trying to figure out what she would choose, but he didn't want to die. The young lady realized that in this situation she had only two choices, and both of which were very sad. The first way was to take her to Myung and Appa's pastor so she could keep herself alive, and the second way was to fight a hopeless battle against an invincible opponent who has magic resistance. The girl realized that in order to survive, she should leave Myung and Appa, but she knew that it was wrong because after his death, there would no longer be the luxury of arguing about what was right and what was wrong. Looking at the guy, she realized that manipulating others in exchange for survival was what modern society was all about and that she had been going to him from the beginning with the intent to deceive. Shifting her gaze to the pastor, the girl realized that she had to give Myung and Appa in exchange for survival at worst. Cheon Yura remembered her sick sister and knew she couldn't die in this place. The sudden surprise for the guy was the response of her partner who agreed to the pastor's terms. The girl hoped that Myung In Oppo would be able to understand and forgive her because in her opinion her life was more important. Kim Chongbin was pleased to see that the girl had agreed to his deal. Myung In Op was shocked at such words from Cheon Yura. He didn't understand why she did that. The girl asked the guy to apologize. He looked at her in surprise, not knowing what to say back. Cheon Yura, realizing her guilt, gently looked at the guy who didn't want to die this way. The girl wanted to show him how interesting and worthwhile the game of gods can be. But this outcome of events she did not expect. The guy was surprised that apology was all she could say. The girl realized that the words of her apology will not make up for the guilt. The young lady informed him that she hadn't planned for him to go through all this horror, asking him not to give up the game just because of what had happened today. The guy was surprised by her words about distance. He didn't understand what she meant. He noticed the strange behavior of his partner. The pastor went down to them intending to finish what he had started and let her go as they had agreed. Suddenly approaching the pastor, the girl cast a spell on the flame formation of the third chapter using the forbidden verse. The girl used the last flame technique. Kim Chongbin realized that she had trapped him. The pastor began to insult the girl who had escorted him, intending to avoid her fiery attack. Myung In Op realized that the girl had no intention of betraying him. The girl looked at the guy's reaction and a tear appeared on her cheek, realizing that she didn't hold a grudge. Cheon Yura remembered her sick sister, thinking that she made the right choice by sacrificing herself. The young lady knew that Myung and Oppa also has a sister to whom he must return. Previously, her sister told Cheon Yura that she should not suppress others just because she is stronger, but instead she should protect those who are weaker than her. The girl remembered that these words were said to her by her sister, who ended up trying to protect her, and she couldn't go against them. Cheon Yura didn't know what would happen to her sister if she was gone suddenly. Many sharp feathers released by the pastor pierced the girl's body. Kim Chongbin managed to control the fire attack and struck back at his opponent, intending to take her as a victim. Looking at the pastor, the girl noticed that he had anti-magic and her attack didn't do any damage to him. The pastor asked how she dared to deceive him since he believed her. He was furious at such an act. With a swing of his weapon, the pastor intended to get even with the girl who deceived him. Suddenly, a barrier appeared in front of the girl that prevented mutilation on her. The girl didn't understand where the safety net had come from. According to her beliefs, such a thing shouldn't have happened. Looking back, she noticed her partner's look changed drastically. The guy protected her by creating a protective barrier. The girl realized that it was his handiwork, but she didn't understand how the newcomer managed to master the world so quickly. Pastor didn't give up trying to break through the protective barrier, realizing that his plan had gone down the drain. The guy assumed that everything was fine now, assuming it was fate's plan. Suddenly, Myung and Op kissed Cheon Yura, saying that it was the price for going through the fight with her. Kim Chongbin was shocked that these two were standing there quietly kissing in such a situation, forgetting about him. Suddenly, the guy's clothes began to disappear. The pastor watching them didn't realize what was happening. The girl noticed the guy's toe that got naked after their kiss. She was puzzled by what had happened. Suddenly, there was a vortex of fire that enveloped the guy's body, intending to protect him. The girl saw that a fire dragon stone turtle, ice phoenix stone turtle ice phoenix, and air tiger appeared next to Myung and Oppai. Cheon Yura noticed that her partner had gotten a high warlock class. She didn't know anything except his name and class. She didn't know why she couldn't see his level. The girl admitted that she couldn't see his level because of the difference of more than 5 levels, but in that case she should have seen his 30th level. Suddenly, a realization came to the girl of what was happening. For a moment, she thought for a moment, and Cheon Yura knew that only 2 situations were possible right now. The first meant that he had the ability to tear down the level. Closing her mouth in surprise, she also allowed that this guy could be the chosen player. The girl's assumptions pointed to a possible manifestation of Myung Oppa as one of the 9 people in the entire world who had completed the task of destiny and gained superhuman strength. The guy couldn't believe it was a trap that Cheon Yura set to save him. Myung In Op realized that if this was a normal game, he could afford to lose. He exhaled a sigh of relief and realized that he shouldn't judge a book by its cover because it might be wrong. The guy made sure that she was at a stage in her life where she could be a queen and manipulate men, and he would never expect her to accept responsibility and sacrifice herself for him. Myung-in-op realized that there was nothing he could do about the situation, and he couldn't just sit still and let the girl sacrifice herself in front of him. The guy created a window in the protective barrier to launch an attack on the opponent. The pastor was surprised by it. There was a powerful explosion that made the pastor fly away from him. He didn't expect such force from the guy. Kim Chong-bin couldn't believe what had happened, but the guy was determined to deal with him for good. The girl was surprised that her partner had such power and had kept it from her all this time. Myung-in-op asked his opponent that he suppressed the power of the infernal holy book without realizing its power. The guy stated that using people as offerings is a very bad thing, even for someone like him. Heavily exhaling, the guy added that the power obtained in such a wrong way was simply false. Using his power, the guy directed his attack at the pastor, saying that Kim Chong-bin had acted stupidly. There was again a massive explosion that sent the pastor into the wall, and he was unable to resist it. After several injuries, the pastor knelt motionless before the guy who outmatched him in strength. Bleeding Kim Chong-bin began to laugh abnormally from the hopelessness he was in. The girl watched the denouement of their situation and realized that the pastor wasn't weak, but just Myung-in-op was two selves. The guy calmly looked at the man who had contacted demonic forces to gain eternal life. Cheon-yura asked her partner what was going on here and why she couldn't see his level, assuming that he was an unknown superhuman who wasn't included in that 9. Myung-in-op suspected that it would be like that, because then it would be much harder for him to leave those girls since they saw him in such a form and their attention would be focused on him. Elizabeth Anakra, along with Savrentina, silently stared at what was happening. The guy realized that from the moment his existence was exposed, it became clear that the other powerful would not be silent. He was hiding because he thought it was his destiny. What was happening made him step into the light and realize that this was also one of his life choices of destiny. The partner suggested to the girl to talk about it later, because in the beginning, he intended to deal with this pastor. Cheon-yura didn't bother to contradict him and just nodded positively. She was a little embarrassed. Approaching his opponent, the guy asked if he understood the situation he was in, adding that there was no point in what he would get thanks to the people he sacrificed, and it would get him nowhere. The guy pointed out that in the little time he had left before going to hell, he should reflect on his sins. The pastor laughed in response, stating that if he had provided another victim, it would have worked out. Myung-in-op realized that Kim Cheon-bin is just being stubborn and unrepentant even before his demise. The pastor's body began to dissipate. The girl indicated that this was the end of their battle. The temple also began to crumble. Cheon-yura said that now there will be no more destruction due to the ambitions of this pseudo-pastor. A powerful beam of light took out the temple from this place, which vaporized along with Kim Chong-bin. Guy assumed another enemy lurked in this agony after they had massacred the pastor. The girl felt an overwhelming aura that far surpassed the overpowered pseudo-pastor. Suddenly, the silhouette of another angel appeared in front of them and spread its wings to create a powerful whirlwind. Cheon-yura noticed the coal-black wings as well as the black halo that towered over the head of this unknown person. The stranger who appeared looked angrily at the players who had gotten rid of Kim Chong-bin. After a huge sword materialized in the black angel's hand, the girl was wary of it. The Black Angel introduced himself as Tamiel, stating that he was God's perfection. The players looked at him in surprise. The girl was dumbfounded to see the appearance of a godlike perfection in the person of Tamel Myung. In-op didn't know who it was. Tamiel was one of the leaders of the Gregory fallen angels, with former glory in the worship of Satan. The Gregories were watchers whom God directed to watch over the earth, but they sinned against him by descending to earth and fell into the pleasures of mankind. The fallen angel was one of the leaders of the fallen ones, whose names are recorded in the book of Enoch. The girl knew that Tamiel's name meant God's perfection. She couldn't believe that the pastor had contracted with this archangel. Cheon-yura speculated that Myung-in-op might be a superhuman, but didn't understand how he could hope to win against the named archangel. Tamiel told them that 100 victims had been found, and now he was on Earth, because that was the deal of the contract. The guy said it was clear. That pastor had the right parameters to be considered a victim. Archangel said he lost a loyal servant, but in the end, it was worth it. Now he can perform miracles on Earth and gather lambs to sacrifice to the altar. Tamiel intended to once again establish his rule over the sanctuary in order to raise a rebellion against the Lord. The guy thought that 100 victims were not enough for him, because he had much more in his plans, which he wants to get by such methods. The archangel pointed out to the guy that he was too arrogant for a man asking how he dared to instruct him as if he were God. The guy responded that it didn't make any difference who instructed him, as long as there was a reason why she wasn't intimidated by him, and that's why she treated him that way. Tamiel decided to take the brazen man's head off for sending his servant to the other world and will show him his powers by making Myung-in-op his first victim. A multitude of black feathers began to appear next to the archangel who towered over the man. Tamiel stated that from the beginning he was created to send heretic mages to the other world. Using the powers of hell, Tamiel's own powers increased more than ever. The powers given to him by his contractors were only a fraction of his own abilities. The archangel assured that as long as a person was a mage, there was no way he could defeat Myung. Op was surprised by his words. The girl realized that an archangel who specialized in getting rid of mages had been reborn in front of them. Tamiel used a dark storm that rushed towards the half-naked Myung and Oppa standing motionless. Cheon Yura began to worry about it, certain that the boy would never be able to defeat the archangel. Myung and Oppa glared menacingly at his opponent, believing that he thought too much of himself. The girl was sure that her partner wouldn't be able to pressure the fallen archangel Tamiel. The guy created a crystal net around himself to protect himself from the enemy's attack. He was confident in his abilities. Darkstorm hit the protective barrier of a man who had no intention of spawning so quickly. The young lady was shocked that her partner managed to block the attack. A powerful whirlwind rose up around them. Tamiel declared that the lad's pride was one of his sins, being sure that the man would not be able to resist him. The archangel intended to break through the man's protective barrier and make the necessary sacrifice. Cheon Yura noticed that Tamiel had hidden behind a swirl of feathers, realizing that the previous attack was just a ruse. Pointing his sword at the man, the archangel used the technique of magical absorption. The protective barrier was broken, and Tamiel intended to strike at the arrogant man. The guy was calm because he believed that he could defeat this opponent despite his extraterrestrial power. Suddenly, magical seals appeared beside them from which chains emerged, heading for the archangel. Tamiel was trapped, being cordoned off by a multitude of shackles that prevented him from moving. Myung-in-op pointed out that the archangel is so confident in the powers obtained by deceiving and sending people to the next world, stating that such fooling would not work with him as a pastor. The archangel called the guy a fool and launched his sword at him, saying that his arrogance would be his undoing. The guy sighed heavily, repeating that the same would not happen to him because he was confident in his abilities. The sword emitting fire approached the body of the man who had been standing still all this time. Myung-in-op stopped the opponent's sword using the same chains as on the archangel, then arrogantly looked at the opponent. Tamiel didn't understand how a weak man could put up such resistance to him. He still couldn't throw the chains off of himself. The guy asked his opponent if he was done talking because he intended to finish this as soon as possible. After pulling the chains, the man threw the archangel with all his might into the ground, but he was unable to resist. Tamiel realized after being maimed that he had underestimated the man, stating that their battle was not over. The guy told the archangel that the problem was not that at all, because it meant that the powers realized through human sacrifices were not worth much. Hearing such words, the archangel tried to object to the man, but his neck was clenched with a chain, so he was unable to say a word. The guy added that if he really wanted to build a true shrine, he should have reconsidered his methods. Tamiel stated that Myung-in-op really annoys him with his arrogance, stating that he has made a decision about it. Suddenly, the archangel began to resist, and about towering above the ground, his body began to emit light. The guy noticed what was going on and didn't fully understand what he intended to do, because his chains were holding him tightly. The archangel's body began to crack. Tamiel said that he would definitely punish the arrogant little man, adding that he would be an example to anyone who dared to stand in his way. Suddenly, unknown demonic particles burst out from the monster's chest. The guy realized that his opponent was not so simple. The archangel's silhouette reappeared above the people who thought Tamiel would not be able to escape the chains. After the silhouette turned into the real Tamiel, intending to attack the man again, Guy made sure that the enemy abandoned his physical body and returned to his spiritual form. Tamiel said that once this shell disappeared, he would no longer have the opportunity to return to Earth, but until then he could display all his strength and power. Tamiel pointed out that because he'd have to collect 100 victims again, he'd take his head off. The guy responded that this was a great statement by suggesting he attack with everything he had. The archangel rushed at the man who continued to behave so high-mindedly to him without a second thought. Suddenly, magical seals appeared all around the perimeter. Tamiel noticed them and sensed something amiss. Tamiel dodged the chains, saying that the same deterrent attack wouldn't work on his spirit form, intending to finish him off this time. The guy applied another technique, asked how he looked at such a development. The girl followed them with surprise. Archangel noticed the small particles of fire approaching him, realizing that he had better not rush to strike. There was a takedown, but due to Tamiel's lightning-fast reaction, he managed to avoid getting hurt. Archangel began to avoid the explosions that the guy had instructed to follow the enemy through the air. Tamiel, dodging his opponent's attacks, didn't understand why this man was endowed with such powerful strength. Cheon Yura noticed that her partner used high-class spells so easily, and each of his spells were much stronger than her third chapter magic. The girl made sure that Myung-in OPP was on a completely different level that fully deserved the status of a supreme mage. The young lady realized that even though Myung-in OP had cornered his opponent, but Tamil in spiritual form was changing his speed in the air and position, thus avoiding traps. A mage like Myung-in Oppu might be powerful magically, but his defense and life force ability was just like an ordinary person. The girl realized that if he opened up, then in a moment everything could change and he must hold back the pressure until victory was determined. Cheon Yura told his partner about his intentions to help him, but he was surprised because he was fighting the enemy alone. The girl realized that her magical powers were negligible compared to his, but at least she could slow his movement. The guy thanked his partner for her concern, assuring her that everything was fine, and she could just rest. The girl asked him to be careful. The partner reported that his ability to repeatedly use spells at a level comparable to her magic from the third chapter showed her that he was at a completely different level, adding that their enemy was waiting for Myung-in OPP to open up. The guy was surprised by such words of the girl, but he realized that she was too worried about it. Cheon Yura didn't understand his reaction because she was explaining to him the dire consequences of his self-confidence. Their partner decided to clear up some misunderstanding that had arisen between them. Myung-in OP explained that in this battle with Tamil, he doesn't use the magic from Chapter 3 as she might have thought. The girl was shocked by this explanation and couldn't believe that he was capable of such a thing. Hearing this, Elizabeth, Anakra, and Severantina were also surprised, but Dronzer didn't realize what kind of ability he was using. The guy reported that he hadn't used magic at all yet. Even the second chapter girl refused to believe it. Cheon Yura looked at her partner who used magic techniques so skillfully with misunderstanding. Watching what was happening, I realized that in that case, Myung-in OPP was still using the spells from the first chapter. The girl made sure that all the spells were more powerful than her higher magic of Flame, Dazzling Dance, and Full Shot first chapter was basic level, second chapter special level, and third chapter was master level. Looking at the guy, the girl assumed he meant to say that he was using his basic first level spells. She knew that the strength of the spell depended on its user. Tamil ordered Myung and Oppa not to lie. He didn't believe that a man could possess such a powerful force. The guy decided to show his opponent what it means to be on the edge of superiority. Channeling his power, the guy used the Book of Flames. Third chapter Archangel noticed what was happening next to him. Seeing what was happening, the girl couldn't believe her eyes that her partner was hiding such power from her. 3 magical seals appeared and shed their light on the place where the explosions were taking place, and Tamil was thrashing about. Cheon Yura realized that her partner was using a 3-layer seal that rotated in the air just like the eye of a god looking at the earth for the first time she saw such powerful third-level magic. 3 magical seals created a triangle in the sky that began to emit a bright flash directed at the Archangel. The guy explained that the official name of this technique was Blinding Flash, but because of the shape, some players called it something else. The other name was the Descent of the Fire Dragon. The girl was surprised to hear the explanation. Suddenly, after his words, a large fire dragon appeared in the sky and began to attack Tamil. The guy ordered to repent for his sins. The fallen angel in his full command was this dragon. Tamil noticed that his spiritual body was beginning to be sucked into the jaws of the huge fire dragon, and there was nothing he could do about it. The fire dragon continued to suck Tamil in at the behest of Myung-in Oppa, who intended to see it through to the end. Cheon Yura made sure that now he would not be able to dodge using the air currents. Severantina explained that the atmosphere heated by the ultra-high heat was sucked back by the energy flow that formed the dragon's body as the resulting vacuum pulled the air ahead again, creating a powerful vortex. The girl added that no scientific explanation would help Tamil because he was facing something of legendary level. Tamil attempted to fire feathers at his opponent that began to burn as he approached the man. Myung and Op pointed out that the dragon-free opponent continued to be an incomprehension as to how a human could possess such power. The fire dragon intended to devour the Archangel with its huge maw. Tamil had no way of resisting it. The boy said that in order to defeat him, Tamil should have summoned Lucifer or Semias, who was the head of the seducers. After their clash, there was a powerful blow that caused a bright flash that blinded the entire area. The girl standing behind the guy tried to cover herself from the pieces of earth that were flying in their direction. After the explosion, a thick smoke rose in the neighborhood, from behind which nothing could be seen. It slowly began to settle. Cheon Yura saw a huge explosion crater forming near them, causing many cracks in the ground. The partner couldn't believe that Myung-in Opep was using the same level 3 magic she possessed. The guy called this magic the same as a blinding flash, but the girl thought such a name was not logical, making sure that it was indeed the descent of a fire dragon. Looking under her feet, the girl noticed that the space they were in was beginning to disappear. The guy also noticed that the space began to disappear. His partner reported that the game had been passed. Myung-in-op assumed that it was because Tamil had been determined to be the new boss instead of the pseudo-pastor. The girl agreed with his words, adding that the opponent was a high-level user of level 30. My partner explained that because there was a high risk of dying, the reward was a stone of foresight. The blue stone of foresight appeared near players who passed this game by defeating a powerful boss. Myung-in-op noticed that it was a first-class 10-carat stone. The girl assured that it was stunning. Cheon-yura realized that depending on how the stone was used, she could easily get her hands on hundreds of billions, but it didn't seem like such an important opportunity. The girl realized that compared to Myung and Oppa, who was standing in front of her, bathed in the glow of the stone, the reward she received was nothing. The portal began to slowly close as the players managed to successfully clear the area and exit. Severantina, along with Elizabeth Anacron, met the exited familiars from this portal. Elizabeth Anacron asked what was really going on inside Severantine, called the guy the 10th superhuman, who was able to hide himself from the intelligence network of both security services from both the Sec Lab and America. The guy wondered for a moment what to say to these girls. Cheon-yura looked at him curiously. Myung-in-op asked the girl to stop talking about it, suggesting that she go to his office first and talk to him there. Severantina stated that they could not begin discussions without proper rest. She snapped her fingers. The robots began to bring desserts and tea into the room so they could relax in this environment. Everyone waited meekly while the servants spread them each a piece of cake without daring to start discussions. Ji-young was a little upset that the robots had taken her job and started courting humans. Cheon-yura asked if Myung and Opit would tell them his real story that he hid from them now. Elizabeth Anacra stated that she saw everything that was going on inside and therefore lying in this case will not pass. Myung-in-op admitted to the girls that this wasn't his first time playing the God's Severantine game and pointed out that he didn't look like a beginner. Severantina pointed out that they only came to him from the start because he looked like a promising prospect. The girls realized that this guy's perspective was not promising and exceeded all their expectations. Including Myung-in-oppa, there were 10 superhumans known to exist in this world. Elizabeth Anacron reported that 3 lived in America, 2 in China, 1 each in Germany, India, Russia, and Japan. Severantina agreed with her words, adding that Myung-in-op was the 10th superhuman they had learned about. Cheon-yura realized that Myung-in-opep was a skillfully concealed 10th superhuman that the world didn't know about yet. Elizabeth Anacron made sure the guy had everything he needed to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 other kings that controlled the balance of power in this world. Severantina realized that if she became his partner, she could forget about the upper class and set her sights on taking over the world. The mercurial gazes stirred the lad to realize that all they wanted was to use him for their own purposes. The guy realized that it would be a problem if his parents found out about his superhuman abilities, but it would be even worse if his sister Yeon found out. Myung-in-op realized that this news could cause a chain reaction in his sister's memory, and in the worst-case scenario, her seal could be broken. The young man was convinced that it was better not to allow it, because then he would not be able to cope with the consequences. Remembering his sister's brother decided in such a case not to get ahead of himself and worry about it. The guy realized that he now needed to take precautions towards these 3 girls so that Ye Ying wouldn't find out about them. Suddenly, Cheon-yura asked Myung-in-oppa to become her partner, promising to share her share of the reward with him, saying that he could take 80% but give him the opportunity to fight him in return. Elizabeth intervenes in the conversation, saying that she wants her and Myung-in-op to fight together for justice. Severantina made her offer too, asking her to be his partner in the role of strategist, and then they could conquer the world together. Myung-in-op replied to all of them that he didn't need or care about this kind of thing. Cheon-yura asked not to be like this since they could go through the game together. She gently touched his hand. The girl tried to work her feminine intoxicating charms on the boy again. The guy decided to pull himself together. Rationality brought him to his senses and he didn't fall for her ploy. Myung-in-op thought he couldn't say no to the 3, but he wasn't interested in it. On the contrary, they clung to him even more, hoping to persuade him into a partnership. The young man was sure that the school would definitely notice the 3 beautiful girls around him and spread all sorts of rumors. This kind of servants could find their way to Myung-in-oppa's parents, and especially his sister, and then the seal of Ye-in's memory might break. The guy was doggedly determined not to let that happen because he hadn't forgotten why he'd been hiding himself all this time. Myung-in-op told the girls that he understands what they want from him, assuring them that he has a flaw and therefore they should have looked for someone else. Cheon-yura asked what he meant by lack. The guy asked them to look at his level. The girls, seeing that the guy was once again a level 1 beginner class, they were surprised by this. Cheon Yura suggested that he hid his power again. Elizabeth added that it didn't make sense since he had already shown them. The guy replied that he didn't mean it. He sighed heavily because the girls didn't understand his reasoning. Severantina allowed that Myung and Oppa's level sealed. He made sure that this girl was savvy. The young man replied to the girl that she was perceptive since she was able to guess what he was trying to convey to them. Myung and Oppa said that he can only become a high level under certain conditions. Severantina pointed out that it was indeed a weakness since she didn't expect that he could have such features. The guy assured that if he were at a level like them, he would be a more valuable partner than he is now. The young man gave the example that it would be easier if they had two 25 levelers on their team that went into the dungeon together, but in his case, his seal might not be broken if they entered a difficult dungeon. Cheon Yura realized that if his seal hadn't been broken today, they might have died. Myung In Op added that they could have taken the easy way out where they would have cleared the dungeon alone, but in that case his need to participate was eliminated. Elizabeth Anakra made sure that his words made sense, for they did not know exactly when his seal would be broken. Looking at the girls, the guy explained that he wanted to think it over carefully because he didn't want to have an accident or get hurt just because they chose him. The guy drank his tea. There was an awkward silence in the room. After his words, the girls hesitated. The young man was sure that his words sounded quite convincing, and that it might help them to leave him alone. People were inclined to follow the powerful, but as soon as the realization came that they would get no reward or profit, they disappeared from sight. Myung and Op was sure that they would apologize to him now and retract their offers and leave him. Suddenly, the girl decided to find out the origins of his words, because it was hard for her to believe. Severantina asked the guy how come his level was sealed when he was so strong. The guy could not answer the girl on this question, stating that it was something he could not share with them. Cheon Yura, hearing his answer, was surprised to ask why he couldn't just give them an explanatory answer. The young man assured that it wasn't something worth knowing ever he looked at the girl suspiciously. The girl was sure that there must be a good reason behind it, why he chose to live an ordinary life and hide such incredible ability. Cheon Yura was embarrassed by the guy's look, realizing that he wasn't willing to share his secrets with them. Severantina said that they certainly had no right to force him to tell them his secrets. The girl added that what matters now is not his past but his future, and it doesn't matter why his power is sealed, but how he can break that seal. Myung In Op didn't expect the girls to express their desire to help him break his seal of restraint. Cheon Yura decided that if there was a way to break the seal, they should help him do it by any means necessary. The guy pointed out to the girl that he didn't really want to ruin it, he was quite happy with his current life. Elizabeth Anakra stated that he could have become ruler of the entire land, she thought he was wasting the opportunity. The young man replied that there was nothing special about the board because supporting and providing for his family was enough for him. Cheon Yura asked what he thought about the riches he could get by going through the dungeons together. Myung In Op replied that he has enough to keep his family from starving, and it is already more than enough. Severantina was ready to put off talking about what to do with his sealed powers because first, they needed to know how to unseal him whenever he needed it. The girl assured him that in that case they could rid him of his weakness. She looked at him intently. The guy replied that it wasn't as easy to fix as she might have thought. The girl asked, what would happen if the seal was broken unwillingly? Myung and Op realized that Severantina wouldn't let go of him so easily. She thought that a specific trigger had contributed to it. The young man assured the girl that he didn't have any trigger. She stared at him intently and didn't believe his words. Cheon Yura became very curious to know what could be with the trigger guy. She flirtatiously looked at him. Elizabeth Anakra, along with the others, guessed that this guy was definitely hiding something from them. The guy tried to convince the girls that he wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. The girl assumed that the condition was a collision with a threat to his life, but the guy assured that this was not the case. Severantina also admitted that it could be contact with a high-level girl. Myung In Opp asked what she meant. The girl gave the example of vampires who need blood to gain power. The guy claimed he wasn't a vampire. Severantina agreed with his words, saying that those two options were the most appropriate based on the past battle they had watched. Cheon Yura tried to find out if Severantina's words were true, but the guy hastened to assure her that she shouldn't think so. Suddenly, Elizabeth Akanra reported that the guy's level had risen. She was surprised by this. The girls noticed that his level went up after Cheon Yura touched him. The guy blushed. Severantina added that his level had indeed risen to the 10th. Cheon Yura was happy about it. The young lady allowed that she could help him when needed. In the future, she continued to hold his hand. The guy asked her to stop. The girl reported that when he asked them to stop, she wanted to test it even more. The guy didn't understand what kind of test she was thinking about. Severantina realized from the guy's reaction that they had managed to guess right the guy to make sure that this girl was too smart for her age. The guy realized he didn't need to underestimate her just because of her age. He decided to tell them. Myung In Op told them that they were indeed right. and his seal weakened when there was a connection with another person. The young man added that it wasn't simple physical contact as she mentioned. Severantina asked. What then? He replied that it was deeper than she thought. The guy explained that it had to be a heart-to-heart connection. The girls were surprised to hear this. Severantina thought about it. The young man asked the girl not to make physical contact with him so easily because they saw that there was no serious contact between him and Cheonjura during their fight. The guy remembered grabbing her wrist and even kissing her and not crossing the dark threshold. Severantina asked how come his level showed up now when Cheonjura took his hand again. Myung? In Appa didn't know what to say to her. The girl admitted that the closer the bodies of a woman and a man are, the closer their hearts are. The girl added that in a sense it is like the old fairy tale of love reaching its peak with the beauty that kisses the beast. Summarizing, Severantina pointed out that his abilities had been sealed in a way not known to them. The girl added that if contact is made between his heart and the heart of the woman's partner, the seal can be broken. Severantina allowed that the guy's heart felt when Cheonjura decided to sacrifice herself to save him, and their kiss wasn't the asking price being the key to breaking his seal. The boy listened silently to the words of the girl who had almost managed to pick the right clue. The girl assured that right now, when Cheonjura took his hand, his heart beat faster, which slightly loosened his seal. The young man realized that the girls had managed to guess that it wouldn't be the slightest bit difficult for them to activate his abilities, in which case the plan to get rid of them had failed. Myung and Op hurriedly assured Severantina that it wasn't as simple as she might have thought. The girl explained to everyone in other words that he, playing the god's game, would need to meet each of them at the same time. Hearing the words, the other girls' eyes flared up because they didn't want to share Myung and Appa with the others. The girls realized that once a man and a woman form a couple as a team to complete a level, they fall in love with each other 9 out of 10 times. Cheonjura assured him that it's okay if he does that. The guy didn't fully understand her intentions. The girl thought that Myung-in Op and her would definitely become a couple since she would support him in becoming a high-level player, but it turned out to be the opposite. Elizabeth realized that, first of all, you need to become a partner who will communicate from the heart and then take care of the game. The guy assured that their hypotheses are correct, but all their actions will be useless. Cheonjura asked why that is. Myung-in Op explained that she of them would end up dating him only out of desire for his hidden abilities, stating that it is not pure love, asking what is the difference from someone who dates someone for money. Severantina asked that it didn't suit him, because it looked like a conditional relationship. The guy nodded positively in response. The guy asked the girls to stop bothering him and leave the building, saying that he had no intention of meeting one of them, and they already knew his secret. Myung-in Op suggested that they finish because it was time for him to go home by pointing them to the exit. The young man realized that he couldn't call it pure love when he was aiming for the wealth and power of another. He hoped these individuals would understand him once and for all. The guy was pleased to hear from the girl that she had become aware of his words, assuming he had gotten rid of them. Cheonjura stated that now that she has learned about Myung and Oppa's hidden powers, she should make him a new proposal. Elizabeth Anakra informed the guy that she would get back to him when she came up with something that fit his desires. Severantina seconded Elizabeth's words. She remembered why he had refused her by promising to think of something to counteract his refusal. After these promises, the girls left his office saying that they would soon return to him. Having escorted the girl out, the guy realized that she was not ready to give up so easily and would not leave him alone until the last. Myung-in Op asked Ji Yang if she thought the 3 ladies would become even more persistent towards him. Ji Young, as a woman, assured him their desires to get his heart increased at least 5-fold. The guy asked if there was a way to get them to surrender. The aide replied in the negative, explaining that the reason was his personality. The young man was sure the office would be crowded again tomorrow, and it would be a long battle of attrition. Myung-in Op didn't know what to do in such a situation. He decided to call his sister. The sister, being in the kitchen, took her brother's call, asking what was wrong that he called her so early. Brother asked, in that she still loves him even though he is an incapable student from a third-rate university. Sister asked who told him he was an incapable guy, replied that he didn't mean it, In asked him not to listen to people who say such things. The girl replied to her brother that the value of a man was not at all in his education. She knew that her brother was just a good man. His sister's words cheered the guy up. He thanked him for his support, then hung up the phone. Ye-in was surprised to receive such an unusual call from her brother, who hadn't told her anything important. The guy realized that only his sister would be on his side even without his hidden abilities and skills, and even if he really was an incapable student from a third-rate university, she wouldn't disown him. Myung-in Op realized that compared to Ye-in, those 3 girls were just mercantile profit seekers. The guy decided to get rid of these thoughts and try not to get caught up in their appearance and endanger his sister. He decided that despite the suggestions of these 3, he would never change his mind. The day after, Cheon Yura came to the boyfriend's office and kindly wished him a good morning. The guy was upset at the uninvited guest who had come to see him, since morning Ji Yang was surprised at such an early visit. Myung and Opeep stated that the girl came back, but even for not even past, Cheon Yura assured that it was because she wanted to see him. The young man decided not to fall for her feminine tricks. The girl said that he thought a lot about whether she wanted to get him just because of his abilities. Ji Young decided to leave the room and not interfere with their conversation. She took the tea set with her. Cheon Yura reported that her heart beats faster because she knows about his abilities, assuring that she was his fan favorite before they met. The guy asked if it was true. The girl uttered the nickname Mermaid Princess. The guy was surprised that she was knowledgeable in the matter. Myung-in Op recalled a Jero fan user for watching all of his streams, constantly sending donations and supporting him with his comments. The young man asked that it was really her. The girl gave him a positive answer, adding that he was so cool playing all the games on the Steams that she had seen them all. The girl admired his broadcasts, which inspired her not to give up in front of strong bosses. Cheon Yura saw him do incredible things in the games every time that she returned to the insurmountable obstacles. Myung-in Op had indeed gained a few victories after some lag. He made sure that she hadn't lied to him. The young lady still remembered what he said when he had 4 straight wins after losing 3 of 7 matches to a world champion team. The girl repeated his words that there are situations where their chances of winning are very small, but if the player gives up, he will miss the opportunity to grasp that small chance. Hearing the words became a prick in his conscience if he remembered what he had done in the online games. Cheon Yura, when she saw that he was going through the divine level of Master Valhalla, which was considered impossible, she realized that she wanted to play the game of gods together with Myung and OP. The guy realized that this girl was really his longtime fan, and that made him happier. The girl has yet to love Myung in Oppa as deeply as her family, but still the fact that he is superhuman is not the only reason why he loves him. The young man made sure she put her life on the line to save him in that dungeon. Cheon Yura made that decision before she found out about his hidden abilities, and he couldn't say it was all a setup. The girl wanted to ask him why they should try dating once, and she felt that she was destined to love Myung and Oppa. Suddenly, Elizabeth burst into their room, who didn't want the two of them making decisions like this alone. Cheon Yura was disappointed that she was prevented from easily and quickly hunting a guy in private. The guy was surprised that Elizabeth Anacran also came to him. The girl thought hard about what she had told them yesterday. Elizabeth Anacran was going to speak the truth and only the truth, stating that she was as interested in his abilities as his skills. However, the girl said that with all the desire cannot fall in love with him only because of this. Cheon Yura looked questioningly at her interlocutor, who was slightly embarrassed by the words she said. Elizabeth explained that she couldn't fall in love with him because she didn't know what kind of person he really was. The girl added that he said not counting love if one loves another just for power or wealth, and she was in agreement with this, stating that love should not be just for calculation. The guy asked what she intended to give up and leave. Elizabeth replied that she was going to get to know him better. Starting today for Myung and Opeep was surprised by this. Cheon Yura was dumbfounded when she heard about Elizabeth's intentions to make the guy get to know her better too. The girl stated that he barely knew anything about her, and she had only learned of his hidden abilities yesterday, asking how someone could fall in love in such a short time, but she was interested in him. Elizabeth admitted that she was initially only interested in his abilities, and since she already knew he was superhuman, she wanted to get to know him 10 times more. The girl stated to the guy that he filled her every thought. He was pleased to hear that. Embarrassment appeared on his face. Anacran added that with great power comes also a lot of responsibility. She had a hunch that she should watch him and make sure that his power would not be channeled in the wrong direction. Elizabeth assumed that the guy was calling it fate. The guy looked at her ambiguously but was in no hurry to answer her question. Cheon Yura realized that Elizabeth already knew that many people suffered when those with power made bad decisions. The girl explained that it's not that she loves him, now she doesn't even know if she can fall in love with him. Elizabeth suggested that they take the first step to get to know each other as well as possible, and if they would then fall sincerely in love with each other. Suddenly, the girl blushed at the words she had said. She realized that she had been too hasty in her remarks. Myung-in Op suggested that she get to know each other first, and then it would be up to her to decide. The guy asked how she learned to speak Korean so well. The girl started teaching him 3 months before she started following him. Suddenly, Severantina intervened in their conversation, who felt genuinely sorry when she heard tales of the suffering of stupid people. The girl made sure everyone was in the room, and so she intended to tell them her answer. Severantina pointed out that he wondered if she liked him because of his abilities. Myung-in Op replied that she was reasoning in the right direction. Suddenly, the girl snapped her fingers. The robot got up on all fours. She deftly jumped on his back. Being on the back of the robot, she stated that Myung-in Opeep was completely right in this case. The boy asked, what she was talking about. The girl replied that ordinary love for a man or love for a king cannot be similar. Severintina explained that Caesar and Cleopatra experienced physical attraction, but they also admired each other's military prowess and wealth and supported each other in their struggle for power in Rome and Egypt and thus grew closer. The young man agreed with her reasoning on the subject. She added that he had superhuman powers. The girl added that in addition, she has the intelligence and information network to allow them to strategize to take over the world. In other words, Severintina was trying to say that they complemented each other perfectly and together they could accomplish their goals. The guy asked what kind of goals she was talking about because he didn't want to take over the world. The girl assured him that she wouldn't have fallen in love with him if he were just an ordinary guy. Severintina was certain that Myung-in Oppa was destined to become king and how she, his partner, could be his strategist as well as consort, informing him that the same standards in different situations would not work. The girl asked him to hold hands, offering to passionately love each other, and together take over the world on was happily going to be the last piece of the puzzle to maximize his potential as king. Severintina, in exchange, asked to be allowed to remain shoulder to shoulder with him at the head of the world. Elizabeth Anakra made sure that by saying this she was serious about it, but everyone else was also desperate for Myung-in Oppa. Cheon Yura doubted that it was just love because of his strength, and Severintina's actions seemed ambiguous to her. Looking at the guy, the girls realized that his abilities are part of who he is. Severintina tried to find out the answer to her proposal. He looked at them with a stony stare, realizing that he wouldn't get rid of them easily. Myung-in Oppa never thought that they would think it over so quickly and come back to him after only a day. The girls waited for his response and he said that he sincerely appreciated their words, but he was still undecided. Severintina pointed out to him that they knew he was superhuman and had done everything they could to honor his request, and if he said they weren't suitable, there was nothing they could do about it. The girl added that if he couldn't make a decision right now, then they could try walking around a couple times. Elizabeth noticed that Severintina so easily changed what he had to decide, realizing that she was simply a master negotiator. The boy pondered. Elizabeth agreed with the girl's words, stating that it was called politeness. Her words confused him. The girls behaved bravely and made him a difficult proposition. The boy could not believe that to explain such a thing was so difficult. Elizabeth declared that if he was going to reject them, he had to give his best before refusing. Cheon Yura promised not to burden him with words like manners or responsibility. The guy was overwhelmed by such harshness on her part. The girl asked if he would mind going on a few dates with her, because that way he would know if their communication could be pleasant for him. The guy realized that just so they will not get away from him, and so agreed to her proposal. The girl was pleased that he was able to persuade him. Myung-in Oppa was sure that he wouldn't fall in love with them, but would just spend some time with them so they would leave him alone. The young man was going to refuse them, but when it came to refusal, there was some sincerity in it too. The girls offered him to meet this Saturday. The guy replied that he had no plans for Saturday. Cheon Yura got excited and said that she would plan their date. Elizabeth intervened in their conversation, telling her not to think about making plans on her own because they would take care of the details together, asking Myung-in Oppa to keep her promise. Severintina intended to show the guy from today for that there is no one here better than her as a strategist and as a woman. The guy asked the girls in that case not to plan something too messy. In response, they glared at him fiercely. After the dialogue with the girls, the guy went back to his house. He stood in front of the door and analyzed what had happened to him that day. The guy was previously determined to seal his powers and live an ordinary life without any dangers or adventures. A life where his father is angry because he's a third-rate student at a third-rate school, and where he smiles at the sight of his sweet sister. Myung-in Oppa realized that being a successful investor in online games and having an entire building to himself is hard to call an ordinary life. Things started to go south for the guy, and he agreed to go on a group date with those three rare beauties. The young man knew that his seal would not last forever, but he hoped to lead a quiet life for as long as possible. The guy decided to pull himself together. He realized that if he didn't get rid of these worries, Yin would find out and start to worry. Myung-in Oppa said that he came home. His sister was happy to see him. His brother asked how his sister's day was. The sister replied that nothing had changed and everything was in place. She asked if he remembered their promise for this Saturday. The guy tensed up because he had forgotten about his promise to his sister and had already made a date with 3 girls. Brother assured that he remembered his promised words. Yin asked if he was sure he hadn't forgotten about them. Myung-in Oppa replied that they had agreed to go together to watch a movie and go shopping. My sister gave him an ambiguous look. My sister offered to buy tickets, being sure that the schedule of sessions was already posted on the internet. My brother offered to leave it to him. Ye Ying indicated that she would try to find discounts and also spend her accumulated points to buy cheaper tickets. The guy didn't understand how come it was all on Saturday. On the same day, she didn't understand what he should do about the situation. The young man admitted that he should have called the girls right now and said that he couldn't make it on Saturday, but he realized that it would be very rude to cancel the meeting like that. Myung-in-op thought that another option for him might be to postpone the walk with his sister, but he couldn't do it because he had promised, and it didn't seem right for him to be the first to renege on his promise for something else. Suddenly, the guy realized that there was only one way out of this problem and he couldn't think of any other way but that. My sister went to the theater's website to choose which movie to watch with my brother, trying to find sessions with discounted tickets. The evening sun was setting. The county was turning red. The town was starting to get ready for bed. The guy realized that the next day was an exciting Saturday. After he woke up, made himself breakfast at the meal, he chose not to think about the day's upcoming appointments. The guy shaved to look fresh in society because on this day, he was revived by a trip to the movie theater and a triple date. Going into his room, Myung-in-op started to get ready, picking out his outfit for the upcoming meetings. Looking at his reflection, the guy made sure that it should be enough for him, because he wasn't going to stand out from the crowd. Myung-in-op pointed out that this way he wouldn't embarrass her in front of others. The sister reported that she would be fine if he looked like his usual brother. Thanked her for such words. They were both ready and so moved out. Ye-in looked at her brother excitedly in anticipation of the moments they would spend with him today. The guy realized that his sister looked very attractive to other guys who turned around at the sight of her. The sister was very happy because it had been a long time since their last trip to the movie theater. The brother apologized to the sister for leaving so early. Yeoin assured her that there was nothing wrong with it because they could get a discount on the morning session, and she was aware that her brother had some other things to do in the afternoon. The sister pointed out that the students put their studies first. The brother stated that their parents would have said so, and he made sure that everything was going according to plan so far. Myung-in-op planned that in the morning he would walk with his sister, and in the afternoon he was going to go on a promised date with 3 ladies. The guy had to agree, saying that he had to do a group assignment and that he had to leave for a certain amount of time was partially true, for which he berated himself in front of his sister. The young man was sure that he and his sister would have a great time together in the morning. Ye-in felt like it had been forever since they had gone out. Myung-in-op understood that Ye-in, as the favorite daughter and everyone's favorite student, she might look down on her brother from a third-rate school, but Ye-in was a good girl. Her brother doubted that she would be amazed even if she found out that her brother was very rich. Ye-ying hummed a song following the movie theater. The young man was sure that Ye-in was not the type of person who would keep secrets from his parents, which could be a problem for him. He intended to prevent her from finding out about such a thing. His brother didn't want his sister to know that he was strong enough to be considered superhuman, because that could put her in danger. Myung-in-op was completely happy with the current state of affairs, and he didn't want to ruin the idol in any way. The guy knew that in this world there are forces and evil that cannot cope with just by studying well and living in an ordinary family. Myung-in-op made a promise to himself that if the evil forces somehow target Ye-in, he would definitely protect her. Her brother realized that in any other circumstance, she would have been the type to take care of everything herself anyway. Afterwards, the brother and sister went to the movie theaters, which was showing one of the popular movies at the time. The sister was delighted with the movie, watching the tear-jerking brother calmly watched while eating popcorn. Everyone told Myung-in-op that his sister was an adult, but at times like this, he noticed that she was still a child. After they went to one of the cafes to have a snack, the brother asked if the sister liked the movie. The sister responded positively, assuring that she really enjoyed this good movie, which turned out to be very sensitive for her. The brother also thought that this movie was worth the money spent on it. Ye-in informed him that the place used to be in decline, but now apparently business has recovered. Myung-in-op supported her conversation by adding that this place has the potential to grow. Suddenly, there was a message on his brother's phone. Yeoin assumed that it was already time for her brother to go on his assignment. The guy made sure that it was already time to meet the 3 beauties. The guy was a little upset that it was time for him to leave. His sister pointed out that if he missed such a meeting, the other members of the group might get in trouble. After saying goodbye, her sister wished her brother good luck and he promised to see her later. The girl waved sweetly at her brother, who went to meet the 3 girls who were already waiting for him. Myung-in-op understood that this was technically the group assignment, and he had promised, and in that case, he had to come. The guy managed to get on a crowded subway train that was going to the place where he had an appointment. Upon reaching his office, the guy panting Ji-yang met and greeted Mr. Op. Ji-young pointed out that her boss looked tired and offered him a cup of ginseng honey tea, and the guy agreed, saying that the day had been a bit tiring. Elizabeth Anakra explained that's why she suggested they meet somewhere closer, asking why he was making life difficult for himself. The guy explained that if his sister found out there would be trouble, and that's why he was so careful about being driven around by his own secretary. Severantina pointed out that he was destined to be king and shouldn't worry about such trivial things, deciding to overlook it. Cheon Yura didn't understand why the 2 of them were discussing such things, because they were going to have a great time as each of them had planned their day. Myung-in-op asked her what they were going to do. Cheon-yura said that they had a reservation at a French restaurant for lunch, and she had talked to Ms. Ji Yang, who confirmed that Myung-in-op was fine with French food. Elizabeth added that afterward, they would go to the opera, since that would be the wonderful performance they wanted to see. Severantina said that after the play, they would call the mall and enjoy shopping. She had prepared something special to celebrate their meeting. Myung-in-op thought that if Severantina, the co-director of the department in the security department of the shopping mall lab section, would come to her if she wanted to, Cheon-yura asked if there was anything he didn't like about their schedule. The guy agreed to follow their plan because it was his part of the deal. The girls got excited and they all moved out in unison. Ji-young wished her boss a good time. Secretary left alone in the office. An acquaintance visited a French restaurant and tasted a highly aged wine that Myung-in-op liked very much. Elizabeth, along with the Severanians, were waiting their turn when they could recover to their planned locations. After a group of 4 people visited the opera, the singer tried very hard. The audience present did not regret coming to this event. The guys were confused by the beauty of the singer who was performing on stage. They looked at her mesmerized. Cheon-yura also liked the ambiance of the place. She listened to the piece with interest. Some guys were distracted by the beauty and forgot why they came to the opera. Elizabeth Anacron was pleased that Myung-in-op liked her suggestion to come to this performance. Severantina also listened to the tune with interest, realizing, but the next their place would be hers and she would be able to pay attention to the boy. After that, they visited a shopping center, and the girl intended to buy something from the showcase. Severantina offered her boyfriend to try on the wristwatch she had chosen, and the other girls were surprised that she could afford to make such a spontaneous purchase. Myung-in-op was shocked because this wristwatch cost 20 million won, which was equivalent to $18,000. The guy was trying on a watch Severantina had bought, which he really liked, but he was still sure it wasn't a rational purchase, in which case the guy said he would pay for their dinner. Cheon-yura stated that his proposal sounded great. She was glad he took the initiative in their meeting. Elizabeth Anacron also liked this idea of having dinner together with a friendly wink at the guy in return. Severantina realized that Myung-in-op had enjoyed the day they had spent together. The guy explained that she had been courting him all day and so he decided to repay them for their debt. Otherwise, he would feel bad. He was only doing it to end the day with proper manners. The young man asked if there was something she would like to eat or if they would trust him with their choice and head to one of the nearby restaurants. Suddenly, Myung-in-op noticed his sister in the crowd, who was also visiting the mall with her friend. The young man did not understand why his sister was in this place. Being sure that she had to return home, she decided to hide because if she saw him with incredible beauties, it would be bad. Suddenly, Ye Ying noticed a familiar silhouette that reminded her of her brother, making her even more nervous. The guy heard his sister speak to him and realized it was too late to take action to hide. The friend asked Ye Ying that it was her older brother. The girl nodded positively, indicating that she would return to her now. Myung-in-op grabbed his head and tried to figure out how to get out of this situation. Her brother said he had to leave on a group assignment, but she found him at the mall instead of the stake, thinking it looked too suspicious. The young man thought his sister would be offended because he had lied to her about the assignment being a lie, and he was just going on a date with some girls. Myung-in-op was sure that Ye-in would give him a scandal about liking these girls so much that he decided to lie to her. My brother tried to come up with a quick excuse, but he couldn't gather his thoughts from the storm that he thought was coming. Looking at Cheon-yura, who was starting to worry, he didn't understand how she could take it and interfere in the conversation. The second problem was Elizabeth Anacra, who could get angry and say things to Myung-in-op's sisters. The third problem was the possible arrogance of Severantina, who had not expected this turn of events either. His brother didn't understand how his sister would understand that, as an unpopular student at a third-rate school, he was on a date with 3 beautiful ladies, because he was convinced that it made no sense whatsoever. Myung-in-op was sure that Ye-in would definitely suspect him of something after that, and if it led to her finding out about him being a popular game streamer and other things, then their family idol would be ruined. Walking up to her brother Ye-in asked how come he was in the mall since he should be in shock. Cheon-yura noticed the boy's excitement and intended to help him with his explanation to his sister. The girl intervened in their conversation, saying that in that case they would go their own way, informing him that he could take his time. The young lady played along and asked the guy to remember to finish the mall's marketing report by Tuesday. Myung-in-op didn't realize what she had said at first, but he agreed with her words, realizing that she had spared his sister from any unpleasant speculation about her brother. Ye-in asked her brother that his group assignment was to create a marketing report. Cheon-yura's words had a positive effect on this environment. The brother responded favorably to his sister, who assumed that those 3 girls were part of his group. Myung-in-op was surprised at Cheon-yura's cleverness. Yi In summarized that these girls are quite beautiful. The guy explained that he wouldn't dare be on a team with them since they are like the queens of the campus. His sister asked if he was sure he wasn't trying to get on the same team with them. The brother replied in the negative, adding that he should not think of things beyond his level, for he was not in the same position as they were. Suddenly, his sister asked him who said such a thing, for he should not have taken to the habit of underestimating himself. The young man thanked his sister for her support, but assured her that this was the reality and he was on the same team doing all the black work for them, and once the task was done, it would all be over. The sister asked her brother if it was possible that he was really just like those 3 girls on his team. The brother assured that there was no such thing. His reaction made Ye Ying even more suspicious, but he tried to convince her that he wasn't like that. Ye and promised her brother that she would not meddle in his affairs, asking her to tell it like it is. He thought about her words. The young lady persisted in persuading her brother to tell her everything as it really was. Myung In-op assumed that she must have been a rabbit in her past life, but now she looked more like a sheepdog, like a young but brave puppy who was trying to defend herself from the wolves. The boy realized that he couldn't exactly tell his sister the truth, nor did he have any need to lie to her. The 3 girls were the ones who were stalking him, and he was going to reject them. The brother informed his sister that she had gotten it wrong. The brother explained to his sister that dating one of the girls was the very last thing he could think about. Ye Ying was surprised by his words. The young man didn't tell his sister everything. Deciding that therefore it wasn't technically a lie, he sank into his thoughts for a moment. Myung-in-op realized that when he turned on his charms, his heart became vulnerable, but he was just so naturally inclined, and there was nothing he could do about it. The guy didn't understand why he felt so guilty and heavy in front of his sister Yi-in, was convinced by his words and assured that she believed him. The sister thought that at last spring had come, and to her brother he did not understand what the words were supposed to mean to her. Yi-in asked him to tell her if he found someone he liked. His brother asked what it was for. The nurse explained that it was so she could help him. She looked at him confused. The younger sister pointed out to her brother that he was a nice guy, but he didn't have any experience in relationships, and she was worried that he might make stupid mistakes. The young man agreed with her words. The guy knew he wasn't going to get into a relationship with any of the 3 because it was just a group date. Ye-in asked him to tell her if he gets into a relationship. Her brother replied that he remembered her words, adding that he should finish the marketing report anyway. The sister said she was here with her friends and decided it would be better to go back to them. The brother said he would come home a little later. Saying goodbye to his sister, the boy was pleased that he had somehow managed to get out of this situation. Suddenly, Ye Ying stopped him. Pointed at his brother's watch, he realized that this situation might be gaining a completely different character. The guy realized that his sister had noticed the watch Severantina had bought him, and it could give away his actual social standing. A college student who struggles to pay tuition couldn't wear a 20 million won watch. He could easily think of a way out of it, but not now. The brother didn't know how to answer his sister if she asked him how he could afford such a watch as a student. The guy realized that if he claimed it as a gift, but it wasn't the kind of ordinary watch that an ordinary person might allow to commit such a gift, and once she started to suspect him, she might notice a lot of other things. The young man admitted that his sister might suspect that her brother was a very rich man, and therefore deceived him all this time. Myung-in-op began to think that his sister would start to claim that he had kept it from her. Mentally, the guy assumed that his sister might take offense at her being too non-disclosive about his privacy to his family members. He thought too much money would lead to family discord. The sister declared that she could no longer trust him. She screamed furiously at him. Myung-in-op realized that if this happened, he would be able to apologize for everything and make amends, but this was the worst-case scenario for him. The young man didn't understand what he should do in case his sister's seal was broken, because then his quiet life would be over. Suddenly, in reality, the sister stated to her brother that his watch is very cute. Her words made Myung-in-op come out of his bad thoughts. My sister decided to buy one for herself. My brother doubted that diamond and platinum watches are nice. He looked at them. Myung-in-op noticed that his watch had changed, and it was not the expensive wristwatch that Severantina had bought him. The luxurious diamond and platinum watch had become a penguin watch. The young man shifted his gaze to the departing Cheon-yura, who had discreetly switched them and saved him from unnecessary questions about it. The brother told his sister that he was going to take the watch off because it wasn't really suitable for guys. Yi-in pointed out that it was cute, but it was too much for him. The guy exhaled a sigh of relief, making sure that he had managed to avoid any unnecessary questions that might have revealed his true identity. Myung-in-op realized that Cheon-yura had helped him twice already, and now he was definitely indebted to her. After the guy came to the restaurant to the girl thanking them for a great time together. Severantina allowed that it meant they could go out again on another date, but the guy assured her that was over the top. The young man explained about his feelings and did not want to be in a relationship yet, and so he would not be going on dates regularly. Servantina guessed that his words of thanks truly didn't care about the next date. The guy replied that he didn't say such a thing. Myung-in-op said that it wasn't because of them, because he wasn't ready for such a change in his life. The actions that took place in which he found himself in a desperate situation caused him to abandon his intentions of communicating with them further. Severantina said that they would not just give up on their words and keep trying to get to know him better so that he could partner with one of them. Elizabeth agreed with the words, adding that they need a few months before they decide who is compatible with whom. The guy explained that in Korea, when people meet each other for the first time, and she of the parties does not want to continue the relationship, then for this relationship comes the end. Severantina refused to accept his refusal. The girl added that this stubbornness shows how attractive he is to them, and compared to other superhumans, he is very mysterious. Myung-in-op heard about Elizabeth's intentions to follow him to make sure he didn't take a slippery slope with his powers. Elizabeth asked why only Cheon-yura's bottom was silent. The one explained that she was a little worried about what was going on. Cheon-yura stated that they made their own decisions despite what Myung-in-op said, and so she was worried that they might annoy him with their persistence. The guy hurriedly assured them that they weren't annoying him at all. He was just afraid they'd get tense over nothing. Cheon-yura said it was fine in that case. The girl said that unrequited love is sad, but it is better than loving no one at all, because they all did it because they wanted to and the result did not matter, because doing something is better than sitting idle. It seemed to him that Cheon-yura had now claimed a small victory, but still he couldn't be rude to these girls who acted this way because they had feelings for him. When Cheon-yura came out of the restroom, she was surprised to see Myung-in-op standing in front of her and asked what he wanted from her. The young man asked if she had a moment to discuss something very important with him. The girl didn't mind. Myung-in-op thanked her for her help because she had saved him from his sister's speculations. The girl explained that she had thought he might be in a difficult situation if he needed to introduce them to his younger sister. Cheon-yura assured that she wasn't cruel enough to leave him to handle it alone because she was a sensible and caring girl. The guy said that he would appreciate it if they finally gave up and went back to their business. Cheon-yura asked if he had seen who would give up so simply by being his fan. The young man thanked her once again for her help earlier, asking her what she wanted from him. The girl said that she helped him without expecting anything in return. Cheon-yura asked how he felt about going on another date, this time one-on-one with her. The guy reminded her that he had talked about annoying him with her obsession. The girl replied that he had said it didn't bother him. The girl pointed out that if he was really so against the idea of being with her, he should forget her words. The guy replied that he had said no such thing, stating that he would agree to another date. He felt that he was sinking deeper and deeper into the swamp he had driven himself into. Cheon-yura asked if his words could be considered a promise, and the guy said he would keep his word. Suddenly, the girl cheered up, stating that she would look forward to their one-on-one date. He realized that when he was 3-on-1, it looked like a group picnic. Myung-in-op came home and realized that his upcoming meeting with Cheon-yura would look like a real date for the two of them. Sometime later, the day of the date came. The guy looked at his reflection in the mirror and hoped that he looked good, realizing that he should look simple but at the same time decent for the date. The guy made sure that he wasn't doing it to show Cheon-yura his good side, but was doing his best to repay her for her help. Myung-in-op thought Cheon-yura was beautiful. He was even touched by the fact that she was his longtime fan, and she could show her true feelings by saving him in that game, being the daughter of a conglomerate family, but he was not interested in her as a girlfriend. Cheon-yura came before the appointed time and waited for the guy. The passers-by were surprised that such a beautiful girl was standing alone. After waiting for a while, the girl noticed that Myung-in-op had come to the meeting, and they said hello to each other in front of the passers-by, who looked at him with envy. Myung-in-op asked if it really didn't bother her. The girl said she left their dating arrangements on him. The guy knew about it, but he wondered if it was normal for someone of her status. She made sure he worried too much about nothing. Cheon-yura explained to him that she doesn't indulge in luxuries every day of her life. The girl assured that it's more important who you spend time with, and it doesn't matter where you go or what you do on a date. The young lady was happy that she got to go on a real date with Myung-in-op, being the fan she has been for so long. The guy made sure her words sounded very nice. He didn't know if they were sincerely said or not, and that bothered him. Looking at the girl, he began to feel as if it were a real date. The girl gave him a serious look. Suddenly, the girl decided to tell Myung-in-op something important. The guy didn't mind hearing her words. Myung-in-op asked what she wanted to say. The girl replied that there were several reasons why she needed to achieve good results in the gods game. Cheon-yura needed to raise his level and collect more divine stones, and replied that he understood the situation. The girl added that even if he flatly refused to participate in the game of gods, she still had to do it. The guy realized that the date is a date, but work is not waiting, and she, as the heiress of Chongsong Company, by refusing to play the game of gods, may lose the future inheritance of the company. Cheon Yura wanted to play together with Myung-in Op. If he didn't mind it, she looked at him embarrassed. The girl explained that even before she found out he was superhuman, she was excited about the idea of inviting his incredible player to play a game of gods. Such words made the guy embarrassed. He replied that he understood her position on the matter, and her original request deserved a chance. The guy realized this meant that the daughter of a major conglomerate was inviting him into a secret exclusive league for an elite society created from her personal fandom. Cheon Yura couldn't imagine that he could be superhuman. The guy replied that he hid this fact from the public. The girl assumed that if she now said she wanted to play with him, it would look like an attempt to get a strong and skillful man. The guy hastened to assure that it didn't look like that at all, adding that she knew he wasn't that strong when on his own. The young lady agreed with his words, saying that it was a win-win situation for everyone. The young lady said that Secretary Ji Yang told her about his favorite dishes and a little about Myung-in Oppa himself. The girl wanted to ask him a question. He was ready to answer any if it did not concern his superhuman strength and why his powers are sealed. The interlocutor promised not to touch these topics. Cheon Yura said that she had more interesting questions that she would like to hear answers to. After they came to the restaurant and the guy did not understand why the girl pouted and pretended to be offended by him, she felt as if he was really busy. The guy explained that he had never had a close relationship with anyone in his entire life, and that's why he was acting this way. The girl assured that it was because he was hiding his real identity. The guy replied that it was a false accusation. Cheon Yura pointed out that if he says that every clothes hairstyle and towel structure looks like he is willing to date any woman, the girl assumed it would be better than saying he liked her, and then repeating the same phrase with another girl. The guy was a little embarrassed, hiding his reaction behind a smile. A waitress came up to them and brought them a dish. Suddenly, the waitress tripped, and the girl dropped the food right on Cheon Yura. The guy tried to help her somehow. Translating his gaze, the guy noticed that the girl was completely soiled by the food that had fallen on her. The manager rushed over and asked if the customer Cheon Yura was okay, because the dish was cold, but her clothes were ruined, and the manager said that the laundry fee would be refunded. The girl assured me that there was no need for a refund because it was just a mistake and asked me not to scold the waitress too much. After the couple went up to one of the hotel rooms, Myung-in OPP waited for Cheon Yura to take a shower. He didn't know what to do in a situation like this. The guy didn't understand how they ended up in this place, because the situation seemed awkward to him. Cheon Yura was taking a shower after an incident that happened to her at a restaurant after asking a guy to wait for her. Earlier after the incident, the girl called a man who would bring her new clothes and asked Myung-in OPP to book a room so she could take a shower. The guy assumed the girl could have planned this from the beginning, realizing that she couldn't have known the waitress would tip everything over on her. Thinking that she might have realized where things were going and decided to take a chance and lure him here, Myung-in OPP assumed that Cheon Yura just wanted to take a shower and his expectations were just wrong. Myung-in OPP didn't understand what was going on at all, whether it was really just a coincidence and she had decided to just wash up or whether it was a way to give him a signal. The guy accepted that it could be a signal, but he didn't understand why he followed her into the room because he could have just waited for her in the lobby. The guy's musings were interrupted by a girl who came out of the shower in a towel, saying that she felt much better after the shower. Noticing the half-naked girl, the guy became uncomfortable in her presence. He did not know how to behave in such situations. Turning away from her, the guy said he was very glad she was relieved. He tried not to stare at her. The girl was sure she wasn't thinking about any improprieties while she was in the shower. The guy nervously replied that he wasn't thinking about such things. Cheon Yura stated that it was too bad he didn't have such thoughts. Suddenly, she touched his back, the guy. It made him even more tense. Turning around, the guy asked what she was doing. Not standing on his feet, he fell right on top of her. He was embarrassed by his clumsy actions. The guy didn't understand how such an accident could happen and what the girl might think in such a case. Myung-in OPP made sure that Cheon Yura didn't push him away or even ask him to move away, which seemed very strange to him. The girl lay at ease on the bed and did not react to the guy's actions without realizing what might happen next. The young man assumed that by such actions she was telling him that everything was all right, and their faces showed embarrassment at what was happening. The guy realized that he only had to decide one thing to do with her or not. He exhaled heavily. Myung-in OPP realized that he didn't know enough about her to do something like that and decided to give up his plans. When he got up from the bed, he apologized to Cheon Yura, explaining that he had just lost his balance and said it was okay, because everyone makes mistakes. Cheon Yura suddenly said that she had gone too far in her behavior. The guy kept blushing. The girl realized that this situation was half successful, and the decision to bribe the waitress without Myung and Appa's knowledge was the right one. Cheon Yura was able to fully understand his character through this incident. The guy kept averting his gaze from her. The girl set it up on purpose to see what kind of man he really is. The young lady is convinced that Myung In Opap is ready to take on the responsibility of becoming a partner in the game of gods with the intention that their union will lead to marriage in the future. Myung In Op. As a man with a staunch sense of responsibility, she liked him even more. She was sure she held a place in his heart at least halfway. The only thing that contradicted their relationship was that he wanted to live a simple, quiet life for the benefit of his family and younger sister. Returning to the game of gods with Chongsung Company's daughter could mean completely abandoning his mask of helplessness and coming to a luxurious lifestyle. The girl allowed that this was the key to allaying fears about that part, and if he made sure meeting her wouldn't bring any misfortune to his family, he would be more interested in the whole thing. Cheon Yura intended to slowly but surely search for that key to the guy's heart, deciding to stop now and stop thinking about what might happen in the future. Suddenly, their room was broken into and the door was kicked in, and the girl was startled by the surprise. The couple watched as a crowd of guards quickly ran in and lined up across the door to them. The guy didn't realize what it was and why it seemed like déjà vu. The girl tried to figure out what was going on here. The guards bowed their heads to him after the guards had come to their room. The man said he was outraged at what was happening here because he had only lost sight of Cheon Yura for a moment. The stranger continued to examine what was going on in the room, nervously adjusting his tie. The man asked the girl how dare she forget where she belonged and be so messy with her body. Cheon Yura was startled by the man's sudden appearance because she didn't expect him to be here. Myung-in-op defended the girl by asking the unknown man who he was and how dare he break into someone else's room. The man called him a brazen thief and tried to strike him. Suddenly, the man managed to deliver a powerful blow to the chest of the guy, who failed to dodge in time. Myung-in-op received a powerful blow and realized that he had seen this man somewhere and felt sick from the blow. The guy admitted that it was Sung Cheon-bae, the chairman of Chongsung Company, who looked at the defeated man with disdain. The girl rushed towards Myung-in-oppa, who fell down from the blow from Sung Cheon-bae, saying that she not only forgot where she belonged, but also hung around with a commoner like him. Cheon Yura replied that she didn't forget and tried to explain that it was just a comrade, but the man wouldn't listen to her and ordered her to shut up. Myung-in-op noticed Sun Chung-bae grabbing Cheon Yura's hand and ordering her to follow him, but the girl begged him to leave her alone. Suddenly, the man slapped the girl who resisted his instructions. Sung Cheon-bae claimed that she belonged to him. The man asked how dare she flirt with another Cheon Yura, pointed out that he had promised her older sister that she could live freely. Sun Chung-bae said that her sister is useless because she can't fulfill her contractual duties. Cheon Yura suspected she had too little time left and thought she had found a glimmer of hope after meeting Myung-in-op. The man noticed that the girl had calmed down a bit, who was kneeling in front of him and was immersed in her thoughts. Turning to the guards, Sun Chung-bae pointed out that this guy dared to touch something that belonged to him. One of the guards asked what instructions they should do. Oraboni ordered the guards to take care of this insolent girl, asked the man to leave Myung in Appa alone. Sun Chung-bae was angry that the girl was trying to tell him what to do, so he hit her again, and this time the blow was stronger. Cheon Yura replied that it was not an order, but a request. The girl assured that she will go with Oraboni, and he should let Myung and Appa guy go, surprised at that. The man allowed that she wanted to do something for that cocky guy while leaving him out of it. Cheon Yura reported that Myung-in-opp has nothing to do with them and has no reason to touch him. Oraboni stated that it was enough that he was stretching his hands to what belonged to him, and there he would go to the other side of the world. The girl asked if it wasn't enough for him that she would follow him as an older sister. Orabon allowed that she would use this excuse to save this guy. The girl assured that she didn't want unnecessary bloodshed. Sun Chung-bae asked how dare she dare to cross him. The girl said that she was determined to give up everything, and the only thing she asked him to do was to fulfill her last wish. The girl's words made the man think about what was going on for a moment, and the room was silent. Oraboni replied that he agreed because sometimes it is worth showing his generosity. The girl thanked him for it. The man stated that in that case she needed to fulfill her end of the bargain. Myung-in-op tried to stop them with asked what the hell was going on here. Myung-in-op said that Cheon Yura called Sun Cheon-bae her half-brother, and how dare he talk to her like that, but the guard stunned him with a stun gun. The guy was unable to help Cheon Yura in any way as he lost consciousness. Guards intended to carry out the instructions of his master. The last words heard from Sun Chung-bae were that he would let Myung-in-oppa live by ordering the guards to escort Cheon Yura. After they all got into the premium cars, the girl was unable to resist her half-brother and so submitted to him. Sun Jong-bae ordered the driver to move out. He followed his instruction and moved out from that spot. The man stated that letting Cheon Yura use their family name was a mistake, realizing that now he had benefited from it. One of the female staff members admitted that the chairman was satisfied with what was going on, expressing her congratulations to him. The staff member pointed out that they would release to the media that Cheon Yura had gotten into an accident. Sun Cheon-bae resented that they needed to worry about what the people around them would think. The girl assured that there was no reason to worry about it. The girl realized it was a problem, but it was the only way they would support the chairman in the future. With their contributions, he trusted her, ordering her to take care of it. The premium car continued in its lane, moving faster than the rest of the traffic. Sun Chung-bae said that the lower class of society should not be allowed to criticize the fact that he is the king, because in the old days when someone spoke badly about the king, his head was immediately put on the ground. The man realized he could still deal with the intruders in his kingdom by threatening to fire them, but that didn't apply to the people outside. The aide asked what he could do because in past times, barbarians outside the nation often refused to accept the supremacy of the king. Suddenly, the driver reported that behind them was an ambulance that wanted them to give way to it, asking what the chairman would order them to do. Sung Chun-bae was furious to learn that these beggars wanted to overtake him, not understanding how they dared to do such a thing. The ambulance kept signaling to give way in the traffic because they were carrying a patient. Without waiting for any concessions, the ambulance drove into the oncoming lane, thus overtaking the motorcade of premium cars. The chairman stated that asking to shift them in the lane was impertinent, but now they were forcing to drive behind, and this in his belief was beyond all limits of his patience and mercy. Suddenly, the dark force asked Sung Cheon-bae if she should take care of this. The man hesitated. The chairman gave this go-ahead for the actions of this dark force that intended revenge on the ambulance that overtook the motorcade. Suddenly, the ambulance lost control and the driver could not do anything with it. The passers-by, seeing the carriage not existing on them, started to run away in different directions. The ambulance flew at full speed into the building next to the road. Sung Chun-bae's motorcade continued on its way. Pretending not to have seen any of this, the chairman laughed furiously. The man stated to the Dark Force that she perfectly lives up to her nickname of Black Demise. The Dark Force replied that this was all she could do for him. One of the guards called the chairman asking what they should do to this guy who dared to touch Cheon Yura. The master replied that they had no choice left to choose from, smiling evasively, letting him know they needed to get rid of him. The guard replied that he understood the instructions, ordering the others to escort the guy out. Elizabeth said that it was very strange that Myung-in Opeep was late today, and she and Servantina were waiting for him at the office. The girl was more concerned that at the same time with him late and Cheon Yura in the room, there was an awkward pause. Suddenly, Elizabeth assumed the two were on a date. Servantina made sure her interlocutor wasn't completely stupid. The girl said that now was not the time for such clarifications because they had to find the couple. Servantina asked where they would look for them. Ji Young explained that Seoul is a huge city with a population of over 10 million people, and it won't be easy to do. Servantina asked them to relax, as she had something that would be perfect for such occasions. One of the robots brought her a laptop. Elizabeth saw a satellite map on the screen that looked something else. Servantina asked her not to compare it to the garbage on the internet. The girl explained that this image was from a military satellite, some called a spy satellite. Elizabeth assumed that Servantina had hacked it, but the girl asked not to put her with cheap hackers since she had enough credibility to use it legally. The girl made sure that her interlocutor bragged about her capabilities. Meanwhile, Servantina managed to discover Myung-in Oppa's location. Servantina reported the location of the guy who was arriving at the warehouse in Incheon Harbor. They didn't understand what this couple could be doing in the warehouse. Dirty thoughts went through Elizabeth's head, who refused to believe it because Myung-in Opeep couldn't have done such a reckless thing. The girl pointed out that doing something like this in a warehouse instead of a hotel was a bit odd. She commanded the satellite to try to zoom in on the image. The satellite changed its position, pointing the camera to a specified point in the port warehouse of Incheon Harbor. A few seconds later, an image appeared on the screen that showed Myung and Oppa, along with some unknown people. Elizabeth asked, Cheon Yura is also with them. Ji Yang started to worry about her boss, seeing that he was a prisoner. The girl reported that the guy was handcuffed, realizing that it all looked like a real kidnapping, but didn't understand why. Servantina tried to break through who these people were. Elizabeth started to ask a bunch of questions, but after pulling herself together, she realized that now was not the time for such questions. Elizabeth said that they should go to Myung and Oppa's aid as soon as possible, adding that if he hasn't contacted Cheon Yura, he's just a weakling. The girl pointed out to her interlocutor that she should have stopped avoiding the word kiss and not blushing all the time. Elizabeth told her to shut up, told her to. Elizabeth said that if Servantina was going to give her advice, then let her stay in the office and she would go to save the boy. The girl replied that she would not give her a chance to be his savior. When the guy came to his senses, he asked the men where he was and what he was doing here. The man pointed out that they should not be blamed because it is his fault that he crossed the chairman, and that is why he belongs here. The boy asked if they would let him live, because the chairman had promised him, and he began to worry a little about it. The guard replied that Chairman Chongsong shouldn't keep his promises to a commoner like him. Myung-in Opiki stated that Sun Chung-bae promised this to his sister. Hearing such words, the guard laughed, almost dropping his cigar from his mouth. The guy did not understand what was so funny in his words. The man said that Cheon Yura is in no way the sister of Chairman Myung-in Op, who was surprised to hear the news. One of the guards advised the guy to get ready because he would have to spend the night with the fish. They informed the supervisor that everything was ready. The guy was furious when he heard that these people were going to put him in a barrel and dump him in the ocean. Myung-in Opip asked the man to clarify things to him before he died, asking what he meant by saying that Cheon Yura and the chairman are not related. The head of the guard replied that such matters should not concern him, ordering him to just shut up and lick the barrel. The guy started insulting them and suggested that they had killed a lot of people in a similar way, but the guards did not react to his words. The man pointed out that such things do not make sense. The young man asked if human life was worth anything to them. The guard replied that he was not valuable as well as the chairman. The guy asked why they were doing such acts, assuming it was for money, saying they had no regrets. The head of security informed the guy that for someone who was already dead, he was talking too much. He kept smirking at the captive's words. Elizabeth asked her partner that they had arrived at the right place. The girl nodded positively, assuring her that she had looked through the satellite. The girl understood that trespassing on private property was a violation, but now they had an emergency stating that it was time to start a rescue operation. Severintina was surprised that she cared about such trivialities. Elizabeth replied that private property was something the owner had worked hard to obtain and they should respect the labors of others. The girl pointed out that she is the one who is level 25 is making things too complicated. Elizabeth pointed out that there is no time to bicker. The girl activated the field that surrounded the area of the warehouse where Myung and Oppa was being held and broke down the fence to enter the warehouse. Elizabeth and Nakra, using her techniques at incredible speed, intended to break through the warehouse set, sweeping away all obstacles in her path. Breaking through the wall, the girl asked the guy if he was okay. The guards didn't understand what happened and who this strange individual was. Elizabeth hoped that she had made it in time, because without the seal, Myung-in Opip is a very powerful superhuman, but with it, he is no more than a first-level commoner. A lot of dust rose from the girl breaking out the wall. She assumed he must still be alive. Myung-in Op suddenly emerged from the cloud of dust and thanked her for coming to save him, advising her to come through the door next time. The girl noticed that the guy managed to single-handedly deal with the criminals who held him captive. Elizabeth Anacren asked what happened to him and how he managed to defeat the opponents. The guy assured her that he wasn't hurt and she shouldn't worry so much. Severintina was sure that Myung-in Opip must have been level 1 because of the seal looking at him. He was indeed at level 1. The guy replied that it didn't mean he would lose to the likes of criminals who sold their souls for money. Myung-in Op explained to the girl that he lost consciousness, then that he was caught off guard, and then he just pretended to be helpless and found out some information. The young man added that these criminals didn't know much about what was going on. Severintina realized that he had purposely let himself be dragged to this place. Elizabeth was sure that it was impossible for him to handle so much on the first level. Severintina suspected that the guy's seal would open when there was a threat to life. The guy replied that they should have discussed more important things. Myung-in Op informed the girl that Sun Cheon-bae was serious about sending a man to the other side of the world. The guy added that he let him hit himself, believing that he was an Oroboni of Cheon Yura who came to the rescue of the sister. The girls were surprised that he just let himself get hit by a foe like that. Fixing his glasses, the guy pointed out that as a brother who was worried about his sister, he could understand Sun Chung-bae, but the fact that she was trying to get rid of a man and forcibly forcing Cheon Yura to go with him, he didn't intend to tolerate it. Hearing the explanation, Elizabeth asked what he was going to do in such a case. The young man replied that he intended to show Sung Cheon-bae the consequences of his actions if he continued like this. After returning to the office, the guy said he needed to find out as much as possible about this chairman. Severintina sighed heavily and asked about Myung-in Op trying to ask for her help in this way. The girl said that using the capabilities of the security services and the American network of high circles, she could find what he needed very quickly, and she could also give a request to the Korean National Intelligence through America. The boy was surprised that Severintina was so confident in gathering information. The girl replied that physical abilities can handle things that lie on the surface, but the real abilities that rule the world are information, knowledge, and the human brain. Myung-in Op was grateful to her, but tried to contradict her. The girl assumed he was going to refuse her help. The young man assured her that he needed her help and would ask her to help him when he fought. He didn't want to bother her with data collection from the start. The girl did not insist on her help. The guy realized that using such extensive channels for such a mediocre investigation would be too much. Guy suggested that he start by looking at Chung Seong Ji Young's company pedigree and had already prepared the necessary documentation. Severantina made sure that this girl wasn't just an ordinary secretary. Myung-in Opap replied that Ji Yang knew his secret too. The girl realized that Myung-in Opai was definitely a superhuman, but his abilities were limited to sealing. Severantina wondered why the restraining seal was placed on him and how he became superhuman. The girl imperceptibly held a suspicious smile, making a promise to herself to find out all of Myung-in Oppa's secrets. Making a show of indifference, the girl realized that there was nothing ordinary about superhuman powers, and they had secrets that were particularly interesting to her. Once Severantina wanted to expose him, but there was no time for that now, because first she had to understand Ji Yang's abilities and learn Cheon Yura's secrets. The secretary sat down on the computer and began to search for the necessary information as Myung-in OPP had instructed her to do. Severantina felt the power waves that came from the activated Foresight Stone, and she informed the others. Elizabeth Anakra was convinced by her words. Having felt the same, the girl declared that as a superhuman, Myung-in Op should have enough divine stones. The girl reported that the investigation should become easier with these used stones. The interlocutor nodded positively. The girl explained that it is commonly believed that the Stone of Foresight is used to look into the future, but it can also be used to get information from the past or present. Myung-in Op assured her that he didn't have tons of these stones in storage as she might have guessed, since he had used many of them long ago. Severantina said that even if he had a warehouse of these stones, she wouldn't fall for him. A while later, the secretary who had finished the investigation came in, and the guy asked her now to sound out what she had found. Ji Young said that there is no daughter in the direct line of Chung Sung's family. This information surprised Myung-in Oppa, who was sure of the opposite and didn't understand why Cheon Yura was saying such things about herself. Myung-in OPP asked the receptionist, "What about Cheon Yura?" Ji Yang said that the girl only inherited the hotel and the fashion business as the daughter of the former chairman. The young man asked what was coming out of this. He tried to find out as many details as possible that Ji Yang had managed to find. The secretary explained that Cheon Yura was the daughter of the former chairman and another woman who was not the wife of the company owner. The guy pointed out to the secretary that she should have said so from the beginning. Everything realized that Cheon Yura was the child of a concubine born out of wedlock. This kind of situation was outlawed in Korea as a monogamous society, but it's just not possible for a huge conglomerate owning family to follow the law. The young man realized that this meant that no one would even blink an eye if the former chairman of Cheon Yura's deceased father had a daughter by a woman who was not his wife, and therefore the atmosphere between Sun Cheon Bae and Cheon Yura was not related at all. Ji Young said that the difference between legitimate and illegitimate is very clear, and all the power from Chung Song's ownership was given to the son of the former chairman, and as illegitimate Cheon Yura received only a small part of the entire inheritance. Myung-in Op thought about the secretary's words. Ji Yang suspected that something was wrong. Severantina expected him to give her some good reasoning on the matter. The young man asked Ji Yang to continue the report, realizing that Cheon Yura was only saying things that implied that she was familiar with the life of the lower class. Cheon Yura had always treated those who worked for her well, and even subcontractors with warmth and respect. The guy assumed she knew what it was like to live the life of a poor person. The secretary informed her boss that the information she had received was classified, and he was surprised. Ji Yang also managed to find out that Ms. Yura had an older sister to be like a mother to her, raising her from a young age. Myung-in Op was surprised that Cheon Yura had an older sister because in the officially reported data, Cheongsong had 2 children. The secretary agreed with his words that nothing was known about the older sister. The boy realized that the younger sister was recognized, but the older sister was not, asking a question trying to find out why this happened. The secretary told the biggest secret of the Chongseong company that all the children of concubines were victimized. Hearing this information, everyone present was surprised, and the guy looked at the girls who sat next to him. The young man assumed that these children from concubines became offerings or something like that in such a wealthy family. The secretary replied that he understood everything correctly, which made the guy even more uncomprehending of such actions of the family. Myung-in Op asked his assistant to prepare a detailed report so that he could find out what really happened. A little while later, Sun Chung-bae brought Cheon Yura to the ward where her older sister was sick, and she didn't understand what he wanted from her because she refused to give up her part of the inheritance. The man pointed at this older sister and asked Cheon Yura if she could see what was happening to her sister, adding that she couldn't play her role anymore. The young chairman stated that he was more than nice to the two of them, and now Cheon Yura needs to follow in her footsteps and take over her role. The secretary said that a special and very secret ritual always takes place without the family of Chairman Chong Seong's company. The ritual that transferred all bad luck and resentments to the victim as a scapegoat and thus provided good fortune exclusively for legitimate heirs. Originally, it was a shamanic exorcism using a hay doll, but they discovered how the effectiveness of the ritual differed depending on what was used as a sacrifice. The secretary explained that this is why the Cheon family used the children of concubines as scapegoats for the benefit of their rightful heirs. Myung-in Ope learned that in this generation, Cheon Yura's older sister showed a little protest about it. The girl took it upon herself to be a victim, asking in return that they let her sister live a normal life. Sun Chung-bai was furious at the girl who dared to behave in such a seminal way. The father asked what daughter was trying to condition him. The girl obediently kneeled in protest, thinking that the chairman of the company would take pity on her little sister. Cheon Jura's older sister said that she could not avoid being victimized, but admitted that she could offer enough resistance to affect the outcome of the ritual. The chairman has learned that if they allow her sister to be given some freedom and money, it will benefit them. The elderly man agreed to her proposal. Sun did not understand why his father agreed to this because they were doing well. The father explained to his son that if he planned to inherit his place as king, he should have learned how to recognize and get rid of minor problems. Myung-in-op learned how Cheon Yura was publicly recognized as the daughter of that family and the heir to that small part of the company. Big Sister's self-sacrifice was behind it all that day that Big Sister told her in a voice she could barely hear. The older sister tried to warn the younger sister and prayed that she would escape in time and not suffer her fate. Cheon Yura would never be able to leave her behind and run away on her own. She was trying to find the strength herself to stand up to this man before it was too late. When she meets Myung-in-op, she has hope that she will be able to save her sister and escape from Sun Chung-bai. Cheon Yura told the man that she understood and would do whatever he wanted, adding that she had one request. Sun Cheon-bai replied that the guy she was having an affair with had let her go and asked what else she wanted. The girl asked for her older sister to live. She didn't think it would be difficult for them to hire a nurse to take care of someone in a coma. Sun Chung-bae said that they are all sisters in the same way and promised the girl that he would take care of her older sister. Looking at the girl, he realized that she was stupid to think that he would spend money on something that had lost its value, and he intended to get rid of them both after everything was ready. The man announced that a new sacrifice ritual was starting. Cheon Yura began to prepare for the ritual. Cheon Yura felt bad that she didn't manage to save her older sister as she wanted and fell into the trap herself. The maids brought the girl all the necessary items and attire for the ritual they helped her dress. A short while later, all the preparations were finished and Cheon Yura was led into the hall where the ritual was to take place. One of the maids directed the girl who entered this part of the room where she had never been before. Cheon Yura was surprised to see a very strange state of affairs in front of her, realizing that there was no turning back. The girl noticed on one side her older sister, who was in a coma from exhaustion. Sung Cheon-bae wanted to finish this process as soon as possible. The young lady was shocked by her older sister's condition. A smile came out on the man's face at Cheon Yura's painful reaction. Sun Chung-bae suggested that she wasn't afraid since she came here herself, assuring that if Cheon Yura sacrificed herself, he would release her sister as promised. The girl obediently froze in place, indicating that they had judged everything with him before and she had no intention of refusing. The chairman rejoiced at her behavior, saying that everything was as it should be and that it should happen obediently in accordance with his orders. Cheon Yura realized that Sun Chung-bae was saying empty words to her and would not keep his promises, but for some reason she obeyed him. The girl placed her hand on the panel that scanned her. All began the process of preparing for the sacrifice. Cheon Yura understood, but she couldn't do anything about it, which made her feel sad and tried to hold back her tears. The girl lay down on the free side of the altar that was connected to where her older sister lay. The assistant to the chairman said that everything was ready and asked for permission to start the process, and the man nodded positively. Cheon Yura felt an unknown force that began to emanate from the altar she was lying on, coursing through her body. The girl felt as if insects were gnawing and crawling all over her body. She didn't fully understand what was happening to her. Cheon Yura realized that her energy had begun to dissipate throughout her body, and her mind was so distant that she had trouble moving her fingers while she slept. The girl's eyes gradually began to close, her strength leaving her body, and she wanted to believe in the best. Cheon Yura made sure that her older sister kept enduring this pain and suffering all this time just to protect her. Sun Chung-bae stated that Cheon Yura's behavior was quite impressive, adding that she didn't have to do it. The man added that the things born to him gave him everything without remainder. and the world that lived by providence was beautiful to him. Looking at them, he said that the sisterhood was the same as his father had said, and said that in the future he was going to sacrifice as many brothers and sisters as possible. The girl was shocked at the bloodthirstiness of this man who intended to take the bonded couple hostage and conveniently use them both. Cheon Yura realized that this man was the devil in the flesh, and from the pain she was experiencing, she was bleeding and couldn't do anything about it. The assistant told the chairman that while reporting the report, the man remembered that it was time for him to go to the meeting. The girl did not understand whether it was normal that the family to maintain wealth and power gives up humanity and blood ties. She had seen many times that the more evil people, the easier they climb to the top of the hierarchy. In order to move on, these people repeatedly trampled and exploited the weak with the power they had in their hands. Suddenly, the girl heard a voice that asked if she was all right. She looked at her sister. Cheon Yura didn't understand how her older sister managed to get up and walk over to her. She had hope. Her older sister asked her to be quiet and not to act like anything had happened. The sister said she was going to release Cheon Yura and asked her to be patient for a while, but she didn't understand what had happened. Suddenly, the sensation of insects crawling over her body began to fade, killing her that her sister hadn't lied to her. The girl raised her hand to make sure that her strength was slowly starting to return to her. Cheon Yura asked her older sister how this could have happened, assuming it was really real. Her sister said it was all her remaining power that she had stashed away for the moment, because it was the last thing she could do for her. The girl pointed out to her sister that she was already done with everything, advising Cheon Yura to try to escape from the place. Cheon Yura suggested to her older sister to leave it together, but she replied that it couldn't be done. Her sister told her that this was her last chance to be rescued, which brought tears to Cheon Yura's eyes. The girl explained that in order for her to escape, she had to take charge and make Sun Cheon-bae believe that there was still a victim, and in that case, both of them wouldn't be able to leave. The sister said it was her choice and ordered Cheon Yura to leave the place alone, but she didn't want to leave her sister behind. Cheon Yura thought that there was only an eerie and hopeless future ahead, comparing it to a path leading into a volcano. The girl realized that there was a tiny hope of rescue, but she could not reach that so-called lifeline. Cheon Yura stated that she won't leave without her sister. The girl replied that she is now like a burned-out candle. Her older sister informed her that even if they managed to escape from the place, they would still be in a coma and couldn't help her. Ani told Cheon Yura that she had to get out of that place right away because there was nothing she could do, but her little sister had a chance. Cheon Yura suggested that if they can't be together, there's nothing wrong with saving herself. Suddenly, the girl remembered the moments she had experienced with Myung and Op when they fought Kim Chong-bin and Tamiel. Cheon Yura decided not to repeat the mistakes she made that day with Myung and Op and decided to escape with her sister. The girl realized that now that Sun Chung-bai had left the best moment to escape, the world was huge, and if she tried to hide, there was a chance he wouldn't find her. Cheon Yura made sure that he would never find her a level 25 mage, because if she obeyed her sister, she could live happily ever after. Her sister said she would never recover and would be glad to know that she had been able to save her from the horrible fate that was in store for them both. Cheon Yura couldn't do what her older sister wanted because she was the only one she cared about in this world. The younger sister felt what it was like to lie there while the life was being drained out of her, while this devil was robbing her of everything. So Cheon Yura decided not to just give up in this situation, saying that she will find a way to heal her sister and get a whole bunch of life stones and will definitely save her by offering to run away together. The older sister replied that if she went with her, Sun Chung-bai would notice it right away and so she should go alone. The younger sister replied that if they couldn't escape together, she wouldn't go anywhere. The girl asked her sister not to be stubborn. Cheon Yura couldn't leave her to suffer all alone again. Cheon Yura was sure that if Sun Cheon-bang's men noticed they were missing, they wouldn't have much time to escape, insisting on leaving together now. The older sister was against it, but Cheon Yura grabbed her hand and said that they would go together no matter what. The girls managed to get to a room in which a guard sat and monitored the cameras of the area. Cheon Yura managed to disarm the guard so that he didn't call for help. In time, the man was knocked unconscious by a blow to the back of the head. The girl wondered how many shadows there were in this place that served Sun Cheon-bang and needed to throw them off the trail as well as the omnipresent guards. The sisters realized that they only had one chance to break through the ceiling and escape outside from this place. Then the girls intended to get lost in the busy center of Seoul where Sun Chung-bang's men would not be able to find them. Then they planned to cross the sea and illegally enter China where they planned to lay low for a while. Cheon Yura thought that if they succeeded, the chairman of Cheongsong would hardly be able to find them because the country with 1 billion people was a real labyrinth. The girl used the fire parade technique, directing the fire insects at the ceiling of the room they were in. The guards of the territory saw a powerful explosion that occurred in the building and did not understand what happened. One of the guards was standing near the Buddhism barrier activator, intending to activate it. Cheon Yura made sure that it looked like the barrier hadn't been activated yet and asked for her hand, intending to get out through the hole. Suddenly turning around, the girl was kicked off her leg by Sung Cheon-bang, who had already grabbed her sister and prevented their escape. The man stated that he had a bad feeling about it, and so he came back when he saw that the ritual had been interrupted and was angry, asking her if it was her handiwork. Cheon Yura realized that she had completely overlooked the fact that Chairman Chong Seung must have something to warn him of the danger. The girl knew she had no choice but to fight the devil that stood before her. Gathering her strength, the girl intended to fight back against this vicious man who sacrificed people. Seeing her strength, Sun Chung-bae insulted her, intending to convince her that she wouldn't succeed anyway. Cheon Yura realized that she could no longer pretend to obey him to buy time. The girl realized that her opponent was very strong, but she and her sister had no other salvation. The young lady declared that she would no longer allow him to do whatever he wanted to do. She aimed her fire technique at him. Sun Cheon-bae realized that he had given such an insolent girl some freedom and showed some mercy, and now she bit the hand that was feeding her. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind his back and asked if they should intervene. The man said that they should not get involved in this fight because he wanted to do everything himself. Attacking the chairman, the girl stated that she would never forgive him noticing her attack. He didn't even try to dodge it. The fire attack didn't do any damage to Sung Cheon-bang. He made sure of his superiority on that score. Seeing the failure, the girl allowed that she had missed, but then realized that her attacks had just evaporated. The chairman was furious at such an act, repeating the same phrase, "How dare she?" Sun Chung-bae asked Cheon Yura how she dared to betray him because he trusted her and gave her freedom. The chairman stated that she was obliged to sacrifice herself for him, and to refuse to do so was a great mistake and a real betrayal. Cheon Yura thought that her spell would be powerless against her older half-brother and decided that she needed to increase the distance with her fire flight. Sun Cheon-bae said that they wouldn't be able to escape by using the Golden Shrine spell. The guards noticed that the Buddhism barrier sphere came into action and began to emit a bright glow. The girl realized that the barrier was now activated, and they were nowhere to go and decided to destroy it no matter what it cost her. Sung Cheon-bae noticed that his opponent had no intention of giving up, deciding to use her strength to end this as soon as possible. The young lady used the fire prison technique, putting her whole life on the line because she had no other choice. A fire whirlwind filled the space near Sung Chong-bae, trying to block his movements. The man realized that it wouldn't bother him, but this spell was annoying to him. The fire grids dispelled from the one approaching them. He showed that her techniques were nothing compared to his. Cheon Yura saw that the enemy had extinguished her flame just by passing through it. She was able to see such a thing for the first time. The girl used a parade of fire spell and many fire petals appeared, which were directed at the enemy. Taking an aimed shot, she thought that she had managed to inflict at least minor damage on Sung Cheon-bang. The fire attack had no effect on the enemy, who continued to reduce the distance between them. The girl was shocked at what was happening, assuming she couldn't fight him alone. Sung Cheon-bang managed to get close to the girl. He began to smile evilly at the disappointment he saw in her eyes. The chairman stated that her power would not harm him in any way, no matter how hard she tried, by starting to insult the opposing girl. The man pointed out that he sits above them all, and they, the underdeveloped life forms, can only look up to him and marvel. Pointing his finger at his sister, Sun Cheon-bang added that people like them can only sacrifice themselves for him, saying that Cheon Yura is powerless against him. The girl realized that there was truth in his words, and so she was angry at the situation from which there was no way out. Glaring angrily at his half-sister, the man asked how to punish her. She began to build up the strength for a powerful spell. Cheon Yura made sure that he spoke to her the same way he spoke to his subordinates, which was completely at odds with his carefully crafted public image. The girl continued to attack her opponent, confident that she would be able to break the cycle of Sung Cheon-bang's evil deeds. Another fiery attack brought no results. The man suggested she finally calm down and accept the hopelessness. The man asked his opponent if she even knew how to do anything else besides these spells. The girl tried to increase the distance. Cheon Yura replied that she had more strong techniques in store for her. Suddenly, the floor began to shake, and the opponent didn't realize what had happened. Suddenly, magical seals formed all around Sung Cheon-bang, which came as a surprise to him. The man realized that this was what Cheon Yura had been trying to do all along, to trap him. The girl knew from the beginning that ordinary spells could not harm him, and so she pretended to be weak. The spell was from that very third chapter of Elegant Runes, and long training greatly increased the power. Cheon Yura continuously distracted him and concealed the runes on the floor by heating the air and creating a mirage, and it was the most powerful fire spell she could control. The girl used the volcanic eruption spell. A powerful pillar of mana rose up in the place where Sun Cheon-woo was. Tongues of flame began to perch on the spot where the enemy was, turning into lava tentacles. Cheon Yura realized that such an arrogant and more attentive opponent would never allow her to complete this spell, and in normal cases, such a spell was useless. A powerful eruption of lava rose to the top of the protective barrier, which began to crack under the onslaught of temperature. The guards noticed that the protective barrier had been breached. It slowly began to dissipate. They didn't realize what had happened. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees as she realized that she was under the influence of Sung Cheon Bayang's technique and managed to dodge her attack. Sun Cheon Bayang reported that an attack capable of breaking the Golden Shrine spell of such power should have been enough according to her belief, but that was not the case. The girl was unable to resist her opponent, who grabbed her by the neck and lifted her off the ground. Cheon Yura made sure that her spell was able to break the barrier surrounding them, but there was not a scratch on the enemy. A tear came to the girl's face as she realized that they would not be able to escape from this place. The chairman was angry that his half-sister tried to resist the will, ordering her to prepare to be punished for what she had done. Cheon Yura burst into tears, convinced that he had no chance of winning from the start, and she should have run when she had the chance. People didn't always make the right decisions. Even when they knew it was best, the girl realized it too late. Cheon Yura knew that Sun Cheon Bang didn't have anyone like that whom he would never abandon, but she had someone like that. The girl couldn't leave her older sister in this place who sacrificed everything for her. That's why she did it. The man asked where such small hands got so much strength. The girl kept trying to break free from his grasp. Sun Cheon Bang noticed that she grabbed his hand and he didn't understand what she was trying to accomplish by ordering her to let him go. Cheon Yura said she wouldn't let him go because she decided to use a spell that she would pay for with her own life. As he began to use the technique, the girl indicated that he was the one who needed to prepare for retribution. Magical seals appeared before her eyes. The girl uttered the name of the spell that began to immerse them in the final flames. A multitude of flaming tongues began to envelop them. The man became enraged by this act of his half-sister continuing to hold her by the neck and insult her. Cheon Yura intended to drag him with her to the other world, even if it was the last thing she could do in this life. The girl went to such a desperate act for her sister, who lost everything because of her. The spell used utilizes the mana that the mages had stored up instead. It ignites all cosmic energy, the basis of all living things, and creates an explosion. Cheon Yura knew that such a spell required a sacrifice, and ordinary magic couldn't create such a powerful attack. The girl told Sun Chung Bang that he would follow her and ordered her to let him go, but the girl didn't even think about it. Sun Cheon Bayang kept ordering her to let him go, but half-sister decided everything then when she awakened that spell. The young lady realized that his guards only had to watch, stating that he only had to stand by and watch. Suddenly, the man smiled as he realized that she was wrong about that because he had dark spirits on his side. Sun Cheon Bayang let her go after Cheon Yura's body was pierced by many dark feathers that Kim Cheon Bin used. The girl made sure that she was in exactly the same situation as with the pseudo-pastor, whom she could not resist. The man was glad that he had bought these feathers in advance, because the power of the fallen angels was able to dispel any spell, stating that they were definitely worth their money. Sung Cheon Bayang said that as the head of Cheongseong, he has plenty of such charms that can deal with strong spells. The girl continued to be in shock at the situation she found herself in without realizing how to confront him. The half-brother reported that he had to spend this valuable item on a lowly creature like her. Cheon Yura only managed to damage Sung Cheon Bayang's arm slightly, using his strongest technique. Suddenly, the man slapped the exhausted girl, who was in frustration at the circumstances she had gotten into. Having made a kick on the body, the girl flew away from him on inertia, assuming that further he will beat her furiously. Sung Chun Bang said that the plebeians were the devils of hell and continued to insult the half-sister who opposed his will. As he continued to beat her, he asked how she was going to make amends for what she had done, adding that he had a burning wound on his arm. Cheon Yura assumed that she and her sister would never enjoy a peaceful life, realizing that she should have listened to her older sister because she wanted to get her out at any cost. The younger sister wanted to save her for the sake of shared happiness, making sure it was too much for someone who was born to be victimized by the heir. The girl realized that all that wealth and luxury was only temporary, like food for a cow that would be used for meat later. After her sister was victimized, they were not allowed to laugh or bask in the rays of happiness. So with the help of money, Cheon Yura tried to become better and stronger, to find someone who would help her fight the devil. Every morning as she sat next to her older sister while Cheon Yura's energy was being drained from her, she vowed to save her. Cheon Yura began to remember Myung-in Oppa, realizing that she was incapable of doing more than that and would be a victim. The girl hoped she could miraculously come back like when he overcame the impossible and passed that difficult game. The young lady thought that if Myung and OPP became her partner, she would be able to stand up to her half-brother, Myung. In Appa's words about not giving up even if there was a 1% chance of winning, encouraged her. Cheon Yura managed to become his fan, and in this case, she hoped for a miracle being by his side. The girl realized that all her expectations were false, and she wouldn't be able to become as strong as Myung-in Opai. Sun Cheon Bang stated that now he will not spare Cheon Yura's sister, adding that she will be the next victim. Terrible beating. The girl has resigned herself to the hopelessness of the situation in which she found herself looking at her sister who was lying next to her. The chairman said he would send her sister to the other side of the world right in front of her and do it as long and painful as possible. The man was sure that what she had done would imprint on her mind what the world was like, adding that the strong get everything and the weak get trampled. Suddenly, the guards informed the chairman that they had been attacked, and he was surprised at this turn of events. Myung-in Op broke down the gate of the manor where Cheon Yura was being held, and the guards surrounded him, intending to prevent it. The girl heard the guard report that some guy had broken down the main gate and set up a new barrier despite resistance. Sun Cheon Bayang called the guards lazy and ordered them to do their job and deal with this enemy. The guards ordered the guy to stop and stand in one place if he wanted to get back from this mess alive. The guy noticed that one of the guards had contacted his superiors. He pointed his finger at him and decided to send a message. Myung-in Op ordered the guard to tell Sun Cheon Bayang that he had come to pick up Cheon Yura, and the girl burst into tears. Suddenly, a picture of Myung-in Op hugging Elizabeth Anakran to remove her restraining seal popped up in the girl's mind. Cheon Yura was happy to hear that her friend had come to rescue her, but she couldn't believe what she heard and kept crying. The girl was sure that the guy was not going to interfere in anything because of his sister, assuming that even as a superhuman, he would not be able to cope with Sun Cheon Bang. Meanwhile, the guy continued to confront the guards. Cheon Yura was sure the mage wouldn't be able to resist her half-brother. The young lady thought that to release the guy's powers, she needed to be near him, but she realized that near him would be those thou. An hour ago, Elizabeth didn't understand how she could be so mean, saying that they would go right now to finish off Sun Cheon Bang and save Cheon Yura. Severintina was surprised at her attitude, pointing out that Cheon Yura was their rival. Elizabeth had no intention of turning a blind eye to this crime for her own interests. The girl explained that she didn't mean anything like that because what Myung-in OPP was going to do was more important. The guy said he was ready to return Cheon Yura because the crime her half-brother committed was not in his mind. Severintina asked if he was going to openly attack Chongsung. The guy said yes because he had no other choice. The girl echoed the guy's motto of not getting involved in anything and being a good person and living peacefully. Myung-in Op replied that this was true, but if a girl was kidnapped right in front of him during a date and he did nothing about it, he couldn't consider himself a good person. The guy didn't intend to feel like a wimp and save the girl who had been illegally kidnapped. The young man asked the girls if they would help him and promised to repay them later. Elizabeth Anakran stated that it is personal and in that case he owes them nothing, making it clear that she does not need the award. Severintika also expressed her willingness to help Myung-in Oppa by stating that he would be indebted to her, which was a nice bonus for her. After they arrived at the mansion where Cheon Yura was being held, Severintina suggested that they spread out for a three-pronged attack. Elizabeth was fine with that, adding that they needed to rescue the hostages first, and so she would follow the strategy if it suited her. Suddenly, the guy stated that there was no need for it. The girl was a little embarrassed to hear his words. Elizabeth asked what he was talking about, and Myung-in Opip explained that he needed help getting her to break his seal, and then he would handle everything himself. Severintina pointed out his past words about how just being around him wasn't enough. The guy replied that that was enough for him now. Suddenly, the guy grabbed the girl by the waist, and she didn't realize what he was doing and was confused. Myung-in Op apologized to Elizabeth and promised that he would thank them later, but she said that it was to save Cheon Yura, and she didn't need anything. Elizabeth wanted to clarify something about their relationship. The guy asked what exactly she wanted to tell him. The girl explained that this hug was an exception, and she wouldn't let him do that again, and it meant absolutely nothing in their relationship. The guy was surprised, because in his opinion he did not do anything indecent with her, but just hugged her. Myung-in Op agreed with what she said and promised to take it under advisement and not to do it again. She realized that it was heading towards a kiss. The guy kissed the girl to break his restraining seal to save Cheon Yura. Now the boy was full of strength, for the seal was broken, and he could easily deal with the crowd of guards that surrounded him. Myung-in Op gave them one last chance to let Cheon Yura go, and then he will think that they are not involved in Sun Cheon Bayang's devious plans. The guards didn't listen to the nonsense the guy was telling them. They started attacking him with electric batons. The guy used a spell to seal the guards into the ground who were the first to intend to strike at him. The other guards, seeing how he quickly dealt with their colleagues, were dumbfounded and no longer wanted to attack him. They did not understand how he managed to disarm them so quickly. The head of the guards told the others that there was no point in taking this guy alive, since they were convinced of his strength. The guards realized they needed to keep their distance from this guy and pulled out firearms and intended to get rid of him that way. A lot of bullets headed towards Myung-in Oppa, who continued to approach the guards without trying to resist the bullets in any way. The guy walked through the gunmen, knocking them down. The guards didn't understand how the enemy managed to disarm them without contact. When Elizabeth Anakran saw what was going on, she asked him what his player class was. Severantina was curious to know. Elizabeth asked that then in the portal, Myung-in Up along with Cheon Euro was definitely a mage, or was she imagining it? Severantina pointed out that after Elizabeth kissed him, he was only level 15. Elizabeth asked not to talk about the kiss because now Myung-in Appa's class was different. The girl relayed the boy's words that his seal weakened when connected to an ally's heart, but he didn't say it hid the magician's power. The girl asked how that was possible. Severantina replied that his true class underlay everything. Severantina was trying to say that depending on the opponent, Myung-in OPP could change, and their powers based on certain cosmic energy and were represented as unchanging classes. The girl realized that the guy had somehow gotten around this limitation by suggesting that he had gotten close to the source of this power. Elizabeth Anakran thought that was the weakness of the boy. The girl asked why she thought so. The girl explained that he couldn't competently use abilities that were out of his profile or that he hadn't practiced. Severantina pointed out to her interlocutor that she was undoubtedly right, and only if he were an ordinary man, such a judgment would not apply to a superhuman. The girl knew that a level 15 warrior skilled in unknown martial arts who was disarming armed guards was just passing them by. Elizabeth realized after what she had seen that at level 15, the warrior class could not be that strong. Severantina stated that all they had to do was watch Elizabeth, agreeing with her words, continuing to watch. The girl was curious to know how powerful he could be if he manifested all his powers, just like when he became an ultimatum mage. Sung Cheon Bayang didn't understand why his guards couldn't do anything about this guy. The Dark Force suggested her to intervene. The man marveled that this dark force was still here, making it clear that it was long overdue for her to confront the enemy. The Dark Force asked what he was giving the chance. Only the fourth girl noticed the presence of an inexplicable force. The crowd from the Dark Force reported that the enemy is strong, asking why not give them all a chance to prove themselves. Sun Keon Bang agreed with their words, saying that anyone who dared to go against him would have to pay for it. Cheon Euro was convinced that it was the black conch foursome that her half-brother was going to use against Myung and Oppa. The chairman instructed the four to go there together and wipe this guy off the face of the earth, allowing them to deal with those worthless slackers at the same time. The black conch foursome obeyed the master's command and proceeded to fulfill his wish. Once upon a time in China, the Black Riders were the four Salmak elders of the ancient group of executioners. Attempts to escape the Great Cultural Revolution led them to Korea, where these strongest executioners had served since the days of former President Chongsun. Each of these four Dark Riders had reached the 20th level, and they were all under the power of the chairman. Cheon Euro realized that for someone who couldn't reach the 15th level, they would be difficult opponents. The girl realized that the four executioners were not going to fight Myung-in Op one-on-one as honest warriors would have done. Meanwhile, the guards kept firing at the guy who wasn't affected by the shots. Myung-in Op also approached the gunmen and disarmed them without any effort. They didn't realize what kind of power he possessed. One of the guards took up a firing position on the roof of the building, being sure that he would not be able to resist such a shot. The guy said that no matter how many people attacked, nothing would change, because the number of such minnows did not matter to him. After taking Myung-in Oppa in his sights, the gunman said that he should have been more vigilant because he knew what kind of defense he was using. The shooter understood that the impact power of a sniper rifle would be much greater than that of an ordinary pistol, being sure that it would definitely break through his defenses. While Myung-in Op was distracted by the others he got rid of, he single left arrow started aiming at the guy. Suddenly, the guy noticed the shooter who was aiming at his head. He was surprised that he managed to find him, realizing that it was too late to change his position. The shooter took an aimed shot from his sniper rifle right at the guy below. The bullet flew past Myung-in Oppa, shattering a streetlight without the guy doing anything. The shooter was surprised to assume that he had missed, being sure that such a thing was not supposed to happen. Suddenly, the sniper's rifle snapped off, hitting him with the butt of the rifle right in the jaw, contributing to his unconsciousness. Myung-in Oppa managed to disarm the sniper with just one sweep of his fingers. The rest of the guards were terrified. It seemed to the guy that the guards didn't even know who they were protecting, asking if they were going to continue to attack him. Suddenly, one of the guards noticed an elevator behind him. from which a huge big man began to emerge. The giant grabbed this guard by the head, breaking his glasses and lifted him to the ground. The other guards didn't understand who he was and what he was doing to their colleague. The crunch of an apple was heard as the giant cracked the skull of the guard and threw him to the ground. The men were horrified at what they saw. The thug called the guards useless men who were running away from the enemy. He looked at them with disdain. The guards were terrified when they heard that they were all going to the next world today and opened fire on the giant. The bullets didn't do any damage to the giant and just bounced off him in different directions. He sighed heavily. The bully became furious and called the guards brainless, saying that these toys would not work on him. One of the 4 executioners rushed to smash the guards, who could do nothing about it. Suddenly, he was forced to stop the blow that Myung-in OPP had struck with a distant sweep of his index finger, and he didn't realize what had happened. The guy asked him to stop. Cheon Euro, watching through the screen, was surprised that this giant was not harmed in any way by Myung-in Oppa's attack. The giant said that such a technique had worked on humans, but his tricks wouldn't work on him. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened and 3 more dark executioners came out, saying that the 3rd Iron Demon God was as strong as ever. The giant was uncomfortable in comparison to the 2 older brothers. The old man with the flask stared at the guy they were about to fight. The old man realized that this kid was using invisible bombs, stating that it wasn't bad for such a young age. Myung-in Op realized that such a technique was useless against this old man. The girls continued to be outside of this territory, and so he had to fight alone. The old man, hearing the boy's answer, said he was smart, confident that the 4 of them would be able to get rid of him. One of the dark executioners added that by shooting an invisible bullet through the enemy's vital points, he could defeat him, assuring that it was not a bad technique. The man said that in addition, due to the refraction of the light beam, an illusion was created in advance so that the enemy could not correctly determine the place of impact. The boy heard their words, and realizing that they were close to him in strength, he prepared himself for the coming battle. The old man informed the guy that their trio had long since gone beyond these named abilities and would be able to overpower him with ease. Myung-in Op made sure that one person was able to stop his attack, and there were 2 others who were stronger than him. The girl watching the guy realized that he was wrong because there were not 3 of them, because one of the dark executioners still did not appear to him. The guy said that it was great, suggesting that they remove the witnesses and compete with each other. The old man was surprised by his words. Taking out the throwing knives, the man suggested that this guy wanted to save the guards, adding that he should try to stop him in doing the opposite. Hearing such words, the guards were frightened and started running away, trying to get away from these strange people. The young man asked his opponent to stop and not attack the guards, who began to flee. In terror, he used counterspells. The enemy didn't listen to the guy and fired a lot of daggers at the fleeing men, which exploded when they hit. After looking at the guy, the man said that this disaster was not enough for him. The guy tried to somehow redirect the knives in the other direction. One of the daggers flew straight into the back of the fleeing guard, who wasn't looking back and intended to run away quickly. A lot of men were neutralized by Myung-in Oppu's knife hits couldn't save them all with his technique. The old man stated that if the guy had had any time to act on the daggers, they would have died anyway. Suddenly, the guards began to lose their strength. Their bodies changed. They were begging and screaming for help. The boy covered his nose from the acrid smell that came from the bodies of the defeated guards. He realized that the daggers were laced with poison. The old man, noticing the guy's reaction, suspected it was too much for him since he started covering his nose. As Elizabeth watched, she said that they should help Myung-in Oppa, and Severantina rushed to stop her because he told them that he would take care of it alone. Elizabeth didn't expect there to be as many opponents as Severantina explained that if he handled the situation, it would only prove that he was a worthy man. The girl stated that it was a problem she tried to pass to Myung-in Oppu, but 2 of Severantina's guards stood in her way. Elizabeth Anacrin said she couldn't teleport there and drew her dagger, intending to fight the servants. Severantina stated that she didn't care about fighting her servants, but she didn't want to miss the chance to see Myung-in Oppa's strength. Meanwhile, the guy continued to cover his airway, noticing that the old man had shown him his index finger. Myung-in Op noticed a small wound on his boyfriend with blood coming out of it. The old man said that his blood was poison, and he used just 1 drop to defeat all those guards. The old man reported that he had spent 20 drops on him, and it had been quite a while, and his technique had not worked on the guy. Smiling wryly, the old man invited the young man to choose the way he wanted to go to the other world. The first way was to die of blood poisoning. A dark force began to form near the old man. The second way was to run out of spears from Li Ho, who was already preparing to fire them at the guy. The old man suggested that the guy go to the other world from the Iron Fist. Sam Ho, thundering, began to need them. The guy nodded negatively, informing them that he too would give them a choice of how they would like to pass away. Sun Chungbai was furious when he heard Myung-in Oppa's suggestions that they should stop their evil deeds, and then he would give them time to repent. Cheon Yura was shocked by such a request from a guy who, despite the dismal situation, continued to believe in his victory. The guy summarized that if they refused to do it, they would all go to the other side of the world at his hands. Hearing the threats from the young man, the old man laughed, saying that he was strong in spirit but that he could not defeat him and ordered him to collapse. The old man had previously sprayed poison all over the area before he even opened the doors, and for the guy, that poison was particularly dangerous. Myung In Oppa was not intimidated by the threats of these opponents. He continued to believe in his victory over them. The old man ordered the young man to show him the face of a weak man who was struggling in convulsions, realizing that he had died. The boy asked why he would do that, showing with all his appearance that the old man's poison had no effect on him. The old man didn't understand how the young man was still standing on his feet. The guy expected a stronger poison from him. The Dark Rider realized that this guy was resistant to his poison because he didn't react to the poisonous fumes that flew near him. The old man assumed that the effects of his poison had slowed down for a couple minutes. This situation was starting to piss him off. Lee Ho approached his brother, asking him to move out of the way, noticing that his poison had no effect on this guy. The man indicated that the chairman was waiting for them, asking them to finish with him quickly, suggesting that the guy try to stop him if he could. The enemy released a multitude of daggers at the guy that left no space between them in which to dodge. A multitude of daggers were aimed at the guy who stood motionless, preparing to take countermeasures. Lee Ho was sure that the enemy's foresight was useless against him. If he couldn't calculate the number of knives, he wouldn't block them. The old man realized that if he could only use the bombs, his body was too weak for it. Suddenly, a dagger appeared from the guy's shadow, and then the fourth Dark Rider, that Myung-in Op didn't know about, began to emerge. A dark scythe of doom appeared behind the guy's back, intending to get rid of him quietly while he engaged in another attack. Cheon Yura knew that there were 4 Dark Riders, and the last of which appeared behind Myung. In Oppa's back, the girl began to worry about it. Ho himself noticed his partner and said that he had nothing to do here, because in his opinion, she would be able to handle him quickly. The girl assured her 3 brothers that she would break this insolent man's neck. She was sure he wouldn't be able to detect her stealthy attack. Dark Scythe of Perdition realized that even if he blocked the visible knives and was able to stop the hidden ones, the attacking girl assumed that even if he immobilized all the knives but would still be doomed to die from the poison. Elizabeth Anacron saw what was happening and was frightened that Myung-in Op might have died in the fight. Severantina was also surprised to realize the true strength of the guy who fought against 4 riders. Cheon Yura looked at what was happening through the screen and noticed a bloody wound and thought it was Myung and Opie. Despite the persuasion of those around him, the boy managed to disarm the Dark Scythe of Doom in time to grab it and cover himself from the daggers that Lee Ho fired at him. The girl was shocked that this, as it seemed to her, clumsy guy managed to so cleverly replay the situation that was not in his favor. Lee Ho was shocked at what was happening because he didn't expect their 4th member to die so suddenly. The old man began to look warily at this guy. It seemed to him that this was a waste of time. Elizabeth asked how Myung and Oppa managed to outsmart them so cleverly. Severantina replied that it all happened so fast that she didn't even notice. Severantina offered to review how it was ordered to turn on slow-motion video replay. The interlocutor was surprised that she could do that. The girls re-watched the slow-motion footage and were dumbfounded to see how Myung-in Oppa managed to find her and grab her. Watching the replay, they realized that the Black Scythe of Perdition had appeared from the shadows hiding behind Myung-in Op. The guy would put energy into his hair the moment before attacking and paralyze his opponent in an instant. The girl didn't understand how this guy managed to react so quickly to her planned lunge. Elizabeth, along with her acquaintance, continued to watch the replay of what was happening as the guy grabbed her attacker and closed in with her. The girls realized that Myung-in Op was just using her as a human shield to hide from the throwing daggers. Severantina pointed out that this same battle Elizabeth had heard that in the wizarding world, the outcome of a battle could be decided in less than a second. The old man didn't understand how the guy could move so fast because he had poisoned him with his poison. Myung and Op threw Same's breathless body on the ground, and Lee Hong was furious that his partner was killed. The man remembered that Same treated him like an older brother, from whom she had learned everything. Lee Ho vowed to take revenge on this man for what he had done to his sister, whom he held so dear and supported. Furious, the warrior announced that he would unleash all of his remaining blades at him for payback for the sake of his sister. Seeing the statement, Severantine pointed out that it was a very stupid move by an opponent who was no longer in control of his emotions. Elizabeth asked if the opponent knew that his blades wouldn't work against Myung and Oppa. They were confident in the guy's strength. The man stated that the guy wouldn't be able to use a shield this time, asking if he could stop his attack with his bare hands this time. Liu Ho released a multitude of soul-expelling blades, vowing to make a hedgehog out of him. He was sure the guy would just be torn to shreds. Cheon Yura noticed Li Hong's attack and compared it to a Gatling gun that couldn't be dodged. The old man increased the number of blades and added more hidden ones, being sure that the enemy would not be able to stop them without weapons. Myung-in-op didn't think it was worth it to tell him this because he was sure of the opposite and already knew how to counter this attack. The guy pointed out to the old man that he was using poison. With his bare hands, he started pulling out something that looked like a dagger from behind his back. The young man decided not to give up such an opportunity either. The enemy noticed that the guy pulled out a sword that resembled a whip. Li Hong realized that his opponent had an Urumi Indian bending sword worn around his waist. Using Myung-in-op's bendable sword, Myung-in-op was able to easily repel all the daggers aimed at him. The daggers began to fly back at the wielder, who tried to close in on them, frustrated with his attack. The guy pointed out to his opponent that they were out of time. Surprisingly, the man was still stunned to see the true strength of his opponent. Suddenly, the guy's sword blade disappeared, which made the opponents nervous about it. Li Ho noticed that the blade of the sword was pointing straight at him. From such an unexpected turn of events, he froze in place and prepared to take the blow. Suddenly, an old man who managed to block the blade of the bending sword came to him just in time. The old man told the guy that although he had seized the moment, it did not change anything because he had 3 opponents and only 1 weapon. Letting a tear fall, Li Ho ordered the guy not to even hope that this time that he as well as Sa Mei would fail in front of him. Myung-in-op was surprised because the opponent said that he used all of his blades last time, assuming that he still had plenty of them. He ordered the guy to shut up. The man again fired many blades at the guy, but the guy, using his strength, managed to fend them off and redirect them at the old man. As she continued to watch the battle with worry, Cheon Yura didn't understand how the guy was able to resist them so cleverly. Elizabeth, along with Severantina, noticed that Myung-in-op's attack swords began to fly and attack the Black Riders. Li Ho noticed that one of his released knives flew straight at Sam Ho, who noticed the approaching weapon. Ho himself stated that he did not intend to stand by when such a thing happened. He got rid of the dagger that was flying at him. The giant rushed to cover his comrade, who was under attack from his own knives. Sam Ho tried to catch the dagger, but it headed sharply upwards past him. The dagger avoided the giant and aimed exactly at Li Hong's head, who froze in place. The man indicated to the boy to underestimate the Black Riders. He quickly pulled out another dagger, intending to repel the blade. Myung-in-op was surprised that the opponent still had a weapon. Li Ho managed to repel the guy's blade in time. As he began to marvel at his greatness, he didn't notice the blade change its direction and powder his body. The boy told them that they had underestimated him too, because it was no ordinary sword. Sam Ho tried to help his brother, but it was too late. Myung-in-op explained that this sword has the nickname of Air Dragon. The true shape of his sword resembled the movements of a dragon. Li Hong's breathless body fell to the ground. Sam Ho was shocked that this guy had already poisoned 2 members of their group. Ho himself goggled as he watched his brother leave this world in agony and could do nothing to help him. He was immersed in hateful emotions. The old man was also excited that this guy was single-handedly getting rid of their grouping one by one. Sam Ho used all his strength to promise that he wouldn't let it get away with the guy who put their comrades down. The guy noticed the lightning-fast approach of an enraged opponent trying to grab him. Myung-in-op put up a block in time, making sure that now Sam Ho would be his opponents, ordering the old man to take care of the air dragon in that case. After these, scrapping the sword headed towards the old man, who using his cane repelled the blade. He continued to attack the old man. Ho himself noticed that the blade was putting considerable pressure on his brother. He looked away from the guy. The old man ordered him to stay back. The old man informed his partner that the more he got wound up, the more he got carried away in the fight. He continued to resist the attacking blade. Releasing his venom with blood, the old man managed to stop the blade that seemed to get tangled in the nets. The guy noticed their resistance to the blade and didn't react at all, because he thought it was boring. Sam Honu, with the auxiliary efforts of his brother, managed to hold back the attacking blade. The old man was glad they had managed to catch it. Myung-in-op made sure his blade was caught in strong bonds, advising his opponents not to forget what kind of sword it was. Suddenly, the sword changed its shape and slipped out of Sam Ho's hands, who had not expected such a thing. The bending sword struck the arms of the giant, who began screaming all around from the pain he received. Severantina was disappointed because she had hoped to see Sam Hong's famous iron fists. The sword began to change its position, but the giant tried to hold it back by grabbing it with his teeth by the bloody threads in which the blade was entangled. The old man additionally tried to put his poison on the blade. The giant managed to become on that sword, thus immobilizing it. The elderly man told his partner that what was happening was obvious to him, asking him to trust him and leave. Pointing at the guy, the old man assured that he was different from the trash they had fought before. The old man made sure that their opponent had been hiding his abilities all this time, but he didn't lose his composure. Seeing the real picture on the battlefield, Sun Qianbei was furious that the guy was able to deal with the Dark Riders. The girls were glad that Myung-in Oppa had managed to put up a proper resistance against an opponent who outnumbered him. The guy realized that he had made his opponents lose confidence in this battle, brutally correcting his glasses. All weapons created in antiquity had limitations in use because they were confined to a single sphere of use. The human body was not all-powerful and thus used with a limit, but Myung-in Oppa's similar technique allowed one to go beyond that limit. The sword flew freely in the air with Kai energy. Also, it could move in any direction the caster wished. The skills used by the guy broke the rules of any battle, and he was also not even available at level 20, but that was not necessary for Myung-in Oppa. The guy explained that intangible bombs were a kind of automatic attack. Many considered themselves skilled just because they could use the sophisticated technique. The old man made sure that his opponent really wasn't a level 15. He looked at the guy with consternation. The opponent realized that it was a person of the Great Emperor class. The guy angrily looked at him. Elizabeth Anakra asked if it could be that Myung-in Oppa is an emperor at the 15th level. Severintina answered positively, explaining that this was the name of the class the master had awakened in when he kissed her. The old man informed that even level 30 did not grant a title greater than king or universal good. The guy said it was none of his business, letting the old man know that he'd better keep quiet and not touch the subject. The old man pointed out that there was no need to do so, as the boy would still die here, so he ordered Sam Hong to hold the sword. Opening his flask, the old man began to quickly drink the contents. His partner realized that this method was too risky for him. Suddenly, the old man's entire body was in a poisonous cloud. He intended to deal with the guy. The old man declared that he, as the wielder of this sword, would also put his body to the fullest as his black power began to drain away. Many drops of blood appeared, which created a huge ball that the old man intended to direct at the enemy. The poison spread to the entire neighborhood. From the trees, leaves began to fall off. The guards were affected by the poison and began to cough bloody. The girl realized that the old man was using a huge poison ball to damage everyone around him. The old man looked disdainfully at the opponent, who had no reaction to the poisonous blood bomb. The elderly man explained that this orb was created from poisonous blood and just one drop was enough to get rid of a person. Looking at the guy, the old man didn't understand why his class was a great emperor. He didn't understand how he managed to use them at the 15th level. One of the Dark Riders was sure that this guy's Kai energy was enormous because he had reached a limit above the 15th level. The old man assumed that this guy had lost his high rank due to some incident, but he was sure that brute force could break even the most cunning technique. Dark Rider ordered the poison ball to catch this guy, ordering Sam Hong to follow him. The boy stood motionless, waiting for the poison ball to approach, confident that he would be able to handle it as well. Cheon Yura began to worry about Myung-in Oppa, who had a poison bomb of incredible power looming over him. The young man pointed at the poison bomb. Without even thinking of somehow avoiding approaching it, the old man was sure that it would make the guy go to the other world. Myung-in Oppa managed to spin the poison ball on his finger. As if it were a ball, he was slightly staggered to the side. The old man, gawking, couldn't believe that this was real. Sung Cheon-bae was also surprised by this. The girls didn't understand how Myung-in Oppa managed to handle the poison ball so easily as if it were a ball. The old man said that it was nonsense because it couldn't be like that, being sure that no matter what level the opponent was, he couldn't really handle something like that. The guy replied that you don't have to be his equal to assess the strength of your opponent. He was amused by the old man's reaction. Dark Rider realized that he needed to carefully use his opponent's power and copy his attack and send it back, but he didn't think such a thing was possible. The old man began to shiver nervously at the memory of such a thing, because this situation meant that he was powerless against the guy. The elderly man made sure that the young man had the harmony of Taegyungyung and was so skillful with the poison sphere. The guy said it was the first time he had seen something like this, because among the martial arts existing in China for 5,000 years, there were 3 that were considered the best. The first martial art of them was Shaolin, which originated from the great drachma sacred place of the Buddhists. The second art was the practice of black magic in isolating places of all earthly territory. The last martial art belonged to shamans throwing to become gods. They drew knowledge from Taoism. Gentle suppression of force is a principle used by shamans in the martial art that allowed them to control a large weight and carry it while using a minimum of energy, and this was the harmony of Daegyong. The old man said that even the shamans only knew about Taegyungyong in theory, and there was only one person who was able to use the technique, assuming that this guy had something to do with him. The guy replied that it was not so important because in any case, this combat technique works, assuring that not only shamans are capable of such a thing. The old man asked the guy if he could use the technique at will. He realized the whole situation he was in. Falling to his knees, the old man declared that before him was the great emperor. Sam Ho did not understand who his partner was talking about. The boy announced that he was returning the poison sphere back to the creator. The old man prepared to accept his fate. Suddenly, the giant closed in on the old man, ordering him to run away, deciding to take the entire blow on his body. The old man laughed quietly, saying that he had mistaken the tiger's tail for a cat's and didn't realize who this guy really was. Ho himself prepared to take the blow from the poison ball without realizing what the consequences might be afterwards. The poison ball passed through the two dark riders, sending them after the rest of their comrades. Myung-in-opai stated that now only the chairman was left. He angrily looked at the camera that was transmitting the image of Sun Cheon-bae. The man was furious at this guy's words because he was sure that this guy could not cope with the Dark Riders. Cheon-yura was excited and worried at the same time when she heard that Myung-in-op was going to fight her half-brother to save her. Myung-in-op let out a powerful shout ordering Su Chong-baeng to come out immediately. His shout shook the entire neighborhood. The guy's scream shattered all the windows in the neighborhood that were in the area, as well as the stone fences began to crumble. Sun Cheon-bae called the Dark Riders useless because it was time for him to decide everything himself. Cheon-yura continued to stare at the monitors. The chairman didn't understand why he was paying his guards who couldn't handle this guy. Muchina was angry because all his plans had been ruined and he would have to decide for himself. Myung-in-op assumed that the chairman was intimidating him with empty threats that he could be destroyed by the guards because he had already overcome so much that he would not just give up. Sun Chung-bae told his half-sister that after he had killed that guy, they would definitely finish what he had started. He followed outside. Going outside, the chairman's body began to be outfitted in protective golden armor, because he already knew that this guy was not ordinary. Myung-in-op saw that Sung Cheon-bae came out to him in a full gold outfit ready for battle. The guy pointed out that by his armor, it was clear that he was the most important person here. The sight of the enemy did not confuse him. Looking at the young man with arrogance, the chairman answered him that it was too bad that he did not understand the first time. The young man realized that it was Cheon-yura's older half-brother, and so he wouldn't get another chance. The girls continued to watch the broadcast where Myung-in-op intended to single-handedly massacre the opponent. Elizabeth Anacron pointed out that the guy has to overpower Chairman Severantina to make sure it's that serious. Severantina pointed out that they won't help him anything, but she is excited for the battle. Elizabeth said that if 4 20th level players are compared to 1 30th level player, they will still be stronger. Sun Cheon-bae was a 30th level Gold King class. His family had been collecting artifacts for thousands of years, and his armor was created from treasures. Severantina reported that Myung-in-op was superhuman and his defense was excellent, but even so, he was level 15 and she thought that the battle would not be easy. Elizabeth Ankaran was surprised to hear speculation that Myung-in-op might lose the chairmanship. The girl figured they'd have to use high-level technology and skills to overpower each other. Meanwhile, Sung Chun-bae rushed to attack his opponent, who was standing motionless against him. Myung-in-op released his sword blade at the approaching opponent, which he used to defeat the Dark Riders. The chairman prepared to put a bolt to this blade, for he did not fully understand what this weapon was. Taking out his sword, Sun Chong-baeng managed to repel the blade that was flying at him from such a powerful strike that sent sparks flying. The man rejoiced at the repulsed attack, ordering his opponent to behold the great might of his swords. The 2 swords the chairman used were named Yui Cheon and the Cheon Hong Blade, which he wielded masterfully. Myung-in-op pointed out that these swords were lost during the Cultural Revolution in China, but Sun Chong-bae found them and bought them back. The chairman said he had something else for the opponent. The guy didn't know what he was talking about. The enemy showed Myung-in-op the Gorgon jellyfish shield that his family had also taken possession of decades ago. Elizabeth Anacran remembered that this shield turned people to stone at the mere sight of it, and was surprised that the chairman had such a terrible artifact from the myths. Despite using the Gorgon jellyfish shield, Myung-in-op didn't turn to stone though. He looked at it, he was only paralyzed. The girl was dumbfounded that their acquaintance had not turned to stone. Severantina explained to her interlocutor that the shield would instantly paralyze. Sun Chung-bae said that his family traces its origins back 2,000 years to the time when Korea consisted of 3 states, and until the period of Japanese occupation, they increased their influence and wealth. The chairman added that his family had cooperated with the rulers of other countries and had made a fortune, and someone like Myung-in-op could not even imagine the untold wealth his family had accumulated over the centuries. Suddenly, the girl saw that Sung Cheon-baeng had managed to pierce the guy's body with his 2 swords. Cheon-yura screamed when she saw this and was very upset, thinking that Myung-in-op had lost this battle with her half-brother. Unexpectedly, Myung-in-op appeared behind her back and asked why she was shouting like that because her throat might get sick. Sung Chun-bae was dumbfounded after realizing that the silhouette of the enemy was not real. He did not understand how this could happen. Myung-in-op's silhouette dissipated, leaving the chairman alone with his speculation on the matter. The man realized it was a deceptive illusion and the guy had spent him as a low-level warrior. Meanwhile, Myung and Op managed to pick up Cheon Yura. He picked her up and jumped off the roof of the building where she was staying. The girl was happy that the guy wasn't hurt and paced her, realizing that he had come here just for her. Elizabeth pointed out that the military commander should have wondered what power could be achieved simply by kissing her. Severantina said that Myung-in-op was not an ordinary soldier because those who could create a perfect copy of themselves were immediately assigned to a special unit. Myung-in-op remained at the 15th level of the rookie class, and he had to contact the girl to obtain strength. Severantina, watching what was happening, realized one thing for sure. Elizabeth Anacron asked what she had managed to understand. The girl explained that the guy's rookie class was just an empty name, and his level was definitely not 15th, and he could only show 100th of his real strength around them. Elizabeth assured her interlocutor that she had already guessed that, because a level 15 could not possibly have such a class. Severantina decided to clarify that there were only 3 classes, and they were all wondering what class Myung and Appa really was. The interviewee suggested that the guy had some sort of unimaginable class. The girl replied that anything could be. The girls doubted that there was any 4th grade. Severantina seemed nothing incredible about being able to change her class. The girl realized that depending on the situation, only the name remained the same. In addition, Myung-in-op had not fully revealed all the abilities inherent in these classes. Severantina supposed that if the seal was completely broken, they could see the guy's even more powerful strength. Sung Chun-bai was furious at the guy who had returned to him with his half-sister, and he intended to tear him to shreds. Cheon Yura told the guy that she was glad he came to rescue her. Myung and Op replied that if he knew her half-brother was such a scoundrel, he wouldn't have left her. The girl was very overly grateful to him for coming to her rescue. She burst into tears at such words. Cheon Yura assured him that this place was dangerous because her brother was a demon, and he shouldn't have come here if he wanted to live a peaceful life for himself and his family. The guy asked her to put such experiences out of her mind, promising that he would deal with everything and get her out of this nightmare. Suddenly, the guy touched the girl's face, and she was a little embarrassed to realize that he intended to kiss her to dispel his seal. A predictable kiss followed these actions. The girl was not against such and did not resist in any way. The forces of the restraining seal began to gradually weaken from the passionate kiss of the guy and the girl. Seeing this, Sun Cheon-bei didn't understand how this could be explained because in front of his eyes, this guy kissed his half-sister while ignoring their battle. Elizabeth Anacron, along with Severantina, did not expect to see this couple kissing so fervently because Myung-in-op had not treated her like this before. The guy felt Cheon Yura's magical power flowing through his veins from behind the passionate kiss. Cheon Yura's head was spinning from the power she was allowing the guy without resisting such kisses. The girl was dumbfounded by such a passionate kiss, and her legs gave out as Myung-in-op held her up without letting her fall. The acquired power finally spread over the guy's body. From the acquired power, he managed to tear his clothes as it was last time. Myung-in-op thanked the girl, saying that now she could just watch and not worry about anything. The guy's class changed from novice to high mage level, became unknown. He was ready for battle. The young man intended to show the chairman that the treasures he had been taking from others all this time were useless against him. Sung Chun-bei was dumbfounded for a moment by what was happening in this place that could not be explained in any logical way. The man was furious at such arrogant words, and his address replied that she would teach her opponent how to communicate with respectable people. Cheon Yura assumed that since Myung-in-op was here, he would be able to escape. Being a level 30 chairman couldn't see what level his opponent was, and it pissed him off. The man looked at the guy, assuming that there was only one option left, which implied that he had superpowers that hid his level. Sun Cheon-bei was aware of the existence of 9 people standing on top of the entire world, allowed that his opponent was one of these superhumans. The chairman stated that there was no way that a plebeian like Myung-in-op had a higher level than him. Heir to a family who from infancy was fed with rare elixirs and potions, and protected as the apple of his eye at the one who quickly increased his level by hacking the game of gods with a huge number of artifacts and treasures. Moreover, by making sacrifices, Sun Cheon-bei bought himself a ticket to a life where good fortune follows him. The man in golden armor declared that such a pathetic man could not be stronger than him. Only after all he had done, he was one of the supreme rulers between whom the power over all of Korea was divided. Sung Cheon-bei assumed that his opponent was a higher level, yet only 9 superhumans were known. Suddenly, the man claimed to have figured him out, stating that bluffing was his ability and but not above him level. Myung-in-op looked at the chairman as if he was an underdeveloped person who was completely out of touch with reality. The chairman added that the guy cheats his opponents to confuse them, but that trick won't work on him. The young man replied that shallow people see the world as they want to see it, stating that it was time to repent. Pointing a finger into the sky above the guy, 3 magical seals appeared that created a triangle between them. Cheon Yura made sure that the battle would end here. because this was the technique of the third chapter's flame book called the Flash Dance. The girl realized that when Myung-in OPP uses this spell, it looks completely different when she uses it. There was the launching of a fire dragon that was subject to and obeyed Myung-in Oppa's orders. The chairman didn't understand where those flames came from or how the enemy managed to summon a fire dragon. Myung-in Opp ordered the enemy to prepare to receive powerful damage that his golden armor would not save him from. Elizabeth Anacran stated that what is going on looks even more terrifying when you see everything with your own eyes. Severantina supported the conversation by pointing out that Myung-in Opeep had done his best, and now he should show all his talents without hiding anything. The girl added that one should not hide one's power when fighting the king. He continued to drink tea. A huge fire dragon began to attack the man in golden armor with its jaws open, intending to plunge the man into the fire. Sung Cheon-bae used the Taizanogun mirror that allowed the wearer to shatter any illusion. Cheon-yura, being directly next to the battle, marveled at seeing her half-brother's opposing mirror. The watching girls were also surprised at such a powerful relic that the opponent used against the fire dragon. The chairman declared that if his fiery dragon was a mockery of nature, the light from the mirror was harmony itself, which stood above all physical laws of the universe. The boy became convinced that this was a legendary mirror capable of dispelling any illusion. Sung Chun-bae, noticing the surprised faces, made sure that he would be able to defeat this guy and began to disperse the fire dragon. A powerful bright light began to envelop the fire dragon, who could do nothing about this relic. Cheon-yura looked worriedly at what was going on, not knowing what Myung-in Opp's next move would be. Elizabeth Anacran, pointing to the dispersal of the fire dragon, asked what was happening. Servantina explained that the sphere of light that surrounds Sun Cheon-bae completely distorts the space around her. The girl made sure that this mirror could also reflect magic that was directed at the owner of the relic. Chomagyong is a shining reflector of sorcery, a treasure belonging to Tesanagun, one of the three supreme deities in Taoism. The boy realized that of all the great multitude of artifacts of the old army, this one was the most beautiful of all. This mirror was able to suppress even the most powerful magic. After defeating the fire dragon, Sun Cheon-bae was surprised that there wasn't a single burn on his opponent. The chairman assumed that this commoner didn't even know about his magic power and said that this trick wouldn't work on him because he had a mirror. Myung-in Opp decided to check if this was the real artifact the opponent used. Suddenly, 3 blue seals formed on the ground and created a magical triangle between them. Cheon-yura guessed that he was using ice magic and thought it was very strange. After that, a blizzard formed in the area and began sucking everything in the neighborhood into itself. Elizabeth Anacran made sure that the guy's spells could even change the weather. Severantina assumed that such magic was not typical of Myung-in Oppa. The observers saw that the storm had stopped and a huge ice phoenix appeared in that spot. The chairman was dumbfounded by this abrupt change, for just now he was confronting the fire, and now he had to fight the cold. The huge bird rose into the air and intended to unleash a barrage of icy downpour, unleashing its might on the man in golden armor. Sun Chung-bae noticed that this cold did not obey any laws of physics. The bodies of the dead began to freeze to an extreme temperature that did not allow any living thing to survive. It was said that scientists have not yet been able to artificially achieve such a temperature. The chairman realized it was a frost phoenix. The man realized that this was the second coming of Shinjo, who had descended to execute the punishment of heaven. Sung Cheon-bae pointed out that the enemy hit with cold right after the flames, but as long as he had Chomagyun, he had nothing to fear. The chairman was sure that as long as he used his mirror, it would be impossible for the enemy to defeat him. The girls watching what was happening could not believe their eyes, not understanding how such a thing could happen. The Ice Phoenix continued to attack the enemy, who didn't understand why his relic had stopped working, because it was the mirror of Tesanagun himself, the most powerful of all Taoist deities. The chairman, pointing at the guy, wanted to say that the magic of the plebs was powerless in this case. Realizing that the guy used 2 types of magic, it meant that he was really a superhuman. Sung Cheon-bae was still rapidly leveling up with the help of powerful artifacts and a crowd of servants willing to do anything for him, but this was the first time he was facing a superhuman. The man realized that he would have to pay a huge price for victory and continued to believe that he could defeat Myung-in Oppa. The chairman envisioned that such a battle might prove momentous for him, thinking that he would have a chance to become superhuman. Immersed in his dreams, the man thought that no one was more worthy than him and decided to gather the best of all Koreans to create the most powerful group in the world. The man envisioned this powerful combination with Chomagyun, which was their family's most important treasure. He was sure to win this battle. The girl realized that there was nothing she could do to help Myung-in Oppa in this battle, assuming that it would be better if she didn't get in his way. Cheon-yura realized that the guy was definitely strong and his level was much higher than hers. However, Sung Chung-bae had a powerful artifact belonging to the Joseon family, but it could be that the Chomagyong, which was superior to any magic, was powerless against Myung-in Appa's power. The girl remembered how her half-brother had managed to dispel the fire dragon and was now fighting the ice phoenix. The guy noticed the distress on the face of Cheon-yura, who he came to rescue, realizing that he didn't have time for something like this. The girl realized that if the guy wasn't a mage, he wouldn't have to risk himself to save her. Cheon-yura was very grateful to Myung and Oppa, but she thought it was too much to take risks. The young lady said that if she had realized how powerful her half-brother was from the beginning, she wouldn't have dragged Myung and Oppa into these matters. As the girl burst into tears, she realized that compared to Myung-in Op, her strength was useless against someone like Sun Cheon-bang. If a girl were asked who looks the strongest, she would say without hesitation that Myung-in Op is the strongest. Suddenly, the guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder, who rested and stopped blaming herself for what had happened. The young man stated that if he knew she was a queen, she would surely be an asshole. Sun Cheon-bae was furious, noticing that the guy was distracted from their battle by calming down his half-sister. Myung and Op explains to the girl that her half-brother is just a bandit who has too much power and wealth, adding that the enemy has no doubt that he has enough to stop Myung and Op. Taking out his sword, the chairman in golden armor told his opponent that he would now give him a thrashing. The guy wiped the tears from the girl's face, indicating that she shouldn't be so worried about it and blame herself. Cheon-yura pointed out that the Chomagyong mirror was not easy to disarm, and the guy knew that near this mirror, any magic would dissipate, stating that fighting Sun Cheon-bang was not like fighting Tamiel. Suddenly, the enemy made a lunge at the guy who was calming the girl and ordered him to go to the other world. Cheon-yura noticed the attack and rushed to warn Myung and Oppa, who had his back turned to the enemy. The guy said that a real queen should not pay attention to such trifles. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. Myung-in Op added that the girl is also a magician, and she can observe because it's the right moment to do so. Sung Cheon-bang stabbed at the guy who hadn't made any retaliation yet. The girl didn't understand how Myung-in Op even intended to oppose her half-brother, who possessed such a powerful force. Cheon-yura began to follow the unfolding of events carefully, not knowing how to confront an enemy who can't use magic. Myung-in Oppa managed to successfully dodge his opponent's lunge. Sung Cheon-bae didn't understand why the guy had changed his class, which was useless against him now. The girls watched what was happening, assuming that Myung-in Op had only unlocked level 15 back then. Cheon-yura made sure there were no more black riders, but it was too much for her half-brother. Sung Cheon-bae made sure that his opponent wasn't that strong, and he shouldn't worry because the magician was powerless against him. The chairman said he would start by breaking his opponent's legs so that he would kneel before him, adding that he deserved to have a plebeian crawling on the floor in front of him. The guy assured his opponent that he had some weird fantasies about it, making it clear that this was not going to happen. The man ordered the young man to shut up and promised to tear out his tongue, and continued to press his opponent. Sun Cheon-bang pointed out to the guy that if he dared to look in his direction, he would be forced to beg for mercy. Myung-in Op replied that since he liked looking down from above so much, let him try to use the reverse for once. Suddenly, the young man used the giant collapse technique. The area the opponent was in began to crack and fall through. Predictably, a deep abyss appeared in the ground and Sun Chong-bae fell into it. He had expected such a spell and therefore had no time to react. Cheon-yura, being of the protective dome, made sure that the guy used the second chapter's Book of Earth, and if the outline wasn't so crisp, all of Seoul would have gone to the ground. The girl knew that in its original form, this spell could submerge an entire house under the ground, but this was already a real earthquake. Falling into the abyss, the man realized that it was time for him to retaliate because he did not intend to give up and fall down. The chairman realized that since he wasn't susceptible to magic, his opponent had decided to take advantage of his surroundings. Myung-in Op noticed a powerful light beam that originated from that abyss his opponent had fallen into. Suddenly, Sun Chung-bae appeared in front of everyone and flew out of the pit on wings on his feet. The girls were dumbfounded by this turn of events because they did not expect Sung Chun-bae to use such a ridiculous technique. The guy asked his opponent what it was and called it a flying deity, not realizing what was so amazing about it. The man angrily declared that a plebeian dare not outlast him with a look of arrogance. The chairman reprimanded that he was special since for his birth and inherited everything that belonged to his family. Sun Cheon-bang called the guy a commoner who had gotten in his way, ordering him to fall down in front of him and beg for forgiveness. Cheon-yura asked what they should do in such a situation because as long as the enemy has this artifact, he will not fall under the ground. The guy asked the girl not to worry about it. The guy explained that he just wanted his opponent to at least get a little bottom-up look at the others, and if he didn't have those artifacts, it would be pretty boring. After Myung-in-op used a burst of wind directing a powerful airflow at the opponent who was floating in the sky. The girl made sure that this use spell was from the first chapter. She tried to cover herself from the small splinters that flew from the wind. The chairman didn't realize what a powerful gust had formed around him as the wind began to tear him from his seat. The man used the Chomagyun mirror to dispel this powerful gust of wind. His counterattack brought results. The wind began to subside. Looking at his opponent, Sun Qianbei assumed that he was already exhausted and would no longer be able to resist him. Suddenly, the man dropped his sword and something hit him in the eye. He started coughing and didn't realize what had happened. Qian Yura asked, "What happened to her half-brother?" The guy said he siphoned all the oxygen out of his area and he has nothing to breathe. Severantina realized that it wasn't just wind, it had driven oxygen out of the atmosphere and replaced it with nitrogen. Elizabeth Anacran asked her interlocutor that it was impossible to breathe in that zone. The girl nodded positively in response, adding that the chairwoman was now as if she were in space among the stars. Sung Qianbang began to pant as he realized that he was trapped in the enemy's trap and his body began to cramp. The girl asked Severnatina how such a thing was possible, for it seemed to her that in such a case the man would not have survived. Qian Yura was shocked by such a strong gust of wind that was from the first chapter, assuming that since Myung-in-op was so capable, he would be able to defeat her half-brother. The girl made sure the guy didn't just force the oxygen out of there but controlled the space around him. The chairman intended to use another relic that would allow him to escape from an area that had no oxygen. Using the relic, the man dispersed the powerful wind current that rid him of oxygen and prevented him from breathing. Beginning to breathe nervously, the chairman began to insult the guy, calling him a mere man whose inevitability awaits. Qian Yura explained that her half-brother used a gift from an elder, and with this artifact, one could breathe anywhere. The girl realized that Myung-in-op had a plan to bypass the power of the Choma-Young mirror and was acting as the greatest magician. The problem was that Sung Qianbang had other artifacts that were capable of blocking Myung-in-op's spells. The chairman asked if the guy realized that his tricks wouldn't work on him because he has a flawless defense. The man added that the magic of ordinary people will not surpass the strongest artifacts. The guy disappointed the chairman of the company, ordering to wait for him. Not an easy demise. The guy replied that if he couldn't believe in the power of money, he would make him suffer for it. Hearing his words, the man laughed, asking not to make him laugh. So more, he let his guard down for a moment. The chairman said that neither the guy's lightning nor rays could harm him. Suddenly, his words were interrupted by a powerful attack that went showy with his helmet. Sung Chongbei didn't understand what it was just now because a mage couldn't possess such a powerful attack. Qian Yura was dumbfounded to see that Myung-in-op had managed to do the first damage on her half-brother. Part of the man's golden armor was shattered by the mage's powerful attack, and a fine scratch appeared on his cheek. The chairman asked how he had dared to injure him, and the drops of blood fell to the ground. It seemed impossible to the man because his armor was very strong and could resist minor spells. The chairman was invulnerable to magic, but what happened made him convinced otherwise. The boy looked with arrogance at his opponent, who was convinced of his superiority over him. Sun Qianbei pointed out to the young man that people like him should treat him with special respect. He wiped his wound. Noticing the bloody mark on his glove, he didn't understand how this was even possible. Elizabeth admitted that there was some kind of magic that could pass even through the protection of the Komanya mirror. Severantina doubted it was magic. The next attack pierced the protective shoulder pad of the chairman, who was confused by what was happening. The speed of the attacks increased while covering himself with the mirror. The man began to scream from the pain he received from these attacks. The chairman was curious about the enemy's attacks, because Chomagyeon could reflect any spell, but it did not reflect these attacks. Myung-in-op stated to his opponent that he himself said that strength is in wealth, pointing out his hopelessness in this. The guy asked, what if he defeated him with the kind of money he couldn't imagine? The coin twirled in his hand. The chairman noticed the rapidly spinning coin the young man used to attack him. Severantina, seeing the coin, realized that the guy was talking about this power of money. Elizabeth asked her interlocutor to explain it to her. The guy assumed that for the chairman these coins were small change, but ordinary people could buy something with them, or they could not afford them. Qian Yura saw that the spinning coin created electricity, and this artifact was able to bypass the Chomagyeon mirror's protection. Perrin used the electromagnetic gas pedal technique to give the coin an ultra-fast flight speed. The multitude of coins once again unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks that pierced through the enemy's armor. Elizabeth Anacran asked what kind of electromagnetic gas pedal Myung-in-op was using, assuming it was also some kind of magic. Severantina replied in the negative, explaining that to call things by their proper names, it was not magic, but an unfinished form of magic. The girl sank for a moment into her thoughts on the subject, but her interlocutor wished to know more about it. Severantina reported that these techniques disperse by controlling the force of the lightning, which takes the desired shape, creating a sort of electric field. Elizabeth Anacron asked that it was like lightning magic, but it seemed to her that such a thing could not be done with a coin. Severantina explained that by spinning the coin creates an electromagnetic field due to the balance between centrifugal and centripetal forces. The technique used was similar to the operation of an electromagnetic charged particle pinch. The girl added that the Hadron Collider works on the same principle. Elizabeth began to understand what was happening. Severantina realized that the lightning bolts the players were attacking were simply created by the laws of physics. When Cheon Yura saw what was happening, she realized that her half-brother was powerless against such attacks. Elizabeth Anacran indicated to her interlocutor that she understood roughly what she was talking about by asking if this was actually possible. Severantina took a sip of tea and replied that lightning is a powerful impulse and to create even the simplest field you need to make a huge effort. The girl made sure of the words she heard by remembering the battle of one of the famous lightning warriors. Severantina looked at the boy and added that this magic was based on careful and impeccable control, and none of the mages she knew were capable of such a thing. The girl stated the facts and assured me that it was real, suggesting that they should have called it a collider. Severantina added that if we talk about the usual lightning magic that could be used to cook food, lightning magic could be compared to firing a gun at a specific target that was hit with precise aiming. The girl pointed out that this was exactly what Myung-in OPP was doing, shooting his opponent with two hands as if with a gun. The guy's shots seemed to create two regular hexagons. Severantina would never have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Elizabeth felt uncomfortable with this explanation because she still didn't understand what the girl was trying to tell her. Myung-in Op asked his opponent how he felt about the power of money, pointing out that it's so exciting the first few times. Sung Chong-bai didn't answer anything, only angrily coughed back with blood because the coin attack had diminished his strength. Cheon Yura asked the guy what kind of magic. The guy didn't understand what she was asking about at first. The guy replied that it was an electric field and continued to attack the opponent, who was puzzled. Myung-in Op reported that this spell is from the first chapter, thus emphasizing that it is the lowest spell. Hearing the explanation of the spell, the chairman was dumbfounded that he couldn't resist such a weak spell. The girl was surprised to hear that it was a first chapter spell, realizing that she would not have been able to exert such pressure using such a spell. Cheon Yura pointed out that it was almost a real electromagnetic field, using this basic spell to create an electric field in the air that blocked the opponent from moving. The guy replied that it was really just a first chapter spell that could be used differently. The girl realized that not everyone was capable of such a thing, and she was a little embarrassed by his words. The young lady realized that Myung-in Up had now created a brand new magic with which he was able to overpower the enemy. Seeing how the guy filigree with this magic, the girl was mesmerized by his skills. The chairman made sure that it is rare to meet an opponent who is actually stronger than his level indicates. Watching what was happening, the girl realized that it would be good to learn a couple of suitable techniques for such an occasion. Cheon Yura asked if this kind of magic required complete control or if it was just chaos. Myung-in Up promised the acquaintance to later teach her some simple tricks. Ask now, just watch. The girl was happy about it. The guy added that his opponent, who believes that power is in money, did not let himself slacken and held on with dignity. Sun Cheon-bae didn't understand how these people dared to ignore him, calling them petty lowlifes. A fierce gaze fell on Myung-in Oppa, who in his opinion was careless of such a majestic person like Sun Cheon-bae. Never in his life had the chairman been so humiliated and insulted. He did not believe that he could be harmed by the coin of a commoner. Hearing about force control, the man was angry that this man in his presence allowed such things to be spoken of. The man remembered that he did not do anything, starting from ordinary employees and ending with the leadership. All obeyed him because for them, nothing was more important than the orders of the chairman. The chairman of the company believed that it should be like this always and everywhere, so that everyone obeyed him. He called the guy a poor man. Myung-in Op noticed a bright glow that occurred next to the chairman, who was yelling at him. The guy suspected that his opponent was using some other artifact. He closed himself off from the bright light. Noticing what was happening, the girl was surprised, not expecting her half-brother to possess such an artifact. The surrounding people noticed that Sung Cheon-baeng's golden armor had begun to change its shape. Myung-in Op made sure that it was the armor of the Lion King. On the chairman's chest, a silhouette of a lion's head appeared. Cheon Yura said that in such a case, the collider attack will not lead to any results now. The man assured that his armor is absolutely impenetrable and can block all physical damage, adding that now the enemy's tricks won't work on him. Hearing these words, the guy was a bit surprised because he didn't expect that he had such an artifact. The guy asked Sung Cheon-baeng that this was his main trump card since he admired this armor so much. The chairman didn't think he would have to use this artifact, assuring that it was incredibly difficult to get this armor. The enemy intended to tell the young man the price for this armor, assuming that as soon as he heard this sum he would beg for mercy. Sun Chung-bae was convinced that this was the difference between the poor and the rich, and ordered him to see the real power of money, assuring him that it was not just a coin. Myung-in-op got angry upon hearing such words from his opponent and aimed a multitude of electric beams at him. The protective armor managed to create a barrier that resisted the attacks of the guy. The chairman started laughing. The girls were scared after seeing the confrontation because they didn't know what Myung-in-oppa would do in such a case. The man said that the Homagyeon mirror that protects against magic and the armor that doesn't let physical damage through is the perfect defense. Sung Cheon-bae was sure that in such a case, Myung-in-op was completely powerless against him, but the guy thought otherwise. The adversary added that once the young man dared to injure him, thereby humiliating him, which he was not going to tolerate. Putting his sword in front of his face in which his opponent's reflection appeared, the chairman threatened to repay him 1,000,000 times stronger for his humiliation. Severantina reported that what is happening is sad. Elizabeth Anachren pointed out that Myung-in-op should have immediately aimed the collider at the enemy's heart or head. Elizabeth added that the guy hesitated and gave the enemy time to prepare, and so he missed his only chance. The guy calmly exhaled without losing his composure, continued to believe that he could win. Myung-in-op said that there was nothing to be done in this case, and if the opponent had finished his speech, let him get ready. Cheon-yura asked the guy what he was going to do, and she started to worry that he wouldn't do anything stupid. The young man assumed that the girl thought he was crazy and there was no way he could beat her half-brother. Guy added that there is no mistaking that he has reached the pinnacle of his powers. He assured that this is everyone's business. The girl doubted that he had managed to reach the limit of his strength and would not be able to resist the chairman of the Chongsong Company. Suddenly, the sky turned black and many shining stars appeared. The man in golden armor didn't understand where they came from. Elizabeth Anachren and Severantina were convinced of the enemy's incorrect reasoning, for these were not stars but coins. A multitude of coins surrounded the enemy, their appearance foreshadowing the barrage of powerful attacks that were about to descend upon Sun Cheon-bae. Cheon-yura couldn't believe her eyes when she saw a lot of coins hanging in the air and said that he would win with them. The guy informed his opponent that it was a living wage in 101 coins. The girls held their breath waiting for a miracle. Noticing his opponent's nervous reaction, Myung-in-op asked him why he was so worried since he said he was in no danger. The armor representing the power of wealth collided with the wealth of ordinary people. A multitude of charged coins headed to attack the enemy. Sung Chong-ba stood in confusion after seeing the approach of many coins that pierced through his protective barrier. Chairman Chongsong was shocked that the Lion King's armor couldn't handle such an attack. Cheon-yura noticed that her half-brother's magic armor couldn't handle the coins that Myung-in-op attacked. Severantina explained that this armor was simply useless against so many projectiles. Watching the scene, the chairman's cries for help had already bored Elizabeth Anachren, saying that Myung-in-oppa's ability is beautiful. The lightning-fast attacks reminded the girls of a violent meteor shower that rained down on a person. Elizabeth made sure that against such an attack the Chomagyeon was only a decorative mirror, which she thought was impossible until she saw it herself. Sung Cheong-bae did not understand how a commoner managed to surpass his artifacts. Chongsong Company had been collecting them for centuries since its founding. The armor could not withstand the onslaught of the attacking coins and began to break into small pieces. The man declared that his body was sacred and untouchable. Myung-in-op informed his opponent that it was only 1% of all the coins he had prepared. Left completely without armor, the man was shocked to hear that he couldn't handle such attacks. The guy gave the analogy that the chairman was like a puppet whose strings broke, and he started falling to the ground. Cheon-yura was shocked that Myung-in-op really managed to defeat her half-brother and was ashamed that she doubted him. After falling to the ground and forming a crater, Chairman Chongsong began begging to be rescued. The man broke many bones and begged for help, but no one rushed to help him as they remembered his contempt. Myung-in-op pointed out to his opponent that he didn't think twice and broke other people's lives, and now he has hurt himself and is suffering from it. Bleeding, the man came to anger, but there was nothing he could do about it as his body was mangled. Turning to the half-sister, the chairman tried to persuade her to do something, but the girl did not want to follow his instructions. Sun Cheon-bae asked the girl that she would just stand by and watch what the guy did to him, promising that if she helped him now, he would spare her. The girl showed with all her appearance that she had no intention of helping her half-brother after what he had done to her and her sister. Myung-in-op informed the defeated man that he would take his situation into consideration and try to finish him off with something of a higher level. The guy pointed out that this high-level weapon would be a 501 coin. The man was shocked at the words he heard. Then there was a massive explosion that sent puffs of smoke, dust, and other debris into the air. The guy started to disperse his defense field after defeating the opponent. He was satisfied that he had saved Cheon-yura. Elizabeth Anacron noticed that the protective field was beginning to dissipate. Severantina stated that it was indeed a great bitka. Cheon-yura informed Myung in Appa that it was an amazing victory. The guy calmly looked at her. Suddenly, for the guy, the girl threw herself into a joyful embrace. He did not understand how to behave in such a situation. The girl started sobbing, reporting that he handled and saved her. The guy made sure they were tears of happiness. Suddenly, the guy was visited by the feeling of their bodies touching. He didn't understand why the girl had such a thin dress. Cheon-yura said that the long-awaited day came when this monster disappeared because she hated her half-brother for his deeds. The guy added that it wasn't a dream, and as he said everything went well and without her help, the girl kept hugging him tightly. Elizabeth, along with Severantina, approached the couple and apologized to them for interrupting such a touching moment. The girl asked Cheon-yura if she had forgotten about someone. The girl realized she was talking about her sister. Everyone rushed to the room where Cheon-yura's older sister was lying, and they intended to help her. The girl grabbed her sister and tried to bring her to her senses. Elizabeth Anacron suspected she could no longer be helped. The guy pointed out that Cheon-yura's sister was still breathing, adding that her body was too weak after what happened. Severantina said she would try to find the best medic right away. Elizabeth asked how long she could hold out in her condition. Cheon-yura assured the comrades that the medicine could not help her sister because she needed the Stone of Life. The girl said that she doesn't have it right now, so the guy wondered how he could save Cheon-yura's sister. Myung-in OP pointed out that in this situation, the Life Stone's abilities would not be enough, assuring that there was one way to awaken it right now. The girls were surprised at his words, not fully understanding what he meant. They were curious as to how he intended to make it a reality. The guy said that they had to get there before the electromagnetic field dissipated and rushed to help Cheon-yura's older sister. The young man explained that he needed to breathe some of his chi energy into Cheon-yura's sister, and then she would come to her senses. Cheon-yura was shocked by Myung and Oppa's idea, and she didn't understand how such a thing was possible in their reality. Elizabeth, along with Severantina, were also surprised at the boys' intentions, and they were beginning to be disturbed by this crazy plan. Severantina pointed out that she had encountered something similar in martial arts novels. Elizabeth was worried that it would take just a little bit because there might be more energy than needed, asking how he was going to control it. Myung-in Op said that he didn't have time to explain the intricacies because they had to get there before the electromagnetic field disappeared, asking Cheon-yura if she trusted him with her sister. The girl replied that she trusted him completely, asking him to save her sister by any means possible. Severantina assumed that things might not turn out as planned, because she didn't know if Cheon-yura's sister could handle the flow of the unique Chi Myung-in Oppa. Cheon-yura assured that there was no reason to worry, asking the guy not to hesitate and to act as he planned. The girl thought that there was no hope anymore, and she and her sister would never be able to escape the conniving half-brother who intended to use them as victims. Cheon-yura knew that Sun Chung-bae was very strong and had a bunch of strong subordinates that he manipulated. The young lady was also aware that her half-brother owned a bunch of powerful artifacts. Cheon-yura was sure that there was nothing more important to Myung and Appa than his family, and thought she would lose her business and job. The girl was happy that despite her beliefs, the guy came to her rescue and saved her. Myung and Appa managed to defeat the powerful mirror invention of Chomagyeong while saving Cheon-yura. After such deeds, the girl all whole trusted him because his actions made sure of it. The guy touched Cheon-yura's sister's foam, then the room was filled with a bright glow. The girls were mesmerized by what was going on, because it was the first time in their lives that they were able to see something like this. The guy exhaled heavily, letting me know that it wasn't as easy as it seemed from the outside. Elizabeth Anacron asked how he managed to accomplish what he had planned. The boy nodded positively. Myung-in Op said that it would now be possible for him to restore her energy. Elizabeth pointed out that this girl was still unconscious. The guy turned to Cheon-yura and assured her that the rest was up to her. The girl didn't understand what he meant. The young man asked the girl to unite his energy flows and direct them to his older sister, assuring her that he would be able to bring her to her senses. Cheon-yura gave him her hand because she trusted him completely, and he was sure it would help the girl. The young lady channeled her energy flows through the guy's body right into her older sister's body, sharing her strength. Cheon-yura was immersed in a place unknown to her before and didn't realize where her sister was. The girl in the greenhouse started calling for her older sister to come over, but no one responded to her words. Cheon-yura continued shouting for her sister to answer her, and she began to suspect that she wouldn't succeed. Suddenly, she heard her sister's voice saying that Cheon-yura had promised to always be by her side. The girl was glad she had managed to find her sister in this unknown place. Cheon Yura's sister made sure she kept her promise. She was happy to see her sister. The girls began to hug each other after realizing that they were safe and sound. Tears of joy appeared on Cheon Yura's face. The girls noticed a bright glow that came to them from far away in this unknown place. Cheon Yura asked her older sister if she sees this light. The girl answered her positively. The younger sister reported that it was their healer assuring them that he was very strong and had saved them. The sister suggested that Cheon Yura likes this guy, and she blushed at such words. Cheon Yura realized that her sister was thinking like everyone else, but she was convinced that it was true. The girl explained to her sister that she used to be a fan of this guy who hosted video game broadcasts. Cheon Yura really fell in love with Myung-in Opep after her experiences with him. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted and the girl opened her gala to see her younger sister with Myung-in Up standing next to her. The girl started thanking the guy for saving her sister, assuring him that her older sister was as grateful to him as she was just now. She couldn't speak. The young man replied that he was aware of all this. He was also very glad they were both safe. The sisters thanked the guy with their gaze, happy that they had met such a savior. Cheon Yura was sure that her sister would be able to speak again someday. She had given up everything for her and said that she would help her fill the void again. Myung-in Op asked her to stop sobbing because her eyes might swell up. The girl replied that it was not necessary because he had already done so much for them. The guy replied to the girl that he only does what he wants. From the words he heard, she was even more embarrassed. The young man told her that they were not finished yet because they had to cure her sister. The girl agreed with his words. Cheon Yura assured her that she can handle it on her own now that Sun Cheon Bang is no longer holding them captive, and she promised to work hard to collect the stones of life to help her sister. The girls silently listened to their dialogue. The guy pointed out that Cheon Yura could ask him for help at any time. The guy assumed that she would be very busy because she had unfinished business. Cheon Yura asked him what he was talking about and Severantina intervened. Severantina asked the boy if he had forgotten that he still had to cover his tracks, and he was convinced that she was right. Myung-in Op pointed out that no matter what, the head of one of the largest corporations had died. Severantina explained that this is why there could be rumors of a worldwide conspiracy, and they could prevent this by giving their version of events to the media. The girl offered to tell the media for an example that there was a car accident in which the chairman was killed. The second option she suggested was to say that Sun Chung Bae had a heart attack and the doctors were powerless. The girl suggested the possibility that the chairman of the company died unexpectedly in his sleep. The comrades realized that sooner or later the truth would come out, but by then everything could be forgotten. Severantina stated that their main concern was that this incident would draw the attention of those who knew about the game of the gods. The guy made sure of her words and was in complete agreement with her, and in such a case he didn't know what to do. Cheon Yura added that they could all be in a lot of trouble because of this incident. Elizabeth Anacron pointed out that Chairman Chung Sung died at a fairly young age, and so they are bound to be asked who got rid of one of Korea's most influential people. The guy realized that influential people were unlikely to limit themselves to just asking questions. Cheon Yura allowed that the whole world would shudder when Myung and Appa's existence was revealed. If the new superhuman became known abroad, it complicated negotiations, especially on military matters. Severantina informed her acquaintances that those who run these worlds have long since forgotten what is good and evil. People knowledgeable about the game were aware that many prominent figures were superhumans like Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Tang Tejo, Genghis Khan. The girl pointed out that when the population of the Earth exceeded 7 billion, there were more superhumans compared to past eras. Rather than play openly, most of them chose to rule the world hiding behind the backs of their subordinates. Severantina reported that at the moment the world knows of only 9 superhumans and the balance of power is very precarious. The girl added that if Myung-in Opep gets involved, the public may be shaken up by such actions. The boy realized that some would try to fit in with the new superhuman and others would be furious against him. Severantina explained that he would be better off avoiding such situations. Cheon Yura asked the guy not to worry about it, promising that she would handle everything herself. Severantina was surprised at her words, for she had little faith that she could handle something like this. The girl pointed out that ordinary people have enough of what the press will tell them and just have to wait for the right moment. Cheon Yura added that the problem is only with the decision-makers suggesting to do things a little differently with them. The girl will try to bribe Black Salsa by saying that he tried to send unsuspecting people to the other side of the world, including Sun Chung Bang. Severantina realized that the girl wanted to play out a family quarrel in public, which made her laugh. Cheon Yura said that this kind of thing is not uncommon in their family, and if they can catch everyone off guard, no one will be able to find out the truth. Myung-in Op thanked her for her concern, pointing out that the plan is great, but their battle is not over yet. Elizabeth Anacron marveled at his words, thinking that their battle was over and the chairman of the company was dead. The guy said that Sun Qian Baying had a resurrection circle and his soul didn't go to the underworld, but just moved to another place. The girls hearing this were dumbfounded, thinking and realizing that in that case they needed to come up with another plan. Severantina stated that they had already started this battle and it was too late to retreat, suggesting that they hunt down Sun Qianbei and finish him off. The guy pointed out that in all likelihood, their opponent had decided to lay low after such a thing, but it also seemed to him that Sun Qianbei would try to hide in plain sight. The comrade suggested that the chairman would hide in Elizabeth's main office, pointing out that it would be difficult to get close to him in such a case. Myung-in Op agreed with his words, adding that the enemy would immediately feel the pulses from the electromagnetic field and realize that they had come, and if he planned to hide his existence, he shouldn't fight in such a crowded place. Elizabeth asked what they should do in that case. The boy replied that they were still obliged to finish him off with their own hands. The girl asked that he was going to do it even if everyone found out he was superhuman. The young man replied that they had no other choice. Myung-in Api promised that he wouldn't try to prevent the others from finding out about his power by resting the girls. The guy suggested that the girl should start by getting some refreshments because he was hungry from such an intense battle. Cheon Yura suggested that they have a party to thank him and celebrate their success. Elizabeth pointed out that the party was a good idea, but that it would be a good idea to start by paying for it. Yura didn't understand what she was talking about. Severantina asked them all not to forget that this time they were quite cooperative with them. The girl was surprised at her words. The girl added that Cheon Yura apparently thinks only of Myung-in Oppa, saying that peace is based on the principle of mutually beneficial cooperation. Cheon Yura thanked the girls for helping her too, even though they were just watching. The girl suggested to start by just celebrating all together. They went to one of the restaurants. Meanwhile, Sun Qianbei came to his senses in the company office, happy that he had a revitalizing artifact. The man intended to take revenge on his abusers who had treated him so cruelly by saying that this boy and girl would beg him for mercy. As he washed his face, he realized that this wasn't the end of it, confident that there was nothing Myung-in OPP could do to him in this office. The man was trying to think of the best way to get back at his abuser. It would be foolish to fight him face to face again. The chairman suggested that it would be worth calling in other superhumans, and it reminded him of the same thing as asking a tiger to deal with a wolf. Sung Chun-bei recognized that Myung-in Opeep was fighting alone, but the other superhumans also had incredible strength, and if they agreed to fight him, he intended to hand over his entire company to them. The man knew nothing about his opponent's fighting technique and thought that if he picked up the right artifacts, he could defeat him, thinking that money could solve any problem. The chairman intended to hire professionals, not people who can't even handle the likes of Black Salsa, realizing that he's not interested in anything but money. Sung Cheon-bei wondered what artifacts he needed for this battle. He was facing such difficulties for the first time in his life. Suddenly, his assistant came in, informing him that they had a very big problem. The chairman asked what happened this time. The assistant stated that the general meeting of shareholders was considering the issue of changing the CEO of the company. Sun Chung-bei was furious when he asked who dared to do this and didn't understand how he could disrespect the position he held. The aide explained that the issue was brought up by Cheon Yura, and the man began to insult her, promising that she would pay for it. A lot of employees ran into his office saying that it was very urgent and his company was engulfed in flames. The chairman became furious and didn't understand how his half-sister dared to go against him. The man made sure that he could not force the other shareholders to include this topic in the agenda of the meeting. The assistant said that they had attracted foreign investment, but the reason for the change of management was the embezzlement and misappropriation of company funds. Sun Qian-bang didn't understand what kind of embezzlement he was talking about, because he only spent his own money and the assistant said it was the shareholders' money. The assistant informed the boss that he had to speak at a general meeting. The man realized the dire situation. The chairman realized that because of Myung-in Oppa, he had been cut off from access to foreign capital, convinced that he was a superhuman and clearly not afraid to use his power to his advantage. Ji Young asked the guy if Myung-in Opeep was busy. Myung-in Op was a little busy, and it was a little hard for him to figure out quite slowly. The secretary asked him if he was sure he would be all right if he continued to use his power. She asked him not to forget about the seal, because if the opponents became aware of its existence, there would be more problems. Myung-in Op said that he would not let this happen because there was no reason for Sun Qian-being to spread the rumor that Cheon Yura was being supported by someone more powerful. The guy asked about the media situation, and the secretary said that Cheon Yura had provided irrefutable evidence that the president of the company was dirty and that the media against the chairman had been commenting on the situation. The young man pointed out that it was better to focus on the prosecution right now, asking him to tell Cheon Yura that the most important thing was to choose the right moment. Ji Young asked the boss that he intends to meet with Cheon Yura again tomorrow. The guy nodded positively. The secretary asked him to be careful. Myung-in-op replied that he would do what he thinks is right, asking the secretary not to worry about it. Meanwhile, the girl was completely immersed in the task Myung-in-op had given her. The guy realized that to defeat the chairman of the Chongsung group by playing the stock market, he had to put in a lot of effort and he had to try hard too, but everything was going exactly as planned. The shocking news of the suspected massacre of the chairman of Chongsung's company spread across the country. Seeing such news, Sun Chung-bae became enraged and started throwing things around. The secretary asked him to calm down. The assistant explained to the boss that he just needed to negotiate with the shareholders, and when the company would be stable, he would be cleared of all charges the chairman intended to get his way. The secretary said that there would be a banquet in the evening attended by the chairman of the pension fund, as well as leading securities managers. Sun Chung-bae realized that he had no choice but to endure this humiliation. The chairman is used to everyone falling down to get a handout from him, but now it's up to him to grovel. The annual AGM was held with many people gathered in this huge hall. Severantina, along with Elizabeth Anacrin, came to hear what would be talked about here. The people around them were frightened by the robotic servants. Elizabeth asked that this meeting will decide who is more worthy to lead the company. Severantina gave a positive answer, explaining that the result of the meeting will determine the future course of the company. The girl suggested that if Cheon Yura is elected, she will be the president of Chongseon Company at the next meeting. The head of the shareholders said that they are starting the vote on the change of the company's leadership, Sung Cheong-bae, against the resignation of 500,000 shares. Shareholders began to confer. Chongsung Sikpum put 2 million shares of investment ban B for 500,000 shares. Sun Cheon-bae nervously waited for the end of the shareholder vote, hoping that everything would be fine. Myung-in-op was calm about it and just silently waited for the investors' decisions to be communicated. The head of shareholders reported the results of the vote against was 4,400,000 shares, and in favor was 4,300,000 shares. The chairman rejoiced at this, and his team began to rejoice, for the majority of votes were in his favor. Elizabeth Anacrin asked what Cheon Yura lost. Severantina replied that the gap was not big, but the victory went to the chairman. The assistant expressed her congratulations to the chairman. The man indicated that the result in his opinion was obvious. Sun Chung-bae made sure of his greatness by saying that there is a limit to every recklessness. The chairman noticed Ji Yang sliding the box of documentation to Cheon Yura without realizing what they were up to. The secretary brought the girl about that promised Myung-in-op. Cheon Yura thanked her for it, excited about the documentation she received. The guy said that these documents are just in time because it's time to put an end to this. Cheon Yura told the head of the shareholders that not everyone had voted yet. Everyone was surprised to see this after looking at the girl. The chairman did not understand how this was possible and what kind of machinations his half-sister intended to pull off. The man was sure that all the major shareholders had already voiced their decision, and the establishment of corporations, foreign companies, and the like had all spoken. The girl said that she has proxies sent to her from a coalition of minority shareholders, adding that this box contains a total of 500,000 shares. Hearing her words, Sun Cheon-bae jumped up from his seat, shouting how she managed to possess so many shares. Cheon Yura reported that 4,800,000 voted in favor of changing the chairman. Severantina was surprised that so many minority shareholders banded together. Elizabeth was sure that participation had to be communicated in advance. Sun Cheon-bae stated that this action is against the rules, being sure that it's unfair and it's not allowed. Suddenly, the guards grabbed the rampaging man who didn't understand why his hands were cuffed. The man asked what they were doing, and the officer showed him a document certifying that they were from the special department of the prosecutor's office. A member of the prosecutor's office informed the former chairman that he had been arrested for embezzlement, tax evasion, and that he had violated labor laws. Sung Chun-bae shouted that he was framed. The people present were shocked by this unexpected turn of events. A short while later, all four of them gathered again at Myung-in-op's office to discuss further business together. Elizabeth Anacran asked how Cheon Yura and Myung-in-op managed to convince the minority shareholders she thought they had to resort to force. Cheon Yura wrote a bunch of letters on the boyfriend's advice, asking him to support her so that justice would be served. The girl was grateful to everyone for not abandoning her in her time of need. She was a little embarrassed by her words. Severantina admitted that the guy went to the prosecutor's office for support. Myung-in-op replied that he just asked Cheon Yura to take care of it. The girl said that all the necessary materials were in the public domain, but the prosecution was hesitant to take sides when Cheon Yura took over the chair and the prosecutor's office decided to bring the dogs down on Sun Chung-bae. The guy said that the owners of all the companies concerned, except Jongsun Sikpum, had defected to Cheon Yura, and the past chairman had to pay a fine for embezzlement and other violations. Elizabeth stated that everything went great, but she noticed that Cheon Yura was upset about something, saying that she didn't seem happy about winning. Cheon Yura doubted she could handle the position of company chairman, asking what they thought about it. Elizabeth Anacrin marveled at her reaction on this case. She thought it ended perfectly. The guy asked what Cheon Yura was talking about. The girl said that she is now the chairman and owns a controlling stake in the company. The girl added that if it wasn't for Myung in OPP, she and her older sister would have been in a different world by now. The guy asked her to stop ranting about it because he thought he deserved a quiet and peaceful life. Myung In Op said that he was not going to run the company instead of her because he was not interested in it at all. The girl calmed down at his words, making sure she didn't have to worry about it. Getting up from his seat, the guy followed to the window. The girls didn't know what to expect from him. The young man promised that since Cheon Yura was so worried about it, he would help her become a better company president. Severantina was glad of such a promise from the guy. The secretary offered to bring them more tea. Cheon Yura was excited that Myung in OPP would help her run this huge company. A few days later, the guy was walking thoughtfully alone to the office. His morning began with another scandal. The guy realized he shouldn't waste his nerves on something like this and continued walking through the sparsely populated streets of the city. Myung In Op finished broadcasting as suddenly Cheon Yura came to his office intending to see him. Afterward, he was visited by the granddaughter of the foreign president, who was very insistent in her actions. The third guest was the co-director of the American SEC company, accompanied by 2 robotic guards. The guy didn't think he'd have to use the sealed power again, but everything went according to plan. Myung In Op was sure that Cheon Yura would be fine since she was in the newspapers as the chairman of the Chongseong company. The guy managed to return to a quiet and peaceful life with his family, which he was very happy about. The young man came home. His father asked where he had been because he was supposed to help them around the house, so his sister could concentrate on her studies. The son replied that he had his hands full with his own business. His father assumed that he had been playing his games all day and night again. The boy remained silent at these words, deciding it was better for them not to know what he was really up to. Myung In Op admitted that it could be said that if the change of chairman of Chongseong company can be called a game. The father asked his son to do business. For an example, he could help them in the store by asking him if he knew how much correspondence students earn. The son replied that he would get more if he finished college. Yi In pointed out to his father that his brother needed to study too. The sister said that she could not study in peace when her brother was doing all the work. Her father asked her to calm down. The head of the family indicated that he was working the night shift today and asked his son to wash the dishes. The son replied that he was going to do it anyway and wished him luck at work. His father left the house, loudly closing the door behind him. The boy stared silently at the closed door. The sister apologized to her brother, thinking that she was the reason why Myung in OPP had nothing to do with her. The boy added that such things didn't matter now because he was hungry. He asked what smelled so good. Ye Ying cooked twenjang chige and put more tofu like her brother liked. Sitting down at the table, the guy realized that such a dish would be to the taste of any gourmet. He was happy that finally he could have dinner with his family. The young man hoped that now the game of the gods would be over, and he would return to normal life and protect only his family and especially his sister. The media reported that the new chairman of Jongsun was Cheon Yura, and the company's new motto was Caring Management, and it planned to ration payments to partner companies. Also, the corporation decided to compensate the workers who were injured under the past chairman. Ye Yingying was happy that things worked out so well. Her brother asked why she thought so. The sister replied that there were rumors about former chairman Sun Cheon Beng's cruelty and said that her brother didn't know anything about it. The guy replied that he had heard something similar about it, realizing that his sister had no idea he was even involved. Ye Ying added that the head of one of the biggest companies was a person with a good heart. She thought that now many people would fare better. The sister pointed out that it was surprising because it all happened at the shareholders meeting, not realizing when Cheon Yura just had time to plan it, adding that the internet called it the Return of the Queen. Guy pointed out that it was more like the title of some movie with knights. He imagined a girl in armor. Myung In Op reported his thoughts on the matter, which his sister liked very much, pointing out that it was the girl who acted on her own. The guy knew that Cheon Yura had refused to run away several times just to avoid leaving her sister. Cheon Yura was willing to sacrifice herself so that he could return to his family when they were trapped by Kim Chong-bin. The guy realized that everyone thought she was a sultry princess capable of seducing anyone, but in reality she was completely different. Sister thought that only in a fairy tale could a good man be in charge of a company like Chonsun. The guy knew that sometimes it was better that the truth never came out because it could turn out badly. The sister turned to her brother who, not suspecting anything, continued to eat his dinner with a satisfied face, waiting to hear what she had to say. Hearing the words made the guy sink into a gloomy state because he did not expect that such a thing could happen. The sister changed her face and asked that in this way people comfort themselves. The guy was shocked at what was happening. The boy wondered if it was worth what he'd done. He hadn't expected his sister's seal to start breaking. Instead of helping Cheon Yura, he put her in danger. Myung and Op realized that the seal had broken. The young man realized that everything was under control for now, but one wrong word could ruin everything right now. His sister's eyes darkened. Exhaling heavily, the guy realized that he had no option to somehow avoid such an incident with his sister. Myung-in Op said that all great things begin with the smallest of things, and these words had an effect on the entity that had taken over his sister. After hearing the words, the girl came to her senses and didn't remember what had happened a few minutes ago. Ye-in stated that she was very happy that her brother liked the dish she made for dinner. The boy was glad that he had managed to avoid the unavoidable consequences that could have happened to his sister. The brother continued to eat his dinner, and the sister enjoyed watching him eat the meal he had prepared. A day later, the guy came to his office as usual to do a broadcast on an online game. Suddenly, Myung-in Op remembered what had happened yesterday and decided to just forget about it, promising himself that it wouldn't happen again. The young man intended to drink the delicious coffee prepared by Ji Yonga now and start fresh. Opening the door, the young boss said hello to the secretary, wishing her a good day. He noticed that these girls came to him again. Elizabeth Anacran, seeing him, asked him to come over to them immediately. She was drinking coffee prepared by Ji Yonga. Severantina was also glad that the boy had finally shown up, because they had been waiting for him for quite some time. Myung-in Op remembered that he wasn't done with these two, and they would continue to visit him uninvited. The guy said he would help Cheon Yura and get out of their game, but now that he's revealed his powers, they won't let him go. Severantina stared at the guy who had his hands down because he couldn't get rid of them. The secretary informed the young boss that he had guests coming to him. The guy asked her to make coffee. Myung-in Op remembered an acquaintance who used to have girls rubbing around him all the time, and he was a little jealous of him. The reality was not as rosy as he had imagined it to be. The girl did not intend to just drop her plans on his account. Elizabeth Anacran also wanted to get to know the guy as closely as possible so that he could be her partner for the gods game. The guy asked if they were not going to return to their parents, admitting that they might have more important things to do. The girls replied that nowadays, all issues can be solved remotely. Severantira congratulated the guy for successfully transferring the Chonseong company into good hands, adding that it was a huge step and should not stop there. The girl offered the guy to clean up the oil industry. She gently touched his body. Having removed the hand of the interlocutor, the guy asked why she would do such a thing, making it clear that he had no intention of participating in it. Suddenly, Elizabeth intervened in their conversation and pushed the girl away, saying that he had helped them take down the villain, and it was not good to take power away from others just because he was stronger. Elizabeth suggested that the guy use his power for good to defeat the other villains, confident that they would make an unbeatable team. The guy replied that he preferred to act alone, adding that he just wanted to get back to his normal life. The girl added that he could at any moment in a single flick of his finger set off an earthquake like he did recently. The guy was a little surprised at such thoughts on his account. In front of him stood a beautiful girl from whom it was difficult for him to take his gaze away. Myung-in Op hurriedly assured Elizabeth that she had misunderstood him because he had not intended for this to happen. The guy added that now his power was sealed again and he wouldn't be able to fight against strong villains like the girl wanted him to. Elizabeth reacted calmly upon hearing that he was now the most common man. The girl remembered their kiss, saying that she knew how to break his seal, which she was very happy about. Anacron stated that she was willing to do anything in the name of justice anyway. The guy was scared by this reaction of the girl. Myung-in Op assured Elizabeth that he would not go that way, saying that it was better for him to lay low now, because they understood. The girl kept insisting that the guy replied that that time with Cheon Jura was an exception, and he didn't intend to save the world anymore. The guy realized that on top of that, his sister's seal was weakening and could break at any moment. Suddenly, Elizabeth Anacran grabbed the guy's hand and kept coaxing him with her offer. The guy at first did not understand what the girl was up to. Taking his hand, he began to feel embarrassed by such an insistent act. Elizabeth asked the guy not to be so modest. She tried to put his hand on her breast. Myung-in Op asked her to stop because it could be dangerous, but the girl kept dragging his arm. He realized that Elizabeth didn't realize the consequences of this, and he felt uncomfortable with what was happening. Suddenly, to them intervened a girl who looked at them angrily, suggesting that Elizabeth intended to appropriate it for herself. Severantina grabbed his friend's arm with the words that she had no intention of letting something like this happen. The girl started dragging the guy in different directions from thinking she'd read the Proverbs of Solomon. Suddenly, the door to the office opened and Cheon Yura walked in, who didn't understand what was going on here. The guy got a little nervous when he saw a third girl come over and saw that the two were trying to separate him. Cheon Yura looked at what she saw with restraint and realized what had happened here in her absence. The girl looked sweetly at the guy, thus shifting his focus of attention to herself, no longer reacting to the others. Severantina didn't like it because she intended to take this guy as a partner without wanting to share him with anyone. Elizabeth was also frustrated by the appearance of yet another adversary that prevented her from realizing what she had planned. Cheon. Yura suggested that she came at the wrong time. Severantina said that the second round of the fight for Myung and Appa. Elizabeth added that participation is free. Elizabeth Anacrin added that all the guy's hands are full and she has nothing to hold on to. The girl hastened to assure them that she does not need it, because she realized that force will not win the heart of the guy. Hearing these words, the girls suddenly dropped the guy and stopped dragging him in different directions. Myung and Op was grateful to Cheon Yura for saving him from those two like a wise queen. Cheon Yura came to the guy to say hello. He was surprised that the chairman of the company has time for such nonsense. The girl replied that she had found a minute, pointing out that her company is not a charity and she can't help everyone around her, adding that if there is no profit, many people will lose their jobs. Cheon Yura. Yura added that investors and traders will also suffer, but if they only aim for profits, they will have to go over their heads and exploit people, but she wanted to put an end to that. The young lady had no intention of following in her brother's footsteps. Myung-in Op was happy to hear her say that. The guy admitted that it would be quite difficult for her to keep everything in balance because this kind of thing required skill. The girl said that the tough competition was not going anywhere, and besides, the profits had to be reinvested, and she did not forget to research the market and pay dividends. Cheon Yura added that it was much more complicated than she thought it would be, and the guy thought it sounded pessimistic. Suddenly, the girl touched the guy, intending to say something to him. He was immediately embarrassed but ready to listen to her. The girl said that thinking about him gave her strength, and she decided to do everything possible to achieve her goal. The guy breathed out in relief, realizing that the touch had no serious context. Myung and OPP didn't doubt that she could handle anything. The girl thanked him for his words of encouragement. Suddenly, the girl approached him again. The guy froze in place from being so close to the girl. Cheon Yura suggested that the guy should be her partner again, and she was a little embarrassed when she said it. Elizabeth realized that now she might lose her chance to get hold of this guy because she was starting to wow him with her femininity. The guy responded that he had no intention of accepting their offers. The girl explained that he had misunderstood. She offered to be his non-work partner. It became clear to those present that Cheon Yura had suggested that they become life partners, and the girl added that that's why she came here. The guy was dumbfounded by her words. He fell out of reality, immersed in his fantasy about it. Elizabeth Anacrin was also shocked to admit that this twerp had just proposed to Myung and Appa. Cheon Yura shyly looked at the guy, who was shocked by her proposal and couldn't say anything. The guy tried to pull himself together and somehow get out of this situation without offending the girl. Myung-in Op tried to change the topic of conversation and said that now that her sister was saved, she didn't need his help and was surprised to get no response to his offer. Suddenly, the girl took and pushed the guy who had definitely sat down in the chair. She started to get even more excited. The girls were watching what would happen next, wondering if he would accept her offer. Cheon Yura sat on the guy's lap and explained to him that when she talked about the partnership, she wasn't limiting herself to just playing gods. The girl was grateful to him for saving her sister, saying that after that she would not stop being his fan. Severantina was horrified by the girl's actions. The guy replied to her that she didn't really look like a normal fangirl, asked that she needed to like him more. The girl started stroking his hair, trying to work her feminine beauty on him, deciding to do it again. Cheon Yura told him that he would be the only one who would own not only her, but also part of Jungseon. Myung-in Ai pointed out to the girl that she is too close to him and he is not comfortable with this kind of communication. The girl said that she wants to spend her whole life with Myung-in Op, who saved her sister. The girl intended to kiss the guy, but Elizabeth didn't like what was happening and wanted to prevent it. Elizabeth Anacran suddenly shouted across the room, ordering Cheon Yura to stop encircling the guy with her femininity. The girl didn't understand what they were doing here. Cheon Yura noticed her and asked her how long she had been coming to them. Cheon Yura informs the girl that she and Myung-in Op are having a very important conversation right now, and she's interrupting them. Elizabeth had no intention of tolerating the sort of thing. She took a girl off a guy who was being too lecherous with him. Suddenly, the girl got nervous, indicating that she understood everything and had made up her mind about it. Elizabeth Anacran said that Cheon Yura's collaboration with the guys turned into lewdness, shaming them both. Cheon Yura replied that even high school students kiss and there's nothing wrong with it, and she had a different opinion about it. The girl added that in the West they treat such things more calmly than in Korea. Elizabeth ordered her to shut up and disappear from here. Severantina offered to pay Cheon Yura to just go away and leave the guy to them, but So had no intention of doing so. The guy again found himself among three girls who were trying to lure him to their side. He didn't realize what he should do in such a case. Myung-in Op asked the secretary if such a sport could not be solved peacefully. The girl shook her head negatively. Ji-young explained that any capable and caring young man sooner or later finds himself in this position. The receptionist advised him to still pretend that he didn't understand what Cheon-yura wanted him to do, assuring him that it wouldn't be fair. The assistant pointed out that he can't break the seal for a reason. The guy remembered his sister, whose seal had weakened. Ji-young stated that her boss decided to help Cheon-yura, and therefore it was his fault. The guy agreed with her words. He just wanted to live in peace, realizing that now he couldn't just get rid of them. A few hours passed as the sun set outside in the prison. After serving dinner, the lights were turned off, preparing the prisoners for bed. Sung Chun-bae sat alone and replayed in his head all the things that had happened to him recently. The man realized that if he had only known it would end this way, he wouldn't have given his half-sister some free time. The former chairman assumed that if he managed to escape from imprisonment with the help of his power, but at large he would have a hard time. The man intended to seek amnesty by promising that even if he had to sell all his shares, he would still take revenge on Myung-in Oppa. Sung Cheon-bae didn't want to let the enemies get away with it, intending to get other superhumans involved, and he didn't care how much it would cost him. The prisoner intended to spend a lot of money to get revenge on this guy who took everything from him and embarrassed him. The man wanted to deal with Myung-in Op first and leave Cheon-yura for later, because after he got rid of the guys, it would be easy to deal with the half-sister. Sun Cheon-bae realized that just sending a guy to the next world is too easy and decided that he won't stop there and get rid of Myung and Appa's family first. The prisoner intended to cripple the guy's family members, whom he would throw out on the street and force to beg, and make sure they were not given any disability benefits. Suddenly, the man noticed a strange noise that came from the corridor after the dungeon's rebound. Sung Cheon-bae walked over to the grate and asked what was going on since he couldn't see. Suddenly, someone came up to him from behind and called him a pathetic person who went to jail. Unidentified pointed out that this man managed to lose to a superhuman even though he had Chomagyeon. Sung Cheon-bae huddled against the cell door in fright, asking the unknown man who he was and how he knew everything about him. The unknown hooded man asked the man to give him Chomagyeon and disappear from the face of the earth forever. The man panicked and protested by shouting and calling for help from prison guards. The next day, the news reported that there was no sign of breaking and entering into Sun Chung-bang's cell, saying that he had just left the world on his own. After that, the public was dissatisfied with the work of the prison authorities because the former chairman of the Chongsong Company was massacred. Newswires were filled with various hypotheses about the fallen company president's demise, some doubting that he had taken his own life. Myung-in Op was among those who doubted that Sun Cheon-bang had gotten himself killed, suggesting that it was more complicated than that. Reading the news, the guy really hoped for a peaceful life, but what was happening made him sure of the opposite. Thinking back to Cheon-yura's suggestion, Myung-in Op realized that he wouldn't get rid of the gods game so easily.